they've sort of re-strategized. They've gone back to the drawing board and they've realized that if there's one leader who can give them a shot at coming back to power, that could be Yediyurappa. So it's a big move. It will be interesting to see where things go. And Bommai, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, has also thanked the BJP for elevating Yediyurappa. So interesting. We're all standing by. Let's see what happens. Back to you for now.
Well, many thanks, Niranjan, for explaining that entire situation to us so well. So a very telling statement from the BJP as high-level meetings are held with its leader Yediyurappa. The BJP clearly saying that the polls ahead could be held under his guidance. Moving on to other breaking news, and that's breaking here. The ED is conducting searches at multiple places in Delhi, in Lucknow, in Ghazipur, in UP as well as Mao, at premises linked to mafia Don Mukhtar Ansari and his close associates. Mukhtar Ansari's residence in Mohammadabad also being searched by the ED. The locations include premises of Vikram Arghari and Ganesh Mishra. And so mega raids now. Shravan Sen, our senior editor, to take us through this breaking development. Shravan, it's over to you to explain what's happening. The ED raiding multiple locations.
So it's part of the ongoing probe against Mukhtar Ansari. In fact, they're looking at a certain money laundering case in which Mukhtar Ansari's name has basically surfaced. Let me just quickly take you through some of the places where the searches are being carried out. This is in Delhi, as well as in some districts of Lucknow, some districts of Uttar Pradesh, which includes Ghazipur district and Mao district, where the premises have been linked to Mafia Mukhtar Ansari and his close associates. Mukhtar's residence, in fact, is also being searched, which is in Mohammadabad, which is being searched by the Enforcement Directorate. Two other individuals where we are being told are under the scanner also. The locations also include premises of Vikram Arghari and Ganesh Mishra is what we are being told. And the owner of Khanbas service are being searched by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, these details are basically coming in at a time when there is already a charge sheet that has already been filed, but apart from that, we've also been told that there is a fresh evidence that they've got in terms of the proceeds of crime, which is now being looked by the Enforcement Directorate.
Well, Shravan, Mukhtar Ansari, can we say that he's been an example for a long time of, how politicians have shielded criminals, because just a few days ago we heard about how he was kept in very cozy conditions in Punjab, for example. Could you explain to us what we should understand from the fact that now the law is being able to catch up with him to such a great extent?
Well, in fact, his family members have also been questioned. Afzal Ansari, the Bahujan Samaj Party's parliamentarian from Ghazipur, Afzal Ansari, and the elder brother of Mukhtar Ansari was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, Mukhtar Ansari's sons Omar and Abbas, who had also been accompanied Afzal to the Enforcement Directorate's office when the questioning was actually being held, is also under the scanning. In fact, Afzal was questioned in connection with a case in which Mukhtar Ansari has been booked under the PMLA Act. The charges essentially being that they had siphoned off crores of rupees that he had collected as rent from a property that he had illegally constructed on encroached government land in Mao. Now, Afzal is, however, was not named as one of the accused in the case, but was found linked to some of Mukhtar's suspicious transactions that have come under the Enforcement Directorate's scanner. But in terms of the money that you're looking at, Mukhtar Ansari had allegedly siphoned off roughly about 25 lakh rupees, and that too, it was from the local area development fund that was entitled to him as an MLA. Apart from that, the Enforcement Directorate has also named Mukhtar's sons as an accused in this particular case.
Well, many thanks, Shravan, for joining us there. So the ED continuing with its investigations, mega raids, and as associates of gangster turned politician Mukhtar Ansari. His associates are raided by the Enforcement Directorate. All the updates on that are given to us by our senior editor, Shavan Sen. And 2 suspected Al-Qaeda terrorists arrested in West Bengal's 24 North Parganas. All the details coming up in a short while on Republic. Stay tuned. Also coming up, fresh trouble for Anubrata Mondal. Daughter now summoned in Bengal cash scam.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teacher's recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartikeya Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the Law Minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party's spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that state's AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement to take place. JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in Bihar cabinet, stating that she was against the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti alleged that she was repeatedly involved in the incidents. Leshi Singh was involved in incidents in the area, and that she would quit the cabinet if Leshi Singh is not removed. The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD chief said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly being considered by many people as he was receiving many calls. A terrorist reported to be from Pakistan who was being taken in for questioning snatched the weapon of the police and opened fire at the personnel in Jammu and was eventually killed. The incident led to a personnel of the JNK police being injured.
And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. The head of the Kharkiv region said that Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque north of the Afghan capital Kabul killed 20 people, injuring 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As a result of an explosion in a mosque north of Kabul, 20 were killed and another 40 were injured. A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor.
Investigation agency teams are leaving this house of Lashkar terrorist Faisal Munir after recovery of documents and some incriminating material. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals of this NIA vehicle that is now leaving the residence of Lashkar terrorist. These are the visuals, the NIA teams leaving from here. This includes the senior officials of the National Investigation Agency, including the SP rank officers. Part of these raids here in the Khatika Tarab area, and Gaurav is showing you the visuals. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals. These are the non-stop visuals of the NIA raids that were being carried out here in the Khatika Tala area, and these raids have now ended. 2 bags, a handbag and a rucksack has been seized by the National Investigation Agency, and we are being told include some of the documents. Now the police teams they are also moving out of this very area after the raids that have now ended, and the investigation in this regard is underway. The police, we are told, that is likely SP rank officer in the police gypsy. The SP rank officer has left a while ago in this police van of the police control room, and we are being told that after the detailed analysis of the seizure that has been made, now subsequent raids will also be carried out. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD chief said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly being considered by many people as he was receiving many calls. A terrorist reported to be from Pakistan who was being taken in for questioning snatched the weapon of the police and opened fire at the personnel in Jammu and was eventually killed. The incident led to a personnel of the J&K police being injured.
And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. The head of the Kharkiv region said that Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque north of the Afghan capital Kabul killed 20 people, injuring 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As a result of an explosion in a mosque north of Kabul, 20 were killed and another 40 were injured. A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kosher kitchens, and a 1,500-seat dining room. U.S. State Department calls on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who is believed to have been abducted 10 years ago near Damascus. While reporting on the Syrian conflict, Syria denies accusations of the U.S. government of detaining the journalist.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teacher's recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's law.
जो आम आदमी पार्टी के हैं वो ये कह रहे हैं कि वो शरणार्थी हैं। रोहिंग्या शरणार्थी नहीं है केजरीवाल जी। रोहिंग्या इस देश में अवैध घुसपैठिए हैं, वो शरणार्थी के रूप में नहीं आए हैं। और जो अवैध घुसपैठिए होते हैं उनको कानून के हिसाब से उनको इस देश से डिपोर्ट करना है, बाहर करना है। और वो जिम्मेदारी दिल्ली की सरकार की सूचना देने की जिम्मेदारी, उनकी जिम्मेदारी उनको चिन्हित करने की है। और वो उसको चिन्हित करने की बजाय उनको बाहर संरक्षण दे रहे हैं, उनके वोट बनवा रहे हैं, उनके बच्चों को दाखिला दिलवा रहे हैं पढ़ाने के लिए। और जब उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार की इरिगेशन ज़मीन से उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने उनको हटाया तो दिल्ली सरकार ने पीडब्ल्यूडी की ज़मीन पर उनको बसाया भी। उनको 700-800 परिवारों को बसाने के साथ साथ उनको फ्री राशन, फ्री बिजली और फ्री पानी देने का ये रोहिंग्याओं को बसाने का काम किया है, जो देश की सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा है। और मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि किस तरह से दिल्ली सरकार के अधिकारियों ने दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री के कहने पर, केजरीवाल जी के कहने पर रोहिंग्याओं को उनको फ्लैट दिए जाएं। केजरीवाल जी को गरीबों की चिंता नहीं, दिल्ली में लाखों की संख्या में जो गरीब झुग्गीवासी हैं उनको मकान मिले इसकी चिंता नहीं है। लाखों गरीब जिनको आशियाना मिलना चाहिए उनकी चिंता नहीं है। दिल्ली में मुख्यमंत्री को उनकी भी चिंता नहीं जो पाकिस्तान से हिंदू शरणार्थी आए, जो शरणार्थी हैं जिनको वास्तव में दिल्ली सरकार को मदद देने चाहिए। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, एक शरणार्थी कैंप है कश्मीरी गेट के पास, उसको बिजली के कनेक्शन अभी तक नहीं मिले हैं, लेकिन रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को बिजली के कनेक्शन भी मिले, उनको फ्री खाना भी मिले, उनको फ्री पानी भी मिले। इसके लिए आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार पत्र लिख रही है, लेटर पर लेटर लिखे जा रहे हैं कि इनको फ्लैट दे दो, इनको रहने के लिए जगह दे दो, इन्हें गर्मी लग रही है, इनके लिए बिजली दे दो, एसी दे दो, कूलर दे दो, खाना दे दो। अरे केजरीवाल जी, वो क्या आपके रिश्तेदार हैं? रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए, आम आदमी पार्टी बताए, इस बात के लिए जवाब दे। ये पत्र किसने लिखे? 4 अगस्त को डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ होम ने एक पत्र लिखा, FRRO रिक्वेस्टेड टू कोऑर्डिनेट विद NDMC फॉर टेकिंग ओवर पोजीशन ऑफ कम्युनिटी सेंटर अलॉन्ग विद द 240 EWS फ्लैट। ये 4
A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kosher kitchens, and a 1,500-seat dining room. U.S. State Department calls on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who is believed to have been abducted 10 years ago near Damascus. While reporting on the Syrian conflict, Syria denies accusations of the U.S. government of detaining the journalist.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teacher's recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartikeya Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the Law Minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections, residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party's spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that state's AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement to take place. JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in Bihar cabinet, stating that she was against the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti alleged that she was repeatedly involved in the incidents. Leshi Singh was involved in incidents in the area, and that she would quit the cabinet if Leshi Singh is not removed. The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the
है उन रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को कि जो दिल्ली में चोरी, दिल्ली में डकैती, दिल्ली के अंदर चैन स्नैचिंग, दिल्ली के अंदर अपराध, दिल्ली के अंदर ड्रग के अपराध, ये सारे अपराध जो करने वाले लोग हैं, दंगे कराने वाले लोग, समाज के अंदर वैमनस्य फैलाने वाले लोग, ये सारे काम जो दिल्ली में रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए कर रहे हैं, उनके कैसे वोट बन जाए, उनके कैसे कनेक्शन हो जाए बिजली के, कैसे उनको पानी फ्री दिया जाए, कैसे उनको सुविधाएं दी जाए। इसके लिए वो दिल्ली के टैक्स पेयर का पैसा वहाँ लगा रहे हैं। और बहुत सारे लोग जब पाकिस्तानी हिंदू शरणार्थी जो कश्मीरी गेट पे हैं उनके पास जब जाते हैं तो वहाँ बिजली के कनेक्शन नहीं दिए। दिल्ली सरकार से कई बार डिमांड की, उनके बच्चे पढ़ने के लिए एडमिशन नहीं मिल रहा उनके बच्चों को। ये दिल्ली की अरविंद केजरीवाल का असली चेहरा है जो मैंने आपको बताया है। वास्तव में रोहिंग्याओं के जो अतिक्रमण है उसके खिलाफ जब कार्रवाई होती है, जब बुलडोज़र चलता है तो आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक उस बुलडोज़र के सामने लेट जाते हैं। ये इनका असली चेहरा है जो राष्ट्र विरोधी, देश के लिए खतरा है ऐसे घुसपैठियों को बसाने के लिए, उनको फ्लैट दिलाने के लिए पत्र लिखते हैं, उनको फ्लैट दिलाने के लिए मीटिंग करते हैं, अधिकारियों को निर्देश देते हैं। दिल्ली की सरकार का ये असली चेहरा मैंने आपके सामने रखा है। धन्यवाद।
आदेश जी, ये इम्पोर्टेंट है कि कहीं भी पूरे हिंदुस्तान में या पूरी दुनिया में यदि कोई एंटी नेशनल एलिमेंट है तो उसको डिटेंशन है, जो देश का एलिमेंट नहीं है, देश का नागरिक नहीं है, उसको डिटेंशन सेंटर में भेज दें। आपकी सरकार ने, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने अभी तक डिटेंशन सेंटर नहीं घोषित किया। इम्पोर्टेंट है। दूसरा सवाल, आपके 7 MP हैं, सातों MP ने कब ये इस बात का उठाया, क्योंकि ये उनके क्षेत्र में भी जो लोग रोहिंग्या रह रहे हैं, चाहे जकीरा में हो, चाहे बकरवाला हो, चाहे और भी जगह हो, ओखला के हो, तो आपके MP क्या कर रहे थे?
देखिए, शायद आपको पता नहीं, लगातार पिछले 2-2.5 साल से ही नहीं, पहले से ही हमारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के द्वारा जो देश की सुरक्षा के प्रति खतरा है, ऐसे लोगों के आगाह करना, कानून को बताना, प्रशासन को बताना लगातार कर रहे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी देश की सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा बने ऐसे कोई घुसपैठिए, उनके लिए तुरंत कार्रवाई करती है। और हमेशा भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एक नीति रही है कि देश की सुरक्षा पहले है, और इसलिए बहुत सारे लोगों को तकलीफ होती है। मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूँ, गृह मंत्रालय ने जिस तरह से कल ये स्पष्ट किया कि कोई भी घुसपैठिया, उसको कोई भी जगह नहीं है देश के अंदर, उनको डिपोर्ट करना ही, और डिटेंशन सेंटर की जहाँ तक बात है वो दिल्ली सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है कि उसकी जगह सुनिश्चित करे। केंद्र सरकार इसके लिए तैयार है। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद।
So that was a BJP briefing in which the BJP is questioning the AAP government of Delhi, saying, in fact, alleging that the AAP government wanted to provide flats to the Rohingyas there. And also remember, the MHA yesterday had issued a clarification with respect to the whole Rohingya issue, saying that no directions have been given by the centre to provide economically weaker sections flats to Rohingyas, illegal migrants, and that the government of Delhi proposed to shift the Rohingyas to a new location. In fact, the briefing by the BJP just now, in which they've mounted attack on the AAP government, saying that the Delhi government must remove the infiltrators, and that the Delhi government had initially intended to provide flats to the Rohingya refugees. Well, on to more breaking news coming in. This one with regard to another setback that has now come in for the JNK in Congress. So that's another breaking that we are getting right now. Another setback coming in for the Congress party in JNK, where we are told the fourth loyalist of Ghulam Nabi Azad has resigned from his new post in the campaign and election committee. So back-to-back setbacks coming in for the Congress in JNK. Gursimran getting us that breaking news. Gursimran, a big setback for the Congress High Command, and also a big message there that all the party leaders intend to send out to the High Command there.
Yes, a clear message from the leadership of the Jammu and Kashmir to the Congress High Command that if seniors are neglected and the juniors are promoted, then this is bound to happen. This is what a close associate of Ghulam Mohammad GM Saruri has told me. GM Saruri has now decided that he won't be part of the coordination committee as well as the Pradesh election committee. He was considered as a loyalist of Azad group, and it was bound to happen because day before yesterday, when we broke out this news during the debate at around 10 in the evening, we said that there is a high possibility that it is going to be rain of resignations from the Congress party in Jammu and Kashmir, as the Azad group, they will unite and go against the decision of the party leadership. Yesterday we saw how a series of leadership leaders of the Congress party, they resigned from their positions. 3 loyalists of the Azad, and now added to the list is GM Saruri, who is a former minister from the Inderwal constituency, and has now decided that he won't be part of the coordination committee as well as the Pradesh election committee. The name of GM Saruri was included in the list that was approved by none other than the Congress President Sonia Gandhi. But what these leaders are saying, they are saying that they were not taken into confidence and the juniors are being promoted. Important to mention that on July 5th, when we broke the news that Viqar Rasool Wani will be the next chief of the Congress, we also said that the rebel group that is not happy with his appointment as the chief has also conveyed it to the Congress top brass that the seniors be given the chance, not the juniors who have joined the party some 5 to 10 years ago and are being promoted to head the organization, as it will lead to Punjab-like situation. And now that is happening here in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir with the 4 loyalists, Chaudhry Akram, Gulzar Wani, Mohammad Amin Bhatt, and now GM Saruri resigning from the committees they have been included in by the Congress President Sonia Gandhi.
Yes. Well, thank you, Gursimran, for getting us those details and that news break as well. So now the setback there coming in for the Congress High Command as the 4th leader that has now resigned from his post in J&K. And on to more breaking news coming in. This one from Tamil Nadu, where the EPS faction has now filed an appeal against the Madras High Court verdict that was pronounced yesterday. The appeal has been filed against a single judge order and submitted to a bench of justices Sundar Mohan and Durai Swami. That's the breaking news coming in with respect to the EPS versus OPS faction, the fight, the infighting that continues. We have Varshini getting us those details. In fact, more breaking news that is coming in, where we understand that OPS has appealed to EPS calling for truce there. Varshini breaking that story. Varshini, talk to us more about the EPS versus OPS that continues within the AIADMK.
Well, if you see about the yesterday's verdict that the Madras High Court pronounced, it was a verdict that asked EPS and OPS to work together. It basically told that a new General Council meeting has to happen where EPS and OPS together work and come to a proper conclusion, and also about how all these previous General Council meetings are nullified and status quo before June 23rd remains. Therefore, OPS and EPS will go back to being the coordinator and the co-coordinator of the party, which technically means they have to work together. And that is how OPS has also reacted to this whole scenario, saying that he's ready to work along with EPS, and he's also appealed to EPS to come together, come forward, so that they can settle their differences and work together, work again in a joint leadership for the welfare of the party and their cadres. But at the same time, yesterday when the EPS faction did not much come out and talk to the media, today morning we get to learn that they have made an appeal. The senior advocate of the EPS faction has gone to the Madras High Court to make an appeal against a single judge order that was pronounced yesterday, and today this appeal against that order has been submitted to Justices Sundar Mohan and Durai Swami, and the justices have also accepted to take in the hearing by Monday, if possible. If the listing is being able to be done today, this hearing will happen on Monday, and this is an appeal against the verdict that has come yesterday, which clearly shows us that EPS is not ready.
Varshini, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. Let's listen in. Mehbooba Mufti is addressing the press conference. Let's listen in to what she has to say.
वो सोचते हैं ये पॉलिसी अपना के हम जम्मू कश्मीर के मसले को हल करेंगे और जम्मू कश्मीर में सरकार बना के पूरे मुल्क के अंदर उसी बलबूते पे और लोगों से वोट मांगेंगे और इसके अलावा बीजेपी का कोई इरादा नहीं है। मगर मैं उनको बताना चाहती हूँ कि हिटलर ने कितना जुल्म किया पर ज्यूस को वो ख़त्म नहीं कर सका। इसराइल कितना भी जुल्म करे तो फ़लस्तीन को ख़त्म नहीं कर सकता, ना उनके रिजॉल्व को ख़त्म कर सकता है। इसी तरह जब तक एक डोगरा, एक कश्मीरी यहाँ बचा हुआ है तो वो जो बीजेपी के इविल डिज़ाइंस हैं जम्मू कश्मीर को लेके, वो उनको कामयाब नहीं होंगे, बल्कि उनको मुंह की खानी पड़ेगी। क्योंकि जो वो हालात बना रहे हैं, एक तरफ से वो डी रेडिकलाइजेशन पे सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपया खर्च करते हैं और दूसरी तरफ से वो हर हरकत वो ऐसी करते हैं जिससे यहाँ के नौजवान रेडिकलाइज हो सकते हैं, ज़्यादा हो सकते हैं। क्योंकि पहले ही आपने 2019 में जो कांड किया, उसके बाद आप वहाँ नहीं रुके। उसके बाद आपने यहाँ के नौजवानों से उनकी ज़मीन छीनी, उनका रोज़गार छीना, उनके रिसोर्सेज छीने, उनकी आज़ादी छीनी, उनकी डिग्निटी छीनी, उनको जेलों में डाल दिया, उनका जीना हराम कर दिया। और अब एक उनके पास वोट का हक था कि वोट डाल के वो अपनी पसंद की हुकूमत चुनती है, अपने पसंद का उस वोट का होना न होना। हमारे कश्मीरी पंडित भाई थे जो पिछले 30 साल से यहाँ आराम से रह रहे थे, अब वो भी टारगेट हो रहे हैं और पिछले कई महीनों से वो इस वक्त जो है एहतजाज कर रहे हैं। और आप कहते हैं उनको कि थप्पड़ पड़ेगा अगर आप अंदर नहीं जाओगे। ये इनका तरीक़ेकार है जो ये लोगों को इस्तेमाल करते हैं अपने मकसद के लिए। और वो समझते हैं कि वो यहाँ की ग्राउंड रियलिटी चेंज करेंगे। ग्राउंड रियलिटी चेंज नहीं होगी। आपको जम्मू कश्मीर की समस्या का समाधान आज भी ढूंढना होगा, कल भी ढूंढना होगा। मगर मैं फिर से अपने मुल्क के लोगों को मैं बताना चाहती हूं, उनको गुजारिश करना चाहती हूं। देखिए, बीजेपी जो उन्होंने तरीकेकार अपनाए हैं यहाँ के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को, मुल्क की कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को सबवर्ट करने का, इन्होंने उससे खाली हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन नहीं छीना, हमारा झंडा नहीं छीना। अगली बारी आपकी है। 2019 के बाद 370 हमसे छीना, हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन छीना, हमारा झंडा छीना गैर आईनी तरीके से। अगर इन्हें हिम्मत होती तो असेंबली के जरिए ये करना चाहिए था, मैं उसको लीगल मानती। मगर गैर आईनी तरीके से चोर दरवाजे की आने वाले वक्त में 2024 के इलेक्शन के बाद।
So the PDP chief there, Mehbooba Mufti there, hitting out at the BJP, saying that the BJP is spending hundreds of money on de-radicalization, and also going on to say that the Kashmiri Pandits are being made the targets in the valley. So that is in fact the remarks that are being made by Mehbooba Mufti, the PDP chief. And on to more breaking news coming in, but before that, let's take a look at this quick wrap of all that's making news from across the country. Big buzz in West Bengal over the protests, posters of Abhishek Banerjee that asserts a new TMC will come up in Bengal in the next 6 months. BJP has hit back, saying people have no faith in Trinamool Congress now. Mega NI crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NI raids underway at multiple locations in Jammu, Katwa and Samba. Srinagar and Doda as well. Lashkar terrorist residents raided. Cash was dropped by drone along with consignment of weapons for use by the terrorists. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, Sukanya Mondal has left home for Kolkata. She's supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Her name has come up in the SSC teachers recruitment scam. Big win for forces in the valley. Security forces neutralized Pakistan terrorists who targeted forces. Jammu and Kashmir police has recovered arms and ammunition dropped by Pakistan drone in Top village near the international border. A 35-year-old woman teacher succumbed to injuries at a hospital in Jaipur after she was set on fire. A woman was first allegedly abused and then set ablaze. Further investigation in the incident is underway. Another shocker from Jaipur, where a priest was found murdered in Hanumangarh on the morning of August 17. The priest has been identified as Chetan Das. Further probe is underway. Punjab police arrested two gangsters in the Jandiala area of Amritsar district following a cross-firing between them last night. The police also recovered about 2 kgs of heroin and 30 bore pistols from the arrested gangsters. Vegetable seller's daughter shot at in the open by criminals in Patna. The girl was shot at in the neck and is currently undergoing treatment in a private hospital. Meanwhile, the police says that the matter pertains to personal animosity. Ousted Imran Khan has fired a fresh salvo at Pakistan government after close aide was arrested over sedition charges. Imran Khan stated that the nation is descending into a banana republic. The United States and Taiwan have agreed to hold negotiations on new bilateral trade initiative. The negotiating mandate will set out the broad objectives shared by the two sides for the upcoming trade negotiations. Well, back-to-back breaking news coming in. This one with regard to the nepotism charge that has hit the Kerala government. Republic spoke exclusively to the Union Minister V. Muralidharan, who has said that the CPIM, CPIM says that nepotism is corruption. They should act on it now. Let's listen into that exclusive conversation my colleague Madhurima had with the Union Minister V. Muralidharan.
State of Kerala, the governor wielding his power has stopped an appointment of a CPIM leader's wife as an assistant professor, and this is a major act against nepotism. How do you see this?
Of course, there has been allegations that violating and flouting all rules, this appointment was made. The person who came first as per the merit in the due process was made number 2, and the wife of a leader of CPM, she was given the highest marks in the interview process. That's how she was made, she was ranked first in the final rank list. So the governor has used the powers that are bestowed upon him as per the Kannur University Act. And he has acted as per law. It has definitely upheld the value of democratic norms and democratic principles. So I would like to congratulate the governor on behalf of the people of Kerala for upholding the values of democracy and justice.
So the Prime Minister also from the ramparts of Red Fort on August 15 said that they are going to fight Parivarwad, and it is one such example. How do you see this endeavour taking, the future of Kerala as well as how it's going to benefit?
See, Parivarwad was generally associated with Congress, but in Kerala we see the situation where CPM has become a party completely immersed in this Parivarwad. These families, family members, whether it is the chief minister or the party secretary or other leaders, every one of them is taking the benefit of the government. So this is a new phenomenon, unheard of in communist parties. So when the Prime Minister gives the call, I presume that he doesn't point out this only targeting the Congress, but in different states of the country, in different various parties, this phenomenon is coming up. Everyone who is for maintaining the dignity of democracy should fight against such trends and phenomena.
This is the last question. Because this person who's linked into it, the husband KK Ragesh, is the private secretary of the chief minister. Should you think that he should come forward and issue a statement in this?
See, I would suggest the CPM General Secretary Mr. Yechuri. Yechuri had said that the autonomy of the universities should be preserved when he made a speech in the Rajya Sabha. He should look at the situation of the universities in Kerala, take corrective measures. Second, CPM as a party, in their party document, party policy, they have said that nepotism is corruption. So if nepotism is corruption, here they should inquire, investigate who are the people involved in that corruption, and action should be taken against all those who are involved in corruption.
And Madhurima is also joining us live. Madhurima, once again, if you can put this into context for us, how the governor had to step in to freeze that appointment of the CPIM leader's wife, and the reactions as well coming in, and also if you could tell us any reactions coming in from the left leaders as of now.
Well, as far as this entire controversy is concerned, we just heard MOS MEA. He asserted on the fact that there were two contestants and where the CPIM leader's wife was in the second position, she was voluntarily given, according to the minister, she was given more marks in the interview round, making her, top the examies list. And after that, taking cognizance, the governor of the state took note of this entire situation, and wielding his powers, he took the decision of stalling this appointment of the CPIM leader's wife as the assistant professor. It has been made abundantly clear by the central government, in even the governor, that nepotism is something that will not be tolerated in the country, and specifically in the state of Kerala. Now, somebody that who's been brought under the question is Mr. Sitayan Rachuri. The minister directly poses a question to the CPIM leader and asks that where he was asserting that that all the universities in the country's autonomy should be reserved, why such a thing is happening in the state of Kerala, and where they assert over the fact that nepotism and corruption are equivalent, this entire case should be taken very seriously. However, there has been no formal statement from the side of left yet, but we are trying that to get in a word from them, but they are quite tight-lipped, as this has fallen flat for them, because where they have been vocating, have been very vocal about nepotism and corruption, this entire controversy brings their entire modus operandi under question.
All right, Madhurima, thank you so much. We'll keep coming back to you. So, Madhurima, they're tracking closely all the updates coming in on this big story where nepotism has now hit the Kerala government.
Attempting to escape was gunned down in Jammu and Kashmir, leading to a police personnel being injured in the encounter. The terrorist, identified as an LAT operative from Pakistan, was taken to border in Jammu and Kashmir in order to investigate a consignment found at the border. As the police arrived at the border to identify a possible drone site, the terrorists broke free from the police and attempted to snatch their weapons. The resultant altercation that followed led to one of the police personnel being injured, while the terrorist was eventually shot as well. While both were shifted to a hospital, the terrorist eventually succumbed to his injuries. The consignment retrieved at the spot was reported to have been the result of a drone module being operated by the terrorist from within the Kot Balwal jail of Jammu.
In a big win for the security forces in Jammu, they have recovered a huge consignment of arms and ammunition that was dropped using the drone in the Fly Mandal area. This is the AK along with a magazine, 40 rounds, a pistol along with the 2 magazines and 10 rounds and 2 grenades that were sent from across using the drone have been recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police in the Fly Mandal area. This incident happened when Pakistani terrorist Ali was brought here for the investigation. He fired upon the security forces, to which the forces retaliated, and in retaliation Ali was neutralized, and now the forces launched a search after that, in which this huge recovery has been made by the security forces, and now the forces are looking into every possible angle that how this consignment of the terror from the Pakistan managed to reach here, because Ali was operating this nexus from inside the jail Kot Balwal in Jammu.
The terrorist was reportedly instrumental in delivering various drone consignments for Pakistani handlers, helping them propagate an atmosphere of terror in the valley. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, on to more breaking news coming in. This is with regard to the shocking incident that came to light from Rajasthan, where a woman sustained, in fact, succumbed to burn injuries. The BJP has now reacted, questioning the law and order situation in the state of Rajasthan. Saying, and I quote, in fact, that's a tweet that has been put out by BJP Shehzad Poonawalla, saying that Rajasthan law and order, Dalit teacher burnt alive, Rahul Priyanka silent, now a sadhu murdered on Hanumangarh, direct result of the anti-Hindu vote bank appeasement DNA of the Congress government. We have seen several such cases in Rajasthan. So, in fact, we also have Shehzad Poonawalla also on the phone line. Sir, of course, the law and order situation is something that everyone is talking about in the state of Rajasthan, which seems to have gone for a complete toss as back-to-back cases are coming to light. One of the priest murdered and another one where the woman was set ablaze in Rajasthan.
You see, the Rajasthan government has completely abdicated its responsibility for law and order. Whether it is the murder of this sadhu in Hanumangarh, whether it is the burning of this teacher, a Dalit teacher in Jaipur, whether it is the incident against the young Dalit child in Jalore, whether it is the series of incidents against Hindu sadhus and saints, from Babulal Vaishnavji to Sadhu Vijay Das ji, who had to emulate himself against the mining mafia, to the number of restrictions put on Hindu yatras, free run given to Karoli main accused Matlub Ahmed. There is a distinct anti-Hindu DNA of appeasement politics in Rajasthan. Because of this, the law and order situation has become a casualty, and the Rajasthan government indulges in what I call as Balatkari Bachao, Dangai Bachao, Aparadhi Bachao in the name of vote bank. Please see the statement of Ashok Gehlot just few days ago. He came out in the defense of Balatkari. Then he came out in the defense of Dangai, saying that Karoli main accused has still not been apprehended. And now there is an Aparadhi Bachao, especially those who do aparadh against Hindus, against Hindu saints, against Dalits. And then those people are given a free run and therefore they are emboldened. Now imagine if this kind of incident is taking place in Jaipur where a Dalit teacher is being burnt alive. Where is Rahul? Where is Priyanka Gandhi? No word being said about this by them. They speak about Dalit Lives Matter, but where is this Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Vatra on these issues of Dalit boy being murdered or killed or the Dalit lady being burnt alive? They are not saying anything because for them Dal hit matters above Dalit. And now the sadhus has also been murdered. Why is this happening? Because the radicals in Rajasthan have been given a free run. They've been told that you can do whatever you want and nobody will do anything to you in the name of vote bank.
Sir, stay with us. We also have my colleague who's reporting live from Jaipur. Amardeep, if you can talk to us, what is the administration even doing in the state of Rajasthan where back-to-back cases of violence coming to light from the state?
देखिए फहरिस्त बहुत लंबी है। जालौर की बात करें, अलवर की बात करें, हनुमानगढ़ की बात करें या इससे पहले सीकर की बात करें, ये तमाम वो जिले हैं जहां पे लगातार इस तरीके की घटनाएं हुई हैं। और खुद अशोक गहलोत नहीं बल्कि अशोक गहलोत के साथ में जो सचिन पायलट है वो इस चीज पर क्वेश्चन लगा चुके हैं कि आप इस चीज को कहकर के बच नहीं सकते कि दूसरे राज्यों में भी इस तरीके की चीजें होती हैं। तो सवालिया निशान खुद के अपने लोग जो है वो अशोक गहलोत पर लगा चुके हैं। तो यहाँ पे एक छोटा सा ब्रेक लेंगे, ब्रेक के बाद जल्द हाजिर होते हैं।
BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections, residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party's spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that state's AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement to take place. JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in Bihar cabinet, stating that she was against the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti alleged that she was repeatedly involved in the incidents. Leshi Singh was involved in incidents in the area, and that she would quit the cabinet if Leshi Singh is not removed. The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD chief said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly being considered by many people as he was receiving many calls. A terrorist reported to be from Pakistan who was being taken in for questioning snatched the weapon of the police and opened fire at the personnel in Jammu and was eventually killed. The incident led to a personnel of the J&K police being injured.
And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. The head of the Kharkiv region said that Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque north of the Afghan capital Kabul killed 20 people, injuring 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As a result of an explosion in a mosque north of Kabul, 20 were killed, another 40 were injured. A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kosher kitchens, and a 1,500-seat dining room. U.S. State Department calls on
कि राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए कोई भी खतरा, अवैध घुसपैठिए हैं, रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए हैं, उनके खिलाफ तुरंत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और दिल्ली सरकार ने ये काम नहीं किया.
Mega row over Rohingyas. BJP slams Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing for Rohingyas. From national capital to Lucknow, multi-location raids underway in connection to gangster Mukhtar Ansari. Yet another setback for the Congress in Jammu and Kashmir. 4th Ghulam Nabi Azad loyalist quits. Two suspected Al-Qaeda terrorists arrested in West Bengal's 24 North Parganas. Fresh trouble for Anubrata Mondal, daughter now summoned in Bengal cash scam.
In Kerala, we see the situation where CPM has become a party completely immersed in this Parivarwad.
Exclusive report from Pak Hindu refugee camp in national capital. So those are visuals of an Aam Aadmi Party protesting against the Congress in the national capital. The protests are against the violence in Rajasthan. Even as back-to-back incidents of violence are reported from Rajasthan against backward and vulnerable communities. The Aam Aadmi Party there protesting in the national capital against the Congress. Protests being held against violent incidents in Rajasthan. And Madhurima joining us there with details about this protest that we are seeing on our screens, that you're seeing on your screens, viewers. Madhurima, we're getting visuals of an Aam Aadmi Party protest against the Congress over the violence in Rajasthan. Tell us more.
Well, this is coming after because a number of cases against the backward classes, the SC, have been registered in Rajasthan. And we have not seen any strict wording coming from the Chief Minister. In fact, there has been a rift in Rajasthan as well, because we've seen how Sachin Pilot also reacted, that just saying, asserting over the fact that there are more cases in other states will not help. We'll have to examine the issue and make sure that an innocent life is not left, doesn't help. And what we have to see is that the kind of violence that is taking place there in Rajasthan, serious cognizance needs to be taken by the Gehlot government over there. But time and again we've seen that how violence against the backward has taken place in Rajasthan, and not much has been done, and which is why the Aam Aadmi Party workers have they've reached 10 Janpad just next to near Sonia Gandhi's residence. Sonia Gandhi's residence and Congress office both share a wall. So it's a VIP area over there, but these workers have reached there and they are denouncing the Congress government over their last citizen attitude against this entire matter and how they are dealing with it. And they want serious, strict action to be taken so that such incidents in the state of Rajasthan do not occur, and Dalit lives and the kind of violence that erupts after that does not happen. And they are very aggravated because of this entire violence that took place in Rajasthan, and what needs to be done is serious action should be taken against those responsible. Back to you.
Well, Madhurima, we are getting those visuals. Police there also on the spot rounding up the protesters even as we speak. But, well, the Aam Aadmi Party joining the protest now, joining the call for justice for backward communities. And you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic, and more breaking news coming in now. Massive crackdown on anti-India YouTube content. A crackdown on anti-India YouTube content. Massive breaking news coming in there. More details awaited on the matter, but there you see it on your screens. A massive crackdown of authorities on anti-India YouTube content. Breaking news coming in now. 7 Indian YouTube channels blocked. Among them one Pakistani-based YouTube channel also blocked. So a massive crackdown on anti-India YouTube content. This does and could fall under the purview of cybercrime, in fact. So a massive crackdown. A number of channels, among them 7 Indian, and one Pakistan-based YouTube news channel blocked under IT Rules 2021. The blocked YouTube channels had over 114 crore views. And Niranjan to take us through this breaking news. Niranjan, well, 7 Indian, 1 Pakistan-based YouTube channel blocked. Massive crackdown on anti-India YouTube channels.
Well, absolutely. Look at the staggering number of views in this particular case. You had 114 crore views and close to 85 lakh. That's nearly 8.5 million subscribers. That is a huge number. And there is a lot of, what people do, and it's become a very easy model now to start a channel, begin pushing out content, and a lot of content was being sponsored from Pakistan and Pakistani-based channels. And now there's been a huge crackdown right now, and these channels, 7 Indian, 1 Pakistan-based YouTube channels have been blocked. And under the IT rules, these blocked YouTube channels had about 114 crore views and nearly 85 lakh, 73,000 subscribers is what we are hearing. And this has been a constant exercise Rutma, because the government has been cracking down on such anti-India content for a long time now. Many such Pakistan-based and channels running out of Pakistan, being operated by Pakistan, and they've been acted upon recently, and they've gone all out this time. The Ministry of Information and Broadcasting under Anurag Thakur, going all out. And we have the full details of the crackdown as well. The details are on the screen, and how many viewers, how many views, etc. And all of these channels have now been blocked. So it's a big crackdown, and it's rampant on YouTube. It's rampant on YouTube, and I think it's come at the right time. And I think we're getting in some more reaction. I'm handing it back to you for now. Let's see if we can get more responses to this story as well.
Right, Niranjan, and when we talk about the fact that, in fact, it says here that fake anti-India content was being monetized by the blocked channels on YouTube. That's what the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has said. So people making money on false content. How big a crime would you say that is?
Well, the most dangerous part is that, a large part of it was, of course, propaganda. And this propaganda has been given a platform for several years now, and I think it's also coming at a time when Pakistan is increasingly trying to target India and target India through this information warfare. And when this information warfare is on, the government has now gone all out to ensure. And this is not. I remind you that this is not a one-off. It's been happening over the last couple of years. In fact, it's a stage-by-stage process that identifying these, and a lot of fake news is passed off as. I think Major Gaurav Arya is joining us. Major Gaurav Arya, he's someone who knows this subject very, very closely. Major Arya, a crackdown on anti-India fake content rampant on YouTube, several hundred crore views, close to 9-10 million subscribers. It's something that the government is cracked down on now. Can I get your views on that, Vijay?
No, absolutely. It's a very, very welcome step, Niranjan. This is something that we often refer to as information warfare. In our parlance, in the military, we refer to this as information warfare. And this is something that is used by the enemy, used by fifth columnists inside our country to incite, to change the narrative, and get anti-India sentiment rolling. And it is a good step because these people, whoever indulges in information warfare, will always take, the cover of freedom of speech, the constitution, etc. I welcome this step by the INB ministry, and there are many more, and all of them should go, all of them. And if the world has any objection, just say, sorry, that's not our problem. Anything inside India which is anti-Indian will not be tolerated.
And joining us now, well, Major Gaurav Arya, stay with us. We'll be coming back to you. But now, Colonel Arasin Singh now joining us on the phone. Colonel Singh, when we talk about, how welcome a step would you say this is, the blocking of 7 Indian and 1 Pakistan-based YouTube news channels? They are blocked under the IT rules, and they were spreading fake anti-India news and had crores of subscribers.
Well, it's a known fact that the YouTube has become a medium of communication. So we are a little late, in taking this step, but nevertheless, it's a welcome step. Because remember, the YouTube has an advantage that unlike a newspaper where you can, devote, say, a few columns or, a television news, where you can devote 2 to 3 minutes. YouTube can, carry, messaging for, say 30 minutes, 1 hour, even 2 hours. So this kind of medium has much more impact on the mind than any other form of communication. So Pakistan we all know that Pakistan was indulging in this kind of a propaganda warfare. Mark my words, I'm saying propaganda warfare against India. So this is a very welcome step. It should have been taken long ago.
Many thanks, Colonel Singh, for joining us, and also Major Gaurav Arya for sharing your thoughts with us. So 7 Indian and 1 Pakistan-based YouTube channel have been blocked. A major crackdown on YouTube channels that were publishing fake anti-India content. And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. The head of the Kharkiv region said that Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque north of the Afghan capital Kabul killed 20 people, injuring 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As a result of an explosion in a mosque north of Kabul, 20 were killed, another 40 were injured. A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kosher kitchens, and a 1,500-seat dining room. U.S. State Department calls on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who is believed to have been abducted 10 years ago near Damascus. While reporting on the Syrian conflict, Syria denies accusations of the U.S. government of detaining the journalist.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teacher's recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartikeya Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the Law Minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections, residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party's spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that state's AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement to take place. JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in Bihar cabinet, stating that she was against the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti alleged that she was repeatedly involved in the incidents. Leshi Singh was involved in incidents in the area, and that she would quit the cabinet if Leshi Singh is not removed.
அனைத்து பொதுக்குழு உறுப்பினர்களுமே தேர்தல் வெற்றி பெற்றவர்கள், பொது உறுப்பினர்களால் தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டவர்கள். இதுதான் வரலாறு. இதன்படி தான் கட்சி நடந்துகிட்டு இருக்கு. அதோட ஒற்றை தலைமை வேண்டும் என்று கழக நிர்வாகிகள், தொண்டர்கள், பொதுமக்கள் அவருடைய கருத்துக்களை
the party cadres and the common man only asked for a unitary leadership, not the other senior leaders in the party.
22 பொதுக்குழு கூட்டப்படும் என்று 2 பேரும் அண்ணன் ஓபிஎஸ் அவர்களும் நானும் இணைந்து அறிவித்தோம். எல்லா பத்திரிகையிலும் வந்தது.
Both of us had agreed upon conducting the first general council meeting on June 23rd.
தலைமை கழகத்தில் ஒரு கூட்டம் நடைபெற்றது. அதில் மாவட்ட தலைமை கழக நிர்வாகிகள் எல்லாம் கலந்து கொண்டார்கள். அதிலே
Prior to the meeting, there was a general district secretary meeting that happened in the headquarters of the AIDMK party. And only the district secretary had urged for a unitary leadership, a single leadership, but there was never a name who has to become the single leader was never mentioned in the meeting that day.
அதன் அடிப்படையில் தான் அதுக்கு எந்த முடிவும் இறுதி முடிவு எடுக்காத காரணத்தினால பொதுக்குழு நடைபெற்றது. அந்த 23ஆம் தேதி பொதுக்குழு நடைபெற்றது. அதற்கு இடையில் அண்ணன் ஓபிஎஸ் அவர்கள் காவல்துறைக்கு கடிதம் எழுதினார். அந்த பொதுக்குழுவில் பிரச்சனை ஏற்படும்.
The first general council meeting was supposed to happen per plan, but O. Pannirselvam had written a letter to the DGP of the Tamil Nadu police for stopping the general council from happening. All invitations had been sent out, and it was also signed by me and OPS as well. And then all of a sudden the coordinator himself moved to the Madras High Court. How can a leader of a party, the coordinator of a party, move to the High Court against his party itself?
இன்றைக்கு அதோட இன்னொன்று கருத்துன்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. 2017 தேர்ந்தெடுத்துட்டாங்க, அவருக்கு 5 வருஷம் பொறுப்பு இருக்குது, செப்டம்பர் மாதம் இருக்குதுன்னு. அது அப்படி இல்லை. தேர்தல்னு அறிவிச்சிட்டாங்க. தேர்தல் அறிவிச்சிட்டு அதுக்கு தேர்தலில் நாமினேஷன் போடுறதுக்கு எவ்வளோ நாள், வித்ட்ரா பண்ணுறதுக்கு எவ்வளோ நாள், பரிசீலனைக்கு எவ்வளோ நாள், தேர்தல் நடக்கிற நாள், அப்புறம் தேர்தல் நடந்து வாக்குகளை எண்ணி அறிவிக்கப்படும், இதெல்லாம் அறிவிக்கப்பட்டு தேர்தலில் போட்டிட்டாச்சு. அதோட அதிலிருந்து தான் கணக்கு வழி, அதுக்கு முந்தி கணக்கு கிடையாது. இந்த தேர்தலில் செல்லுமா செல்லாது, சட்டப்படி இந்த தேர்தல் நடத்தியிருக்காங்களா இல்லையா, அதுதான் கேள்வி.
Populist also keeps claiming about how the coordinator and co-coordinator posts were created in 2017 and the validity was for 5 years, but it is not true. It is all about the internal party elections. That is only important.
அப்போ நான் அதெல்லாம் தானே கேட்டுட்டு இருந்தாங்க. அப்புறம் ஏன் போனார்? அவருக்கு பதவி வேணும், பதவியெல்லாம் இருக்க முடியாது, உழைப்பு கிடையாது, எங்கேயும் உழைப்பு கிடையாது.
He says that OPS does not work hard, but he eyes only on the party and the power inside the party.
மத்தவங்க யார் எப்படி போனா அதை பத்தி கவலை.
He always does the same. He previously did the Dharma back, then after the former chief minister Yediyurappa's demise as well, he left the party and then he came back again and again. Now just for the power, just for a higher position in the party, he's doing all of these.
தலைமைகளை 2017 எப்படி பொதுக்குழு கூட்டமோ இருக்குமோ.
So the EPS faction files an appeal against the Madras High Court verdict that was pronounced yesterday. And coming up, trouble mounts for Anubrata Mondal, TMC leader who is implicated in the cattle smuggling case. His daughter has now been summoned in the mega cash scam in the state. Also coming up in a short while, all the details on the union minister questioning the CPM.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teachers' recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's law minister Karnataka Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the law minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections, residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party's spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that state's AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement to take place. JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in Bihar cabinet, stating that she was against the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti alleged that she was repeatedly involved in the incidents. Leshi Singh was involved in incidents in the area, and that she would quit the cabinet if Leshi Singh is not removed. The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD chief said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly being considered by many people as he was receiving many calls. A terrorist reported to be from Pakistan who was being taken in for questioning snatched the weapon of the police and opened fire at the personnel in Jammu and was eventually killed. The incident led to a personnel of the J&K police being injured.
And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. And in Live and Breaking, we're bringing you news, getting you visuals of Sukanya Mandal, daughter of TMC leader who's implicated in the cattle smuggling scam in the state of West Bengal. Visuals of Sukanya Mandal leaving home for Kolkata. She is supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Right, these visuals are of Anubrata Mandal. Trouble continues to mount for the beleaguered TMC leader who's already in the dock for the cattle smuggling scam in which he is suspected of being involved by the Enforcement Directorate. Enforcement Directorate investigating him as well as his daughter, whose name has come up in the mega cash scam in West Bengal. Now, Anubrata Mandal being taken for a medical test. ED questioning of the TMC leader is already underway. Well, CBI questioning. Anubrata taken from the CBI office. He is being taken for a medical test. There have been many a time when he has been evading CBI summons.
The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD chief said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly being considered by many people as he was receiving many calls. A terrorist reported to be from Pakistan who was being taken in for questioning snatched the weapon of the police and opened fire at the personnel in Jammu and was eventually killed. The incident led to a personnel of the J&K police being injured.
And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. The head of the Kharkiv region said that Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque north of the Afghan capital Kabul killed 20 people, injuring 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As a result of an explosion in a mosque north of Kabul, 20 were killed, another 40 were injured. A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kosher kitchens, and a 1,500-seat dining room. U.S. State Department calls on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who is believed to have been abducted 10 years ago near Damascus. While reporting on the Syrian conflict, Syria denies accusations of the U.S. government of detaining the journalist.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mandal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teacher's recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mandal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's law minister Kartikeya Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the law minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections, residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back. Top headlines this noon: mega crackdown on anti-India content, 7 Indian, 1 Pak-based YouTube channel blocked.
खतरा अवैध घुसपैठिए हैं, रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए हैं, उनके खिलाफ तुरंत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और दिल्ली सरकार ने ये काम नहीं किया।
Massive row over Rohingyas. BJP slams Kejriwal government letters citing permanent housing for Rohingyas. Well, starting with breaking news coming in, where we understand that a controversy that has now erupted after chairman of Congress SC cell Karamjeet Gill visited the Golden Temple in Amritsar wearing T-shirt with a photo of Jagdish Titler, despite knowing the Titler is accused in the 1984 anti-Sikh riots. That's the breaking news coming in. So Congress there facing massive backlash after its leader was seen wearing a T-shirt that had a photo of Jagdish Titler. So Congress will of course have a lot to answer when this incident, with regard to this incident that has now gone viral, in which you can see the chairman of Congress SC cell Karamjeet Gill, who visited the Golden Temple wearing the T-shirt with photo of Jagdeep Titler. We have BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa also joining us. Sir, if I can get your quick reaction. Congress there, of course, facing a lot of backlash as this leader from the Congress was seen wearing a photo of a T-shirt with photo of Jagdish Titler.
देखिए, जरूर कांग्रेस की जानकारी में हुआ है, खासतौर पर जगदीश टाइटलर की। They just want to portray कि देखिए सिख हमारे साथ हैं और सिख हमें तब तक वर्शिप करते हैं कि वो दरबार साहब में भी हमारी टी-शर्ट डाल कर जाते हैं, जबकि सब लोग जानते हैं कि जगदीश टाइटलर इज द मेन कल्प्रिस्ट और वो सबसे बड़ा 1984 का मर्डर वे कल्प्रिस्ट है। इन स्पाइट ऑफ दैट कांग्रेस ने उसको अपने साथ रखा हुआ है एंड नाउ बाय डूइंग दिस कि उसका ही एक सिख को इस तरह से टी-शर्ट पहनाकर और वहां बेचकर फिर उसकी फोटो खिंचवाकर ये संदेश देने की कोशिश।
एससी सैल दा कांग्रेस दा प्रधान दसदा है, उसने कल हरमंदर साहब विखे आटा मंडी साइड ते इशनान किया सरोवर दे विच। उस समय उन्हें चिट्टे रंग की कमीज पाई हुई सी। उस तो बाद इशनान करके उसने एक टी-शर्ट पा के फोटो खिंचाई जिहदे उत्ते जगदीश टाइटलर की फोटो लगी हुई सी। उस तो बाद उन्हें फिर जो साडे मुलाजम, क्योंकि सेवादार साडे घूम रहे सी, उन्हें फिर उत्तों की दूजी कमीज पा ली ताकि ये टी-शर्ट जी किसी नूं दसे ना। जगदीश टाइटलर वो शख्स आ जिन्हें 1984 विच दिल्ली विच दंगे कराए, हज़ारां ही सिखां दा कातल आ। वो जे शख्स की फोटो जिहड़ी आ वो ला के सचखंड हरमंदर साहब फोटो खिचा के वायरल करनी सिखां दे जज्बातां नाल खिलवाड़ करन दे बराबर आ। सिख अपने फर्जां नूं पछाणदे आ। असीं नहीं चाहुंदे कि सानू दोबारा कानून हत्थां 'च लैना पवे। पहला भी 1984 उस तो बाद 1987-88 तक जो पंजाब का माहौल रहा वो इन्हां वर्गे कांग्रेस लीडरां करके सी। तो हुण भी सानू मजबूर किया जा रहा कि असीं पुराने हालातां मुताबिक जो 1986-87 जी उहो जिहा कारज करिए, पर असीं नहीं चाहुंदे कि सानू दोबारा कानून हत्थां 'च लैण दी लोड़ पवे। असीं प्रशासन नूं अपील करते हैं कि इहो ਜਿਹੇ शख्स ते सख्त तो सख्त कार्रवाई की जाए। जेकर प्रशासन ने कार्रवाई ना की तो सानू कानून हत्थां 'च लैण लई मजबूर होना पवेगा। इस गल की मैं ताड़ना कांग्रेस नूं भी करदा ते प्रशासन नूं भी करदा कि तुरंत इह ते सख्त एक्शन लिया जाए।
ਸਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਿਦੋਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਸੀਸੀ ਫੁਟੇਜ ਕਿਦੋਂ ਦੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨੇ ਵਾਇਰਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਅਸੀਂ
So, Sikh sentiments that have been hurt. Manjinder Singh Sirsa continues to be with us. Sir, well, we'll connect with Manjinder Singh Sirsa again, but we have Amandeep as well joining us. Amandeep, if you can talk to us more about this incident. Of course, Congress there facing a lot of backlash. If you could talk to us more about when did this happen, when this Congress leader was seen wearing a shirt with a photo of Jagdish Titler.
Well, Samiksha, Karamjit, Congress leader, yesterday visited Golden Temple with the T-shirt of Jagdish Titler, and in fact, this is a deliberate attempt, Samiksha, to create the tension in Punjab. Just because, despite knowing that Jagdish Titler is a key conspirator of 1984 Delhi Sikh riots, and in fact, the entire Sikh community is all against the Jagdish Titler, and his name is already in the legal files as well. Despite knowing all these facts, this Congress leader is making a deliberate attempt by visiting Golden Temple with the T-shirt of Jagdish Titler.
Amandeep, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you there for just a moment. We have Sardar R.P. Singh also joining us. Sir, of course, sentiments of the Sikh community have definitely been hurt. If I can get your reaction to this shocking incident coming to light.
Obviously, I mean, they are trying to rub salt on our wounds. Titler, Sachin Kumar, Kamal Nath, they are all part of the Rajiv Gandhi gang, which butchered almost 10,000 Sikhs in country. And Titler is in record. There is a video of Titler on record where he says that I took Rajiv Gandhi along with me the city to show what is the state of the affair and how many Sikhs have been killed. So how can Sikhs accept Titler, someone wearing Titler's T-shirt and going around the city, going around the Golden Temple?
Well, definitely, sir. Congress will have to answer a lot there when it comes to this Congress leader who was seen flaunting this shirt. Thanks for speaking to us. If I can go back to Amandeep. Amandeep, if you can talk to us more, any reaction, any response coming in from Congress at this point. We see there the Congress leader flaunting that shirt wearing with that picture of Jagdish Titler.
Well, Samiksha, Congress remain mum on this, and in fact, SGPC has come up with a very strong word and even lodged a complaint with the local administration to take action against Karamjit Singh, a Congress leader with a deliberate attempt to create the communal tension in Punjab by wearing the Jagdish Titler's T-shirt and visiting Golden Temple. And in fact, they have also made it very clear that either the administration will take a strict action or the SGPC will take law in their hands, but they will not tolerate such kind of acts, especially by a Congress leader, by a political leader. Just because, Samiksha, all the political parties and even every single person in Punjab knows that Jagdish Titler is a key conspirator for 1984 Delhi Sikh riots, and in fact he was being continuously opposed since years in Punjab. And despite knowing all these facts, this Congress leader is making a deliberate attempt to create the communal violence. And in fact, on the other side, Congress remain mum on this. Congress is not coming up with any kind of statement. They have not come up with any single statement, neither president nor any other leader. And what they wanted to prove, what they wanted to do in Punjab, are they trying to create some kind of panic in Punjab? And in fact, it is not possible that this Congress leaders has not taken the other leaders in the loop before doing this. And even the SGPC made it very clear that Karamjit Singh Gill was wearing this T-shirt and also a shirt on this T-shirt. He clicked this photograph, and soon after clicking the photograph, he wore a shirt on this so that at least the SGPC workers inside the Golden Temple should not object to him. So, and later on, he posted this on the social media platforms as well to show
stay with us.
that he had
Just
done
hold your thoughts there.
We have he wanted to prove.
We have AAP from Punjab, Major RPS Malhotra also representing the AAP party. Sir, what do you have to say? It's the AAP party that is in power in Punjab. A shocking incident coming to light where Congress leader is seen wearing a shirt there which has a picture of Jagdish Titler, one who's the main conspirator behind the 1984 anti-Sikh riots.
Well, this shows the
ethical and moral bankruptcy of Congress. This party is now bereft of any principles or ethics. They are just working overtime just to save the Nehru Gandhi party. And here their leader is showing utter insensitivity towards the feelings of all this entire Sikh community. This is really, really condemnable, and strictest possible action should be taken against this person.
All right. All right. Thanks for speaking to us. That was Major RPS Malhotra from the AAP party saying that strictest action should be taken. But this incident, of course, coming to light from Punjab. Let me go back to Amandeep, who continues to be with us. Amandeep, if you can talk to us more about this incident where the Congress leader is seen flaunting. He's not just wearing that shirt, he's flaunting that, posing right just in front of the Golden Temple in Amritsar.
Well, absolutely, Samiksha. The point is that we know that Jagdish Titler's name was not accepted in Punjab. Our entire Sikh community is all against Jagdish Titler. And in fact, Karamjit Singh Gill, who wore this t-shirt with the photograph of Jagdish Titler and clicked the photograph inside the Golden Temple, what he wanted to prove. And even for whom he did this, either he wanted to just make their bosses happy that yes, he is a Sikh and he is a supporter of Jagdish Titler, and in fact he has that potential to get a photograph clicked with the Jagdish Titler's photo in the Golden Temple. But despite knowing that this may create some kind of tension in Punjab as well, the SGPC has lodged a complaint with the local administration. Now it's a time to wait and watch that either local administration and the police will take action against this person, or they will also remain mum on this entire issue. Just because the unrest, this photograph is inviting the unrest in Punjab. Sikh community will never tolerate Jagdish Titler's photo inside the Golden Temple. He was a key conspirator. Every single person knows that he was a key conspirator, and in fact several protests several times held in Punjab against Jagdish Titler and the other Congress leaders regarding the 1984 anti-Sikh riots in Delhi. And in fact, despite knowing all these facts, the Congress remain mum on this, and they are tolerating the act of their own leader, which is actually against the Sikh community.
Amandeep, stay with us. We also have Akali Dal leader Arshdeep Singh joining us. Sir, if I can get your quick response on this incident where this Congress leader is seen wearing a shirt which has the picture of Jagdish Titler, who's said to be one of the key accused in 1984 riots.
It's really painful to see that a person carrying a Jagdish Titler's image T-shirt in the Golden Temple itself. You know, if we just, I must take you back to the 84, when lakhs of Sikhs were just being pushed out of Delhi and thousands were murdered just because of the assassination of Indira Gandhi, and Rajiv Gandhi justified that massacre. The Sikhs were targeted, they were burnt alive. The women were raped, and that incident, and the person who is responsible for that, Jagdish Titler, Sajjan Kumar, these all, and I always blame Gandhi family for sheltering them from years in Congress party. And now if a person who is related to the Congress, and he's I think a congressman, a registered congressman, and he is carrying Jagdish Titler's picture in the Golden Temple itself, this shows that to what extent the Congress party and its leaders are to hurt the sentiments of Sikhs. So I just request the government of Punjab to immediately take action against such person who is just trying to spread some criminal hatred amongst the people of Punjab.
Well, sir, of course, that calls for action by the Congress, by the Punjab government, and also some answers by the Congress itself, because it is their leader who's seen flaunting this shirt, which has the photo, of course, of Jagdish Titler, who's alleged to be the conspirator behind these riots.
I don't think that Congress would take any action, because from the years Congress has justified what has been done in 84, and we have seen that during the Manmohan Singh regime also, all the cancellation reports were filed against Titler. So we have been fighting for years. Shiromani Akali Dal is committed to get justice for 84 riots, massacre, and the Congress party has always been sided with them. So we don't think that Congress will take any action against that person. I request the government of Punjab and government of India to immediately register a FIR for any such act or a person which he has done in the premises of Golden Temple.
All right, thanks for speaking to us. So that was Akali Dal leader Arshdeep Singh speaking to Republic, demanding strict action by the Punjab government. If I can go back to Amandeep, who continues to be with us. Amandeep, from the face of it, it looks like a clear attempt to provoke and to provoke the sentiments of the Sikh community, which have been clearly hurt as far as this photo that is concerned.
Obviously, Samiksha, obviously, wearing a Jagdish Titler's t-shirt inside the Golden Temple premises is a clear-cut indication that Congress party is trying to provoke the Sikh sentiment, just because this act is hurts Sikh sentiments a lot, and that is the reason one after another political leaders are condemning this incident. They are demanding the action. The point is that neither the Congress has expelled this leader, nor they have taken any kind of action against this leader, despite knowing that this is against the Punjab and against the Sikh community as well. They remain mum. They come with no kind of justification, just because they are always try to defend the Jagdish Titler from this entire episode. Whenever the issue cropped up in Punjab regarding the 1984 anti-Sikh riots in Delhi, Congress remain mum. They try to defend. They try to pacify the situation. But this time, their own Congress leader tried to provoke the Sikh sentiments, and this was a deliberate attempt. He wear the t-shirt and he get his photograph clicked in front of the main premises of Golden Temple, and then after that, soon after getting photograph, he wear a shirt to hide the photograph of Jagdish Titler. That was a clear-cut indication that he has deliberately attempted to show that he is a supporter of Jagdish Titler and wearing his t-shirt inside the Golden Temple, and in fact he dared to do this, and even he tried to make his bosses happy who are sitting in Delhi. He tried to make Jagdish Titler happy while doing this, and in fact he tried to indicate the people that I am a Sikh and I am supporting Jagdish Titler, and everybody knows that Jagdish Titler is a key conspirator of anti-Sikh Delhi riots, and even this is in the legitimate files also, that Jagdish Titler has hatched the conspiracy in 1984 and for the anti-Sikh riots. But
Amandeep,
now the
us.
local administration has received.
We also have BJP's Manjinder Singh Sirsa ji back with us. Sir, of course, we understand that the sentiments of the Sikh community have been hurt. If I can get your response. This, of course, calls for an apology from the Congress with regard to this incident that has come to light.
First of all, ये कांग्रेस का सबका सबसे नीचे जो कितना to the lowest level they did it. एक सिख को इस तरह से पोर्ट्रेट करके पेश किया कि देखिए जगदीश टाइटलर को तो लोग पूजा तक करते हैं, श्री दरबार साहब में उसकी टी शर्ट पहन कर जाना और फिर वहां फोटो खींच कर डालना, ये जो कांग्रेस ने एक मैसेज देने की कोशिश की है कि सिख हमारे साथ हैं, सिख जगदीश टाइटलर के साथ हैं, और नोइंगली की जगदीश टाइटलर को बार बार कोर्टों ने इसमें गुनाहगार ठहराया, इसके बावजूद कांग्रेस ने कभी भी जगदीश टाइटलर के खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की। अभी तक भी जगदीश टाइटलर को अपने साथ हाथ में रखा हुआ, सीबीआई में उसका केस चल रहा है। इन स्पाइट ऑफ ऑल दिस कांग्रेस ने कभी भी उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई नहीं किया, लेकिन अब जो उन्होंने काम किया है, ये तो मुझे लगता है कि सबसे घटिया किस्म का जो काम कर सकती थी कांग्रेस, इसके लिए जगदीश टाइटलर के ऊपर भी मुकदमा दर्ज होना चाहिए, और जिसमें ये टी शर्ट डालकर वहां गया इसके ऊपर भी, इन दोनों के ऊपर FIR भी लॉन्च होनी चाहिए। और कांग्रेस को मैं जरूर कहना चाहता हूँ, ये जो आपने काम किया है ये भी उतना ही तकलीफ दे है जैसे 1984 में आपने कत्लेआम में साथ दिया, और आज भी उन लोगों का आप साथ दे रहे हैं, और आप उनकी फोटो पहनकर श्री दरबार साहब जैसे पवित्र जगह पर आप भेजें। मुझे लगता है कि इससे बड़ी कोई भी निंदनीय घटना नहीं हो सकती, ये बहुत ही शर्मसार घटना है।
Yes, Manjinder Singh Sirsa ji हमारे साथ बने रहिए. We have Harjeet Singh Gerewal also of the BJP. But before I go to Harjeet Singh Gerewal, Manjinder Singh Sirsa ji, a quick question I wanted to ask from you. Why do you think that the Congress has kept a very strong stance when it comes to acting against Jagdish Titler?
They knew that he holds all that information, और वो दाज जो हैं वो जगदीश टाइटलर अगर पब्लिक डोमेन में ले आएगा so that will be a big embarrassment for a Gandhi family. Tomorrow, if they will not stand with Jagdish Titler, he would have threatened them that I will expose you एंड इन्फॉर्म कि कहाँ मीटिंग हुई, कैसी हुई, और उस मीटिंग में राजीव गांधी के साथ साथ सोनिया गांधी भी मौजूद थी, जो लोग बताते रहे अब तक। तो सोनिया गांधी को पता है कि अगर ऐसा हुआ तो राजीव गांधी ने मुंह खोल दिया तो शी विल बी इन अ बिग प्रॉब्लम। दैट इज द रीजन कि जब तक गांधी परिवार के पास कांग्रेस है, किसी भी सूरत में, चाहे वो जगदीश टाइटर हो, चाहे वो कमलनाथ हो, चाहे वो सज्जन कुमार हो, इनके ऊपर वो कोई भी कभी भी कार्रवाई नहीं कर सके।
जी, मनजिंदर सिंह सिरसा जी हमारे साथ बने रहिए। वी ऑल्सो हैव हरजीत सिंह गेरेवाल ऑफ द बीजेपी। सर, इफ आई कैन गेट योर रिस्पॉन्स एज वेल ऑन दिस वेरी शॉकिंग इंसिडेंट वेयर द कांग्रेस लीडर वाज सीन वेयरिंग अ शर्ट व्हिच हैज द फोटो ऑफ जगदीश टाइटलर।
मैंने पहले भी कहा है, ये पब्लिक में कड़वाहट बढ़ाने वाली बात है और भाईचारक सांझ को तोड़ने वाली बात है, साजिश है, और इसकी पूरी जांच होनी चाहिए, मुकदमा दर्ज होना चाहिए। ऐसे लोगों का स्थान जेल में होना चाहिए, क्योंकि ऐसी पवित्र जगह को के ऊपर इस तरह की घटना होना, मैं समझता हूँ बहुत बुरी बात है। और जितने भी सिख हैं उनके मन में इसके लिए बहुत ज्यादा गुस्सा है और पब्लिक देख रही है। और मैं पंजाब सरकार को कहूंगा कि कानून व्यवस्था की हालात खराब ना करवाएं। इसमें मुझे यहाँ तक लगता है कि अभी तक जो आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है, उनकी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को भी उन्होंने कोई आदेश नहीं दिया है कार्रवाई करने का। ये जल्द से जल्द कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, ऐसे लोगों का स्थान जेल में होना चाहिए और उनसे पूछा जाना चाहिए कि आपको किसने उत्साहित किया ऐसा कार्य करने के लिए, क्योंकि ये कोई साधारण बात नहीं है। और ये उस गोल्डन टेम्पल के ऊपर है जहाँ पे मैं समझता हूँ कि कोई ऐसी बात सोच भी नहीं सकता कोई इंसान, क्योंकि वहाँ तो मानवता की बात होती है, वहाँ जुल्म के खिलाफ खड़े होने की बात होती है, वहाँ गरीब के साथ खड़े होने की बात होती है। तो इस तरह की के स्थान पर ऐसी कड़वाहट वाली बात करना कि कोई जिसको एसजीपीसी और सिख ये मानते हैं कि जगदीश टाइटलर जो है सिखों का कातिल है, जो 84 की नस्ल कुशी है, जो वो करने में, जेनोसाइड करने में उसका हाथ है, तो वो शमूलियत थी उसकी, तो इसलिए
All right, Harjeet Singh Grewal, we'll have to leave it at that. So that was BJP leader Harjeet Singh Grewal demanding strict action and saying that a complaint must be filed against the Congress leader who was seen wearing a shirt which had a picture of Jagdish Tiger. And on to more breaking news coming in, this one with regard to the Tipu Sultan versus Savarkar poster face-off that has erupted. In fact, news coming in where the Congress is facing massive anger over Savarkar poster row with Siddaramaiah facing go back slogans. So Siddaramaiah there facing a lot of anger of the people. Niranjan, our executive editor, is also joining us. Niranjan, help us read into it. Situation definitely remains tense with Siddaramaiah now facing go back slogans.
Well, he's the top leader of the BJP, the Congress party, that is Siddaramaiah, who had earlier said that, who questioned why, the poster of Savarkar was put in a Muslim area. His words were, why, Savarkar poster was pasted in a Muslim area. Now he's facing massive backlash. And he's facing a backlash for taking such a stand for opposing Savarkar. The BJP has protested, and these are pictures coming in of the protest that was announced by the BJP Yuva Morcha against Siddaramaiah. This was a protest from Kodagu, and he was on a visit to Kodagu, and this was after the recent Savarkar face-off. You saw those pictures that came in earlier. In fact, there were pictures doing the rounds of how the Savarkar poster was removed, following which there were riots in Shivamogga, in Karnataka. And the Congress party is now facing massive backlash over the backing to Tipu. In fact, the Congress leader, Siddaramaiah's exact words were, why did they put Savarkar's photo in that square, in that circle? Instead, why didn't they take pictures of, why didn't they place a picture of Tipu? So his logic was why Savarkar, why not Tipu in a Muslim area? His words were why Savarkar poster in a Muslim area. And I think that is a very controversial statement. When he tried to equate Tipu with the minority community, equate Savarkar with Hindus, I think that has become extremely controversial, and he's facing huge backlash. These pictures coming in from Kodagu district, where he was greeted with "Go back" slogans, and there is an audio layer as well if you know, if you can play the audio on this, you will hear the, you know, and these are BJP leaders also who are holding Savarkar posters printouts in their hands to welcome Congress leader Siddaramaiah. So here's where the story stands. I'm handing it back to you for now. You can get more reactions as well. If you can get more reactions as well of the BJP, let's get some reactions to the story. Top leaders of the BJP have been in the last few days questioning the Congress party statement and their support to the entire Savarkar issue. BJP, Congress party was giving ideological support to the HCCI as well. I think it's safe to say that they were giving ideological support to the HCCI, and you know, there's no reason why they had to do that. I mean, they can't discount the fact that Savarkar has been a part of India's freedom movement, and they can't. They for some reason, I mean, it's really bizarre because even Indira Gandhi has acknowledged. Indira Gandhi has acknowledged the contribution of Veer Savarkar in India's freedom movement, and when Indira Gandhi herself had acknowledged his contribution, it's bizarre that the Congress party would you know, question Savarkar and go to the extent of providing ideological support to those opposing Savarkar. So I think it's an extremely controversial statement, and the kind of statements that have been coming in from the Congress party shows that they're really on the back foot on this one. They're completely on the back foot on this one, and it's going to be extremely interesting to see how the Congress leadership responds. Congress for now getting massive backlash in Karnataka. Back to you for now.
All right, thank you for that. So Siddaramaiah there facing a lot of anger and uproar over the controversial remarks that he'd made. Slipping into a very short break, we'll get you more on the other side as Congress faces massive backlash, and it is over Tipu Sultan versus Savarkar poster face.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kosher kitchens, and a 1,500-seat dining room. U.S. State Department calls on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who is believed to have been abducted 10 years ago near Damascus. While reporting on the Syrian conflict, Syria denies accusations of the U.S. government of detaining the journalist.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teacher's recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartikeya Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the Law Minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party's spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that state's AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement to take place. JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in Bihar cabinet, stating that she was against the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti alleged that she was repeatedly involved in the incidents. Leshi Singh was involved in incidents in the area, and that she would quit the cabinet if Leshi Singh is not removed. The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD chief said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly being considered by many people as he was receiving many calls. A terrorist reported to be from Pakistan who was being taken in for questioning snatched the weapon of the police and opened fire at the personnel in Jammu and was eventually killed. The incident led to a personnel of the J&K police being injured.
And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. The head of the Kharkiv region said that Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque north of the Afghan capital Kabul killed 20 people, injuring 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As a result of an explosion in a mosque north of Kabul, 20 were killed and another 40 were injured. A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kosher kitchens, and a 1,500-seat dining room. U.S. State Department calls on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who is believed to have been abducted 10 years ago near Damascus. While reporting on the Syrian conflict, Syria denies accusations of the U.S. government of detaining the journalist.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teacher's recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartikeya Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the Law Minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the...
A tweet of the minister, that's Hardeep Singh Puri, and after that it is now again back in the controversy.
See, that Mr. Puri can answer that question, but what I made it very clear is that they're only trying to diversify the main issue, because BJP has been asking very regularly about school, colleges, hospital, infrastructure, about the liquor policy, what they've been absolutely exposed about. So now they're trying to diversify from that main issue, and they're trying to play this dirty politics which they've been trying to play since last 7 years. For once, it is your responsibility as well, as a very, very accountable and a very renowned channel. You should ask the CM of Delhi this question when he talks about opening school and colleges and hospitals throughout the country. How many schools, colleges and hospitals have been opened in Delhi? It's a very, very simple one-line question which can be answered in one line. You can ask us whatever questions you want. We end up standing in front of you and answer you everything. He should have the courage to answer that question. The point is, because they want to politicize everything so that no one asks these questions to them, that is why they play these kind of dirty politics. Tell me what has happened in the last 7 years. Delhi has never looked this tired in the last 7 years, which is very unfortunate, because I think the people of Delhi in coming years will definitely answer him this question, because he stooped down to that level, and there will absolutely be end to this kind of dirty politics.
So if you talk about this particular issue, the Rohingya issue, then now one more thing what Aam Aadmi Party is saying is that their officers is being kept in loop, whereas the Delhi government has been bypassed, and the officers who comes, or the department who comes under the MHA, they are being kept in loop.
See, I'll tell you one thing. I think it is about their convenience. There are times when they talk about Chief Secretary being in their favor. When it doesn't suit them, he goes against them. The point is, we cannot give a bigger clarification than what our Honorable HM has given on the floor of the House. It can't get bigger than that, where he has made it absolutely crystal clear that all the Rohingyas will be deported from this country. What bigger statement you've from BJP side? Tell me. It has been made very clear. It is right on record. It is right in front of the whole country. So we can't say anything beyond that when our Honorable HM has said that. So I don't think so we need to make anything very clear. It is time for Aam Aadmi Party to make it very clear that what is their stand about writing this letter, that they should be given, the Rohingya should be given better accommodation. So you should ask this question to the CM of Delhi rather than asking us, because our Honorable HM has already made it very clear.
So I'll take 2 questions for our Bharat viewers also. भारतीय जनता पार्टी और आम आदमी पार्टी के बीच में जो मेद भाव देखने को मिल रहा है, वो पहले भी देखने को मिला है। रोहिंग्या का जब मैटर आता है, बार बार ये जब चीज़ें होती हैं, कल से फिर दोबारा ये मुद्दा लाइमलाइट में है, क्योंकि पुरी साहब का जो ट्वीट था मिनिस्टर साहब का, उसके बाद
देखिए मैं आपको एक चीज़ बताऊं, सबसे घटिया राजनीति अगर इस देश में कोई करता है तो आम आदमी पार्टी करती है, दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री करता है। सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा ये है कि जब वो बात करते हैं पूरे देश में स्कूल कॉलेजेस हॉस्पिटल खोलने की, ये तो आप एक बार सवाल पूछ सकते हैं दिल्ली में पिछले 7 साल में कितने स्कूल कॉलेज और हॉस्पिटल खुले। जब हम ये सवाल उनसे पूछते हैं स्कूल कॉलेजेस हॉस्पिटल का, जब लिकर पॉलिसी में उनके मंत्री उनके उप मुख्यमंत्री एक्सपोज होते हैं, तो ये सिर्फ डाइवर्स करने की बात है। सिर्फ ये जो अटेंशन है इसको डाइवर्ट करने की बात है। ये डाइवर्ट करने वाली पॉलिटिक्स खेलना ना बहुत गलत है। सच्चाई है, हमारे ऑनरेबल HM ने पार्लियामेंट में ऑन द फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस बहुत क्लियर कर दिया कि सारे रोहिंग्यास को डिपोर्ट किया जाएगा। इससे बड़ी स्टेटमेंट बीजेपी की तरफ से तो नहीं आ सकती। आप ये सवाल दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री से पूछिए कि क्यों ये लेटर लिखी गई थी कि रोहिंग्यास को बेटर अकोमोडेशन मिला जाए। सिंपल एक सवाल है, सिंपल उसका जवाब दे दें। इसको घुमा फिरा के, इसको पॉलिटिसाइज करके, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस करके अपनी घटिया राजनीति जो पिछले 7 साल से कर रहे हैं। आप भी दिल्ली में रहते हैं, आपने दिल्ली को इतना खराब तो नहीं देखा ना पिछले 7 साल में जिस तरीके से हुई है। उससे पहले भी काम होते थे। 7 साल में ये पूछो कि दिल्ली में क्या हुआ, क्या स्कूल खुले, क्या कॉलेज खुले, क्या हॉस्पिटल खुले, क्या DTC बसेस इंक्रीज हुई, क्या इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इंक्रीज हुआ। प्रॉब्लम ये है कि जब इनके ऊपर कोई चीज़ आती है तो इसको वो डाइवर्ट करने की कोशिश करते हैं। सिंपल एक सवाल जाके पूछिए। हमारे तो गृह मंत्री जी ने जवाब दे दिया, अब दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री की बारी है कि ये लेटर क्यों लिखा गया था, इसका जवाब वो दे दें दिल्ली की जनता के सामने। दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाएगा सब कुछ।
पार्टी ये भी कहती है कि आप या भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो MHA के अंडर में अधिकारी हैं उनसे कांटेक्ट में रहते हैं और सरकार को बाईपास करते हैं, उनको लूप में रखते हैं और इस तरीके की
कन्वीनियंस की राजनीति है ना। कभी तो इनके चीफ सेक्रेटरी इनके हो जाते हैं, जब ये एक्सपोज होने लगते हैं तो वो उनके अगेंस्ट हो जाते हैं। तो जब क्योंकि सच्चाई ये है कि चैनल इतनी बड़ी बड़ी इनकी चीज़ें चलाता है और सारे दिल्ली को पता है, सारे देश को पता है कि क्या कारण है, क्यों चलाता है। नैरेटिव इनका सेट करता है, ये कुछ भी बोलते हैं पूरा दिन इनकी शक्ल आती रहती है। सच्चाई है कि कन्वीनियंस की राजनीति करते हैं। सच्चाई है जब भी एक्सपोज होने लगते हैं तो हर चीज़ को पोलिटिसाइज करते हैं, मीडिया के माध्यम से एक्सपोज पोलिटिसाइज करते हैं। सिर्फ 2 सवाल हैं जो हम पूछना चाहते हैं आपके माध्यम से। दिल्ली में कितने स्कूल कॉलेज और हॉस्पिटल खुले, एक ये, और ये जो लेटर लिखा गया था ये क्यों लिखा गया था, इसका जवाब दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री दे दें। हम जो अगर वो सच्चे होंगे तो बाहर आके दे दे, आप हमसे इसका काउंटर क्वेश्चन ले लेना।
मतलब एक आखिरी सवाल और है कि इस ओवरऑल इशू की अगर बात करें तो इसका सोल्यूशन क्या है, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी कहती है, HM साहब कहते हैं कि हमारा स्टैंड क्लियर है, उधर फिर कंट्रोवर्सी शुरू हो जाती है। तो स्टैंड क्या है?
देखिए, हमारे गृह मंत्री जी ने इसका स्टैंड बड़ा क्लियर कर दिया। उससे बड़ा स्टैंड कुछ हो नहीं सकता। उसका वो स्टैंड बीजेपी का स्टैंड हमेशा रहेगा। स्टैंड दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री को क्लियर करना है कि उनका क्या स्टैंड है। क्या वो रोहिंग्यास को सेटल करना चाहते हैं, क्या वो रोहिंग्यास को बेटर अकोमोडेशन देना चाहते हैं, ये उनको साफ करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। अगर उनमें थोड़ी भी शर्म है या उनमें थोड़ा सा भी दिल्ली के लिए या देश की जनता के लिए, वैसे तो वो दिल्ली को अपना दिल्ली का बेटा कहते हैं अपने आप को, बाहर आके बताइए उनका क्या स्टैंड है इस मामले में।
थैंक यू सो मच फॉर टॉकिंग टू अस।
So you were just listening in as Republic was speaking with Gautam Gambhir, BJP leader from New Delhi, and he questioned what Aam Aadmi Party has done for welfare so far in terms of schools, in terms of education, and in terms of housing as well. As he also questions, why Aam Aadmi Party had written that particular letter with reference to Rohingyas.
नहीं, भारत सरकार से अभी तक कोई नागरिकता नहीं मिली है, लेकिन 2019 के एक्ट में मैंने आज से 3 साल पहले अप्लाई किया था, लेकिन अभी तक मुझे कुछ उनका समाधान नहीं हुआ है, ना ही नागरिकता में मिली है। अभी भी DM के पास पेंडिंग पड़ी है।
आपने बोला कि आपने 2019 में अप्लाई किया था, तो आप मानते हैं कि जो सरकारी जो झमले है उसमें ये सब कुछ फंस गया है?
हाँ, DM के पास फाइल पड़ी है, अभी वहाँ से आगे पीछे नहीं जा रही है। तो हम ये चाहते हैं सरकार के द्वारा हाथ जोड़ के निवेदन है, ये जो शरणार्थी पाकिस्तान से आए हुए हैं ये बेसहारा हैं, बेसमझ हैं, लेकिन हम यार ये कहना जो CL बिल जो आया था उनके माध्यम से 2019 का जो एक्ट था उनके माध्यम से इनको सिटीजनशिप मिल जाए तो बहुत ही आभारी रहेंगे। हम लोग बहुत ही परेशान है, बहुत ही परेशान झेल रहे हैं, ना राशन कार्ड है, ना पहचान पत्र है, बहुत सी ऐसी समस्याएं हैं जो नहीं कर पा रहे हम लोग। जैसे हम लोग खेती बाड़ी करते हैं, व्यापार करते हैं, आम का ठेका लेते हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ दिल्ली के अंदर कोई व्यापार वगैरह नहीं है, क्योंकि हम पढ़े लिखे इतने है नहीं जो हम व्यापार कर सकें, वो अपना यहाँ कोई कारोबार कर सकें या कोई ऐसी चीज़ बना सकें। हमारा यही है, जो हमारा जो बुजुर्ग हैं वो आम का ठेका, बागात का, अमरूद चीकू वगैरह जो इस तरीके से हम लोग काम करते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। तो इसलिए अगर हमारी सिटीजनशिप बन जाएगी तो हम अपना अपना जो कारोबार है अपना आसानी से कर सकते हैं, अपने बच्चों का पालन कर सकते हैं।
हम हिंदू हैं, हिंदू यहाँ वहाँ से यहाँ पे आए हैं तो हमें नागरिकता चाहिए, यहाँ पे रहना है। तो हमारे बालक भी यहाँ पे भी सब पढ़ रहे हैं, लिख रहे हैं, थोड़ा बहुत सरकारी में हो रहा है जो भी कर रहे हैं।
दिल्ली सरकार या केंद्र सरकार से कोई आपके पास आया है आपसे बात करने इस मामले में, और किसी ने आपको मतलब कुछ संवेदना दी है?
यहाँ पे नहीं आए, कोई नहीं आया,
कोई नहीं आया,
कोई नहीं आया।
और आप यहाँ पे 10 साल से रह रहे हैं?
हाँ, 10 साल से रह रहे हैं।
की बात और ना हमारा पद अधिकारी नहीं है, लेकिन आप ठेका ले रखा है कि जो मोदी
नहीं साहब, हम तो मुद्दा। So you can see Raja Vading is here reacting on the issue, saying that he was not a Congress leader, he was not associated with the Congress party, and in fact also demanded the action against him. With video journalist Devinder, this is Amandeep Dixit for Republic Media Network, Chandigarh.
So that was Amandeep, our correspondent, who's reporting on well, the recent what can be termed hurting of Sikh sentiments, as a Congress leader flaunting a T-shirt which has a portrait of Jagdish Titler entered the Golden Temple premises.
We are joined with us Punjab Congress President Raja Vading. Vading साहब, कांग्रेस लीडर, आपने देख ली होगी वो फेसबुक पे पोस्ट, जगदीश टाइटलर की टी शर्ट डाल के वो गोल्डन टेम्पल में जाते हैं करमजीत सिंह गिल। क्या वो कांग्रेस के लीडर हैं या नहीं है? ऐसी विंग के प्रेसिडेंट है।
मैं ऐसे किसी व्यक्ति को जानता नहीं हूं भैया कि वो किसी पद पे हैं या नहीं है, लेकिन जो मेरे को बताया गया ऐसी विंग ने कि वो हमारे किसी पद पे नहीं है। और दूसरी बात, ये केवल आपका जो चैनल है रिपब्लिक चैनल, क्या उसने ठेका ले रखा है कि कांग्रेस को बदनाम करने का? कोई और ऐसा चैनल भी है?
ये सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर, ये सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर उन्होंने खुद पोस्ट की है। विडिंग साहब,
आप ही के मालिक ने ठेका ले रखा है कि ऐसी कोई बात हो।
सवाल खबर नहीं, खबर तो हम करेंगे ना। जगदीश टाइटलर की टी शर्ट डाल के,
जगदीश टाइटलर की जिसने टी शर्ट डाली है वो उससे पूछ लीजिए, मेरे बुआ का बेटा है वो।
क्या कांग्रेस कंडेम करती है इसको? आपने कांग्रेस कंडेम करती है
भाई? कंडेम करने की बात और ना की बाद में बताऊंगा। आपने ठेका ले रखा है, आपने
एसजीपीसी ने कंप्लेंट करी, एसजीपीसी ने कंप्लेंट करी।
मैं कह रहा हूँ उसके ऊपर पर्चा देके एसजीपीसी अंदर दे दें, हमें क्या मतलब है?
कांग्रेस कंडेम करती, कांग्रेस डिमांड करती है एक्शन।
हमारा पद अधिकारी नहीं है, लेकिन आपके चैनल ने ठेका ले रखा है कि जो मोदी जी कहते हैं वो।
नहीं विडिंग साहब, हम तो मुद्दा उठाएंगे। So you can see Raja Vading is here reacting on the issue, saying that he was not a Congress leader, he was not associated with the Congress party, and in fact also demanded.
Amandeep, covering that story, telling us, well, confronting the Congress chief of Punjab, who denies all knowledge of the person who was flaunting a T-shirt with Jagdish Titler's portrait on it in the Golden Temple, with the Golden Temple as the background. And questions on Titler, Congress targets, Republic. As you just saw, Amandeep, our correspondent there, covering this story. And Republic confronts the Congress on the Titler T-shirt. Amandeep, you were just watching that, that denial by the Congress chief of Punjab, denying all knowledge of a person who claims he's a Congress leader. What are you hearing from your sources? What is the truth here?
Congress, that this controversy hit a Congress in a very massive manner in Punjab, and
was on the post of the SC wing chairman, nor he is associated with the Congress. And in fact, meanwhile, Rukma, we have listened into the entire conversation when we just throw the straight away question that why he did it. And in fact, why the Congress is not condemning this. He remained mum on the issue. He did not condemn the incident. And in fact, when we asked that SGPC is demanding action against him, he says that go and SGPC can register the case against him and what the Congress can do this. Despite knowing this fact, that he is the person...
Despite knowing this fact that he is the person who is associated with the Congress party and in fact holding a position in the Congress party, now Congress completely disowned him. And in fact, the Punjab Congress President Raja Vading did not utter a single word against Jagdish Titler. Did not utter a single word that why that person was wearing a t-shirt of Jagdish Titler and visiting Golden Temple. Yes, Rukma.
BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections, residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party's spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that state's AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement to take place. JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in Bihar cabinet, stating that she was against the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti alleged that she was repeatedly involved in the incidents. Leshi Singh was involved in incidents in the area, and that she would quit the cabinet if Leshi Singh is not removed. The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD chief said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly being considered by many people as he was receiving many calls. A terrorist reported to be from Pakistan who was being taken in for questioning snatched the weapon of the police and opened fire at the personnel in Jammu and was eventually killed. The incident led to a personnel of the J&K police being injured.
And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. The head of the Kharkiv region said that Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque north of the Afghan capital Kabul killed 20 people, injuring 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As a result of an explosion in a mosque north of Kabul, 20 were killed, another 40 were injured. A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, And we're getting some breaking news now in the mega Bengal cash scams. The main accused in the case, Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, on the way to be produced before the court. Those are visuals there of what's happening at the scene in Kolkata. Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, the main accused in the mega Bengal cash scam. And Kishle to take us through what's happening. Kishle, breaking development in the Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee case in the mega Bengal cash scam. Tell us what's happening. Well, we seem to be having a problem there, but as the latest information, sketchy details coming in, but Partho Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, the main accused in the mega Bengal cash scam, in the SSC recruitment scam, are being produced in court today in a short while from now. That's what we are hearing. Those are visuals there from the scene. We are trying to get in touch with Kishle. Kishle, it's over to you to take us through what's happening.
Well, there is a movement in Bengal, there is movement in Bengal everywhere, and we can see that at one hand, Partha Chatterjee and Orpita
Mukherjee, both of them are taken to City Sessions Court from their judicial custody. Partho was kept in Presidency Jail and Orpita was in Alipur Women's Correctional Home. Both of them are taken to City Sessions Court in the SSC scam or the Bengal caste scam as it is said, the teachers recruitment scam. On the other hand, we can see that Onubroto Mondal has been taken to Command Hospital for his health checkup. He is in CBI custody for the cattle smuggling scam. On the other hand, we can see Onubroto's daughter Shukanna Mondal. She is going to Calcutta High Court because High Court summoned her in the Bengal caste scam where her name has come up. So movement happening everywhere in Bengal, and mainly Partho Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee, both of them are being taken to court, and it is understood. It is quite clear that the ED will be asking for their custody and extension of their custody, their judicial custody, so that they can continue with the investigation of Bengal caste scam or the mega teachers recruitment scam that has happened. And now we have a new angle where Onubroto Mondal's daughter Shukanna Mondal, she is also one of the people who got job in the primary teachers department without even appearing for the TET examination or without even visiting the school where she got the job. So therefore, we are keeping an eye on all these stories. We are keeping an eye on all the movements happening in Bengal, and we will come back with more exclusive information only on Republic after a short break.
And more international news. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 and injured 16 people. The head of the Kharkiv region said that Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. An explosion at a mosque north of the Afghan capital Kabul killed 20 people, injuring 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As a result of an explosion in a mosque north of Kabul, 20 were killed and another 40 were injured. A fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grosinga Resort, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in New York's Catskills. The resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kosher kitchens, and a 1,500-seat dining room. U.S. State Department calls on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who is believed to have been abducted 10 years ago near Damascus. While reporting on the Syrian conflict, Syria denies accusations of the U.S. government of detaining the journalist.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teachers recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam. She had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartikeya Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the Law Minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections residences to be given.
The raids have begun exactly at 9 when Republic broke this exclusive story. Many areas that are very near to international border, that is also being raided by the teams of the National Investigation Agency. They will be raiding the house of Faisal Munir, who is a terrorist of Lashkar-e-Toiba, involved in the dropping of consignment, especially the consignment that was coming from Pakistan and was going to Kashmir Valley. National Investigation Agency teams are leaving this house of Lashkar terrorist Faisal Munir after recovery of documents and some incriminating material. And
so massive leads coming in on The Bihar Kartikeya Singh story, getting in reactions from Bihar Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister on the Law Minister, who has been termed as an absconder. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar now coming out with a statement.
और कोई काम है डिफेम करने के अलावा और कोई काम है? 15 अगस्त को जो ऐलान हुआ बेरोजगारी मिटाने का, जो हम लोगों ने संकल्प लिया, मुहर लगाया निर्णय पर 10 लाख की नौकरी और रोजगार को लेकर के, तब से ही लोग अनकंफर्टेबल हैं। हम लोग तो जनता के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। हमारा इंटेंशन जो है साफ तौर पे क्लियर हो चुका है। और बाकी तो जो मंत्री थे उनका तो वकील वगैरह सब लोग तो बताएं पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन में क्या है। वारंट के बाद जो वारंट जारी हुआ उसके साफ बात जो है कोर्ट का आदेश कि कोई नो कोर्ट एक्शन लिया जाए। ये लोग जो झूठ-मूठ के जो कुछ मीडिया के लोग जो भाजपा माइंडेड लोग हैं, जो लोग प्रचारित कर रहे हैं, उनको करने दीजिए। इससे किसी को कोई फर्क पड़ने वाला है नहीं। हाँ, कोर्ट का जो न्याय होगा, न्यायालय का जो आदेश होगा, उसको ना हम लोग मानेंगे तो न्यायपूर्वक जो है काम की जाएगी और इस पे हम लोग विचार करेंगे कि क्या हो सकता है। क्या बात
So as questions are raised over Bihar Law Minister Kartikeya Singh, we are hearing answers now from Tejasvi Yadav, Bihar Deputy Chief Minister. It's time now for a short break. More on that in a short while. Stay tuned.
A quick roundup of all that's making news. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, the TMC MLA, is also being investigated for her link in connection with the teacher's recruitment scam. Working as a teacher in a primary school, there are allegations of Anubrata Mondal's daughter having secured the job without giving the exam she had been called in by the Kolkata High Court. The Patna police in its press release clarified on the delay in the arrest of Bihar's Law Minister Kartikeya Singh. The police mentioned that there had been a delay in the warrant arriving at the concerned station, following which the Law Minister eventually filed for anticipatory bail, thereby deferring his bail till the 1st of September. BJP hit out at the Delhi government over providing housing to the economically weaker sections, residences to be given to Rohingyas, even as a centre prepared for the refugees to be deported back to Myanmar. The Aam Aadmi Party hit out at the BJP with the party's spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj saying that state's AAP-run government would not allow such a settlement to take place. JDU's Bhima Bharti hit out at another minister in Bihar cabinet, stating that she was against the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet. Bhima Bharti alleged that she was repeatedly involved in the incidents. Leshi Singh was involved in incidents in the area, and that she would quit the cabinet if Leshi Singh is not removed. The government in Bihar suspended 2 police officials of the Saharsa jail after murder convict Anand Mohan Stain's circuit house went viral. When RJD Chief Lalu Yadav was asked a question pertaining to the Lok Sabha polls in 2024, the RJD chief said that they wish to remove the dictatorial government, adding that Nitish Kumar was possibly...
Kejriwal has today effectively pitched himself as a prime ministerial face for 2024. It's quite clear that the Aam Aadmi Party intends to accelerate its growth on the political carcass of the Congress and try and race to get to the second highest number of seats nationally. Would both Nitish and Mamta stand aside and say, Mr. Kejriwal, please go ahead? And if they don't do that, then what happens? More confusion. No party has a chance against the BJP in 2024 nationally unless they all come together and form a massive national pre-poll alliance against the BJP.
headlines this afternoon. Big insult to Sikh community. Congress leader flaunts Jagdish Titler t-shirt at the Golden Temple. Sikh community hits out, says Congress rubbing salt on their wounds. Congress faces massive backlash for Tipu backing. Top Congress leader Siddaramaiah now welcomed with Savarkar posters. Bihar absconder Mantri still warms his seat. Nitish says action soon but is yet to act.
राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए कोई भी खतरा, अवैध घुसपैठिए हैं, रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए हैं, उनके खिलाफ तुरंत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और दिल्ली सरकार ने ये काम नहीं किया.
Massive row over Rohingyas. BJP takes on Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing for the Rohingyas. AAP says BJP hatching conspiracy. Two suspected Al-Qaeda terrorists arrested in West Bengal's 24 North Parganas. Fresh trouble for Anubrata Mondal, daughter now summoned in Bengal cash scam. Thanks for tuning in this afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition of our broadcast as well. Straight away starting with breaking news coming in from Bihar. Well, breaking news coming in. We are now getting in reactions from the Deputy Chief Minister and the Chief Minister himself of Bihar with respect to the controversy that has now rocked the state when it comes to the Bihar Law Minister Kartikeya Singh, Bihar Chief Minister there, saying that he's still looking into the matter. This even as the Bihar Law Minister has been convicted in the matter. In fact, Deputy Chief Minister also giving his reaction on this controversy that has rocked the state. Let's listen in to the reactions coming in from the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar as well as Tejasvi Yadav, the Deputy Chief Minister.
फिर आप जानते हैं कि 19 में बनी और फिर इस बार बनी है और उसको भी 2 बार बनाए थे, 14 में भी बनाए थे और 19 में भी बनाए थे और इस बार का कोई मतलब नहीं, उसको भी चुनाव लड़ा. तो इस तरह से बोलना चाहिए. कहीं इसकी गुंजाइश है कि जितने लोग रहेंगे सब के सब लोग बन जाएंगे. 2 बार मौका दिया. आज जब वो पढ़ नहीं पा रही थी तब भी उसको पढ़ाई सब सिखवाया. उसके बाद 14 में ये सब भूल गए आप लोग. तो इस तरह से कौन बोलती, हमको आश्चर्य हुआ. तो हमको मिलना चाहते, हम कल ही बुलवाए हैं कि हम आ जाए. तो कह कि ना मिलने की कोई जरूरत नहीं, हमारे ऑफिस में कर. हम भी चलो कोई बात नहीं, तब आज हम स्टेटमेंट देते. ये बिल्कुल गलत बात है और लेसी सिंह को जो कुछ भी किया गया वो बिल्कुल ठीक है. आज से नहीं, पहले से किया जा रहा है. इसलिए सब पर मत सोचिए. अगर कोई बयान देता है तो पार्टी की तरफ से खूब बढ़िया से पहले तो समझाया जाएगा और पूछताछ किया जाएगा. अगर किसी को इधर उधर का मन है तो अपना सोचे. ये गलत बात है. हम लोगों ने इतना इज्जत दिया है, बनाया है, गलत बात है. इस तरह की कोई बात नहीं. इसलिए लेसी सिंह पर कुछ नहीं है, फालतू बात है. और कब से हम बनाए हुए हैं आप सब लोग जानते हैं ना. आज कोई बोलेगा
पार्टी कार्रवाई कर सकती है, उनसे पार्टी कार्रवाई कर सकती है.
पहले तो प्रेम से समझा देगा कि सब मत बोलो, लेकिन उसके बाद कुछ नहीं करेगा तो आपने क्या बोली, सोच लीजिए. तो जो बोली है तो बोली है अपना, उसको कह देगा. अब हम ही देखिए, अब हमसे कुछ कहना ठीक नहीं है, वो बाकी लोग कह देगा. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. हमको खुद आश्चर्य है. ये सब के लिए चुनाव प्रचार से लेकर के एक चीज के लिए कितना सब दिन काम किए. तो इसलिए सब ठीक नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं बोलना चाहिए. हम लोगों के पार्टी के सब तरह की बात है. अब कौन कहवा दिया है, बोलवा दिया है, ये गलत है.
Well, joining us on the broadcast is BJP's Tarkishore Prasad. Sir, if I can get your reaction, we just played out the soundbite of the Chief Minister as well as the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Tejasvi Yadav. They're saying that it is a conspiracy and that BJP is trying to spread false information, whereas Nitish Kumar is still contemplating action against the Law Minister of Bihar.
देखिए, जो बातें आ रही है सरकार के गठन के बाद, जितने मंत्रियों पर जो आरोप लगे हैं, अब किस मंत्री के बारे में बात की जाए और किसके लिए नहीं की जाए। जो पूरा यह कुनबा है, यह लग रहा है कि जंगल राज टू रिटर्न्स का सारी चीजें स्पष्ट तौर पर दिख रही है। नई सरकार की स्थिति तो यह है कि जिस प्रकार से मछली और दूध खाने से विकार होता है, उस प्रकार से इस तरह के लोग आपस में जमा हो गए हैं, जो कि आने वाले दिनों में बिहार विकास की ओर नहीं जाकर विनाश की ओर जाएगा। श्री रविशंकर प्रसाद सांसद हैं, पूर्व मंत्री हैं, उन्होंने भी स्पष्ट रूप से इसके सभी कानूनी पहलुओं पर अपने विचार रखे हैं और वो कानून मंत्री बने हैं और जिन पर खुद कानून तोड़ने का आरोप है, तो आप समझ सकती हैं कि यह जो सरकार बनी है किस दबाव में बनी है। और सबसे आश्चर्य की बात यह है कि यह पहली सरकार है जो किसी बिना खास कार्यक्रम के सरकार बन गई है। कार्यक्रम अभी तक नहीं तय हुए हैं।
जी, आपको लगता है कि हमने जैसे देखा था महागठबंधन 1.0 की अगर हम बात करें, जो कि बीच में ही टूट गई थी, लेकिन अब जो ये 2.0 नया सरकार बनी है बिहार में, अभी जो हो रहा है, अगर हम बिहार लॉ मिनिस्टर की बात करें, आपको लग रहा है ये सिर्फ एक ट्रेलर है, अभी बहुत कुछ आना बाकी है जो ये नई सरकार बनी है?
नहीं, ये ट्रेलर भी नहीं है, अभी तो ये बहुत एक छोटी, अभी तो बहुत प्रारंभ ही हुआ है। अभी आप देखते जाइए, ये सारे जितने मंत्री बने हैं और जिस प्रकार से इनकी पृष्ठभूमि है, आने वाले दिनों में बिहार का क्या भविष्य होगा, ये चिंता का विषय है। देखिए, सरकारें जब बनती है तो उसकी जवाबदेही राज्य के आम लोगों के प्रति जवाबदेह वो होती है। और जिस प्रकार से सरकार के बनते ही सारे विषय आने लगे हैं, मंत्री एक दूसरे पर दोषारोपण कर रहे हैं, किन्हीं पर चावल चोरी का इल्जाम है, वो कृषि मंत्री बने हुए हैं। कार्तिक सिंह का तो मामला कौन नहीं जानता है कि ये अनंत सिंह का खास आदमी है, और अनंत सिंह के खास आदमी हैं और कानून मंत्री हैं। अब समझ सकते हैं कि कानून मंत्री जब इस प्रकार का व्यक्ति बनता हो तो उस राज्य में कानून का क्या भविष्य होगा, कानून की क्या दशा होगी, कानून की क्या दुर्दशा होगी। और उसके चलते बिहार की दुर्दशा हो रही है।
जी, तर्किशोर जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। सो दैट वाज बीजेपी लीडर तर्किशोर Prasad speaking to Republic, giving his response. Let's once again listen in to what the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Tejasvi Yadav, had to say, where he alleged that the BJP is trying to spread false information when it comes to this case pertaining to the Law Minister of Bihar.
और कोई काम है डिफेम करने के अलावा और कोई काम है? 15 अगस्त को जो ऐलान हुआ बेरोजगारी मिटाने का, जो हम लोगों ने संकल्प लिया, मुहर लगाया निर्णय पर 10 लाख की नौकरी और रोजगार को लेकर के, तब से ही लोग अनकंफर्टेबल हैं। हम लोग तो जनता के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। हमारा इंटेंशन जो है साफ तौर पे क्लियर हो चुका है। और बाकी तो जो मंत्री थे उनका तो वकील वगैरह सब लोग तो बताए पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन में क्या है। वारंट के बाद जो वारंट जारी हुआ उसके साफ बात जो है कोर्ट का आदेश कि कोई नो कोर्ट एक्शन लिया जाए। ये लोग जो झूठ-मूठ के जो कुछ मीडिया के लोग जो भाजपा माइंडेड लोग हैं, जो लोग प्रचारित कर रहे हैं, उनको करने दीजिए। इससे किसी को कोई फर्क पड़ने वाला है नहीं। हाँ, कोर्ट का जो न्याय होगा, न्यायालय का जो आदेश होगा उसको ना हम लोग मानेंगे, तो न्यायपूर्वक जो है काम की जाएगी और इस पे हम लोग विचार करेंगे कि क्या हो सकता है।
So as you just heard, Tejasvi Yadav as well as Nitish Kumar, who are trying to play it quite slow when it comes to the controversy that has now hit the new Mahagathbandhan 2.0, with the Bihar law minister facing a case as well and an arrest warrant that has been issued against him. Tejasvi Yadav saying that a conspiracy is being hatched by the BJP. Well, on to more breaking news coming in. This one from Karnataka with regard to the Tipu Sultan versus Savarkar face-off, which has only been intensifying in all these days. We saw how the clashes earlier broke out in Shivamoga, which also led to one injury, one person, one youth who was in fact stabbed by this angry mob. Tensions continue to remain in this area where Section 144 has been imposed. Congress, of course, they're facing a lot of backlash. Remember, Yediyurappa just a short while back was also facing massive backlash where he faced go back slogans as well. In fact, to talk more about it, in Udupi, we saw how the Congress was demanding removal of posters of Savarkar. So yes, a lot of controversy that has now erupted. We have S. Prakash, BJP's S. Prakash joining us on the phone line. Sir, if I wanted to take your reaction with regard to the situation we are seeing in Karnataka, of course, Yediyurappa there facing a lot of anger, a lot of backlash over the comments that he had earlier made, and even facing that go back slogans by the people.
No, Yediyurappa's statement that Savarkar portrait, why it was put up in Muslim area, has enraged the people. He is dividing the state between Muslim area and the Hindu area. This divisive politics, our Yuva Morcha workers are opposing. And he is the one who is instrumental in attacking Savarkar unnecessarily for the last 1 month, questioning the Savarkar patriotism and its fight against British. This is responsible for defacing portrait of Savarkar and tearing up of Savarkar flex banners in various places of Karnataka. Naturally, the youths are agitated, and when Yediyurappa visited Kodagu district, they have protested against his anti-Savarkar stand and his attempt to divide the society between Hindu area and Muslim area. They have protested and shown black flags.
Right, sir. Thanks for giving us your reaction. So that was BJP leader responding to the tensions that remain high in these districts of Karnataka, of course, which started with Shivamoga. Let's move on to more breaking news then. In fact, let's play out that video in which Congress was seen saying go back. In fact, the people there, beg your pardon, was seen saying go back to Yediyurappa, who's facing a lot of anger over his controversial remarks that he had made earlier.
पब्लिक को करो पब्लिक को करो पब्लिक को करो
So as you can see there, massive backlash being faced there by Yediyurappa, and remember this comes of course just with months to go for the Karnataka polls. In fact, we have Dr. Shankara Guha also joining us. If I can get your quick perspective on the situation we are seeing in Karnataka with Yediyurappa now facing a lot of anger by the people with regard to the controversial remarks that he made earlier, because of course Tipu Sultan versus Savarkar face-off only is growing with each passing day. Shankara Guha, if you can hear us, if I can get your response on the controversial remarks that were made by Yediyurappa earlier, and now of course he's facing a lot of anger, uproar by the people in the state.
See, as far as the party line goes, anyone is free to put up photos of whoever they like to, whether it is Savarkar or Tipu or XYZ, my photo, your photo. It's an individual choice. The party line has not given us any particular instructions to oppose anything or anything as such. But the flags being shown and the protests being held against our CLP, it is a stage-managed event. It's okay. It's a one-day affair. We will face it. We have faced many such things. BJP should first answer the back. In Karnataka, BJP don't need an opposition. It is BJP versus BJP. What happened to Nalin Kumar Katil when he went to visit Praveen Nettara's house after his murder? His car was almost toppled. It's BJP versus BJP, which BJP has to answer. Their own minister saying that the government is not functioning. Somehow we are managing in the next 8 months. You just have to push something. These things are important. And BJP in Karnataka, they don't have anything else to talk. Let alone Karnataka, in the entire country, it's the same situation. It is nothing beyond communal issues. Let us talk development. Let us talk jobs. So many things. The law and order situation in the state is collapsing by the day. We have one of the most unfit home ministers in the state. Time and again he has proved his inefficiency. Nobody is talking about that.
So, sir, are you saying that we need to turn a blind eye to this issue that is happening, the situation that is unfolding in the state of Karnataka? And of course, what is your response to that incident where the Congress workers were seen taking down the poster of Savarkar in Udupi district?
No, they are not Congress workers. We don't know who took them down. We don't know. With the Congress government, the Congress party, has the PCC president given any open instructions to take them down? We have not given. It is their individual choice. We respect everyone. If somebody wants to put up Savarkar's banners and his photo, they can do it. It is their individual choice. The party, the PCC president, nor anybody significant from the party has given any such instructions. Whoever have done it on their own, and they should be held responsible to whatever they have done. The party cannot be held responsible for what somebody else has done. So, I'm not turning a blind eye to this. There is no out-of-control situation here. It is being created just to divert the attention of the people in the run-up to the election. BJP can do it as much as they want to because they don't have anything else other than this, and they will not be successful at this.
All right, Mr. Guha, we leave it at that, but let's not forget there were remarks that were made by DK Shivakumar also just before the Shivamoga incident happened, where he warned of severe action as well. Moving on to more breaking news coming in for now. And breaking updates coming in from JNK, where another threat has been issued by the LET to the non-locals and businessmen in JNK, saying that attacks will be increased in Jammu and outside. So a fresh threat that has now been issued. Another Lashkar provocation. This of course comes days after the Kashmiri Pandit was killed, and his brother of course sustained injuries in this targeted killing, which was reported in support of JNK. What we're getting to know as of now is that another threat that has now been issued by the LET to the non-locals in JNK, saying that more such attacks will be carried out, and saying that attacks will be increased in Jammu and outside. Well, we'll go across to Gursimran as well to get us more details. But what we know so far is that another threat that has now been issued to the non-locals there, and this is by the Lashkar, a fresh provocation by Lashkar, issuing a threat to the non-locals in JNK. This, of course, comes days after there was a targeted killing which happened in JNK's support. Well, back-to-back breaking news coming in. This one with regard to the money laundering case which the ED has registered against Mukhtar Ansari. So the new money laundering case that has now been registered against Mukhtar Ansari, and also covers his elder brother Afzal Ansari. So Mukhtar Ansari and Afzal Ansari, who are now under the net of the ED as they've registered a fresh case against them. What we are getting to know is that recently the UP police had registered, it's the 5th FIR that has been registered against Mukhtar Ansari, and also attached assets of Afzal Ansari, who is also an MP and brother of Mukhtar Ansari. So trouble there only mounting for Mukhtar Ansari, as ED has filed a fresh case against Mukhtar Ansari as well as his brother. In fact, it's the second PMLA case that has been registered against Mukhtar Ansari since 2021. So the case that has been registered against Mukhtar Ansari in relation to money laundering charges, the ED having filed this fresh case against not just Mukhtar Ansari but his brother as well. We'll go across to our reporters to get us more details. Well, our senior editor Shravan is breaking that story. Shravan, if you could give us more details with regard to this money laundering charge that Mukhtar Ansari as well as his brother is facing. Well, we'll go across to Shravan again, but that's after the fifth FIR, now a fresh ED case that has been filed against Mukhtar Ansari. In fact, it's the second PMLA case that has been slapped on Mukhtar Ansari in 2 years. So in matter of 2 years, two PMLA cases that have been filed against Mukhtar Ansari. In fact, in this fresh case that has been filed by the ED, his brother, Mukhtar Ansari's brother, has also been named in this particular case that pertains to money laundering charges. We have Shravan back with us. Shravan, it's over to you. Get us all the latest details.
Well, in fact, as we speak right now, searches are basically being carried out at multiple locations in the national capital, which includes also premises belonging to Mukhtar Ansari's brother. In fact, his official residence at the national capital to Janpath is being searched by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, this is a fresh case that has been registered against Mukhtar Ansari and Afzal Ansari, where they are looking at land grabbing and also construction of illegal godowns. Remember, the earlier case that was registered by the Enforcement Directorate was primarily looking at diversion of certain funds that he was entitled to as a legislator. That money was diverted for other purposes than what it was specified. As of now, we are being told that this is a fresh case that has been registered by the Enforcement Directorate, where these searches are being carried out at multiple locations.
Yes, Shravan, if you can still talk to us, if you can talk to us more about the second PMLA case. We understand it's the second PMLA case to have been slapped against Mukhtar Ansari in a matter of 2 years.
This time only scanty details really coming in with regards to this fresh case, because as we speak, the searches are on, and that's the reason why the Enforcement Directorate is quite tight-lipped. All that we can confirm at this point in time is that this is the second case registered against not just against Mukhtar Ansari, but also his brother Afzal Ansari. And the second part essentially being that this is with regards to illegal construction of godowns, and also we are being told that this is a case pertaining to land grabbing.
All right, Shravan, thank you for that. So Shravan, they're getting us all those important details that we are picking up. The searches that are still being conducted in money laundering case that has been lodged against Mukhtar Ansari as well as his brother. It pertains to illegal land grabbing and constructing godowns. While we speak, the searches, as Shravan was telling us, the searches are still on by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, it's the second PMLA case that has been slapped on Mukhtar Ansari in a matter of 2 years. Well, on to more breaking news coming in. This one pertaining to Farooq Abdullah, who's called for an all-party meet on Monday at 11 a.m. at his residence. In fact, it's the all parties, we are told, are being contacted for attending this meeting on the non-local voter issue. Official statement will be issued soon. So Farooq Abdullah calling for an all-party meet. It's a key meet that will be held at his residence on Monday at 11 a.m. We are told that all parties are currently being contacted for attending this meet that is going to be on non-local voter issue. Also, there's going to be an official statement that will be released very soon. So, tracking closely all the updates coming in, this one with regard to this news break coming in from JNK, where Farooq Abdullah has called for an all-party meet which will take place on Monday at 11 a.m. In fact, we are told that all parties are still being contacted by Farooq Abdullah to attend this particular meet, and the official statement, we are told, will be out very soon.
A horrific incident was reported from Jaipur that led to an unfortunate death. A Dalit woman school teacher was set ablaze on the 10th of August over money that was lent by her to certain people where she lived.
सुरक्षा दिया मेरे ऊपर, सरस्वती ने सुरक्षा, उसकी बेटे की पूजा नहीं सीख सके, फरार हो गए। जब तक मैं चलती है तब तक वो देखते रहे, आखिरी में बस छोड़ के बाद रवाना हो गए। मैं बैसी जलती रही और जल के वो तमाशा देखते रहे। तमाशा देख के जैसे मैं धरती पे बेहोश होके गिरी, वो वहाँ से रवाना हो गए।
With the brother-in-law narrating how she had been mistreated by the culprits belonging to the same family of the woman, even being beaten on a previous occasion.
100 नंबर पे भी कॉल किया उसने, तो 5 मिनट बात हुई है 100 नंबर पे भी, उसके बाद में भी कोई प्रशासन नहीं आया। जब जलने के बाद में वो प्रशासन आई, ठीक है, जब जानने के बाद प्रशासन आई है तो बुरी तरीके से जल चुकी।
Well, slipping into a very short break for now. Don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side. It's a standby as Republic confronts another accused Bihar minister. Don't go anywhere.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
In a major crackdown, 2 gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a crossfiring last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the Vadala Jewel drain. Furthermore, 2 kgs of heroin and 30-bore pistol were recovered. Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik reviewed the operational preparedness of the Air Force Station Jorhat in Assam. The official Twitter handle of the Indian Air Force informed that the Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal inspected the premier transport aircraft base and the new facilities being created there. UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists. Word by word, Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Indrapura locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in Bharkanwali of Sangria police station, and a priest was...
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera?
Once again, trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya.
Persistently, we're asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015?
Top headlines at 1:30. Big insult to Sikh community. Congress leader flaunts Jagdish Titler t-shirt at the Golden Temple. Sikh community hits out, says Congress rubbing salt on their wounds. Congress faces massive backlash for Tipu backing. Top Congress leader Siddaramaiah now welcomed with Savarkar posters. Bihar absconder Mantri still warms his seat. Nitish says action soon but is yet to act. ED News Titans files fresh case against Mukhtar Ansari.
राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए कोई भी खतरा, अवैध घुसपैठिए हैं, रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए हैं, उनके खिलाफ तुरंत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। और दिल्ली सरकार ने ये काम नहीं किया।
Massive row over Rohingyas. BJP takes on Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing for the Rohingyas. AAP says BJP hatching conspiracy. 2 suspected Al-Qaeda terrorists arrested in West Bengal's 24 North Parganas. Fresh trouble for Anubrata Mondal, daughter now summoned in Bengal cash scam. Well, thanks for tuning in. Straight away starting with breaking news coming in. This one with regard to the tainted Nitish Mantri, was the second tainted Nitish Mantri who's been confronted. Let's listen in to that exclusive conversation in which Republic confronted yet another accused, Bihar Minister Sudhakar Singh, the Agriculture Minister, who's an accused in the food grains.
के पुत्र हैं, इन पर भी आरोप लगे हैं। चार्जशीट भी हुआ था कि चावल घोटाले में संलिप्त है। इनसे जानेंगे कि इनका क्या वर्जन है। आप पर आरोप लगता है कि आप चावल घोटाले में संलिप्त हैं और जो आपने टेंडर में पार्टिसिपेट किया था, आपके पास राइस मिल है और टेंडर में पार्टिसिपेट किया था तो आपके पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं थी, तो आप चावल दे नहीं पाए। जितना 50 लाख 4 करोड़ का चावल लौटाना था, 85 लाख का दिए और उसके बाद एक और कंपनी से आपके 4 करोड़ के थे। अब पूरा टोटल घोटाला जो बोला जा रहा है 1150 करोड़ का है, जो अन्य मिलर भी इन्वॉल्व है। आप पर 7 से 8 करोड़ का है, 4 करोड़ का है, 4 करोड़ का। तो ये मामला क्या है, आप पर क्या गंभीर आरोप लगे?
मामला गंभीर बिहार सरकार ने बनाया, यह मामला गंभीर नहीं था। यह मामला बहुत साधारण था। यह ब्रीच ऑफ एग्रीमेंट था। 2 पार्टी, मैं एक सरकार 2 पार्टी थी, उसमें एग्रीमेंट में उल्लंघन हुआ। यह ब्रीच ऑफ ट्रस्ट का मामला नहीं था। उल्लंघन ये था कि हमको बिहार सरकार धान मुहैया, पैडी मुहैया कराएगी, हम उसको चावल बनाकर दे देंगे, ले जाना उनका काम था। बनाकर रख दिया, लेकिन बिहार सरकार नहीं ले गई। नहीं ले जाना उनका फेलियर था। और आप कह सकते हैं कि क्या आपके पास सबूत है कि वो नहीं ले गए, तो इसके लिए मैं बाकायदा हाई कोर्ट तक गया। मामला वहीं से शुरू होता है।
ये तो सरकार कहती है कि आपके पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं था, आप लोगों ने गड़बड़ झाला करके टेंडर ले लिया।
ये सब पर नहीं आरोप है, ये कुछ लोगों पर ऐसा आरोप है। हम तो 2003 से काम करते हैं, सेंट्रल एजेंसियों के साथ काम करते हैं। हमारे पे तो कभी आरोप नहीं था।
केस तो हुआ, एफआईआर हुआ, चार्जशीट हुआ, चार्ज फ्रेम।
ये पॉलिसी फेलियर था बिहार गवर्नमेंट का। मैं कह रहा हूँ ना कि इस पूरे कारोबार में मैं पहले 8 साल से था। 8 साल में कहीं एक रुपए का चूक नहीं है। ये जो नई पॉलिसी बिहार गवर्नमेंट लाई, उस पॉलिसी का जो फेलियर था, पॉलिसी जिसको बाद में बिहार गवर्नमेंट ने पॉलिसीज को चेंज भी करना पड़ा, लेकिन चेंज होते होते नुकसान हो गया सरकार का, बिहार के किसानों का, कारोबारी का। जो 1700 राइस मिल इसमें लगे थे, उस सभी लोग का नुकसान हुआ। और ये नुकसान हुआ कि सरकार के पास, गवर्नमेंट के पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं था। ये मिलों के पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का मामला नहीं है।
2012-13 में तब तो श्याम रजक जी फूड एंड सिविल सप्लाईज मिनिस्टर थे, जो आपके पार्टी के, अब आरजेडी के बड़े नेता हैं। उस समय नीतीश कुमार मुख्यमंत्री थे। तो क्या श्याम रजक और नीतीश कुमार के इशारे पर आप पर केस दर्ज हुआ कि आपने घोटाला किया है? अब तो उनके साथ है, नीतीश जी के मंत्रिमंडल में आप सहयोगी हैं।
हम मंत्रिमंडल में सहयोगी हैं, राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के हम कार्यकर्ता हैं। राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के कार्यकर्ता की हैसियत से जो मेरे नेता का आदेश था कि इस काम को करना है, तो हमको कर रहे हैं। बाकी हम विधायक के रूप में, विधानमंडल के सदस्य के रूप में एक महत्वपूर्ण कार्य में थे। उससे बड़ा काम नहीं है, इससे छोटा काम है। लोगों के लिए लगता होगा कि ये बड़ा काम है। ये जनरल परसेप्शन बना है कि सरकार ऊपर चीज़ हो गई और विधायिका कमज़ोर हो गई।
आप बेल पे हैं?
बेल पर हैं तो बेल, रेगुलर बेल पर हैं हम, इंक्लूडिंग सुप्रीम कोर्ट से। सरकार मेरे खिलाफ गई, हम तो लोअर कोर्ट से।
आप कार्तिकेय सिंह की तरह बेल, मतलब नो कोर्सन वाले एक्शन पे नहीं है सर। कार्तिकेय सिंह ने जैसे बेल नहीं लिया, आप मंत्री पद की शपथ ले ली।
बाकी चीज़ों में क्या है मैं नहीं जानता, ख्याल कर लिए। मैं रेगुलर बेल पे हूँ लोअर कोर्ट से, और कंफर्म बेल किया सुप्रीम कोर्ट। बिहार सरकार मेरे खिलाफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट गई 4 बार, और 4 बार उसने कंफर्म किया। मतलब सुप्रीम कोर्ट, माननीय न्यायपालिका को लगता था कि मैं गुनाहगार नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि बेगुनाह तो लोअर कोर्ट से ही फैसला।
कार्तिकेय सिंह पर आप क्या कहेंगे? मतलब उन्होंने दागी होते हुए कानून मंत्री की शपथ ले ली पद और गोपनीयता के साथ।
हम उनके सभी कागजों को मैं देखा नहीं हूँ कि क्या चार्जेज हैं उन पर, क्या कोर्ट का जजमेंट क्या कोर्ट पर है, ये हमको जानकारी नहीं है। तो इसलिए बेहतर तरीके से वही बता सकते हैं, अपनी बात को पक्ष रख सकते हैं कार्तिकेय जी। और लेकिन इतना मैं जानता हूँ कि सजा याफ्ता नहीं है। सजा याफ्ता होते तो मेंबर हाउस के मेंबर नहीं होते, सजा याफ्ता होते तो मिनिस्टर नहीं बनते।
ये बताइए कि आप अभी भी बिहार सरकार से लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं?
कानूनन तो हम पक्ष हैं, एक पक्ष ही है, एक पक्ष हम हैं।
लेकिन आप पर बिहार सरकार ने घोटाले का आरोप लगाया और आप उसी बिहार सरकार में मंत्री हैं, तो आपको नहीं लगता है कि आपको पद और गोपनीयता की शपथ नहीं लेनी चाहिए थी जब तक ये मामला निरस्त नहीं हो जाता या खत्म हो जाता?
ये कोई जांच के स्तर पे नहीं मामला है, ये कोई पद और गोपनीयता का विषय है। ये अब अंडर सब जुडिस है, न्यायपालिका के पास सुपुर्द है मामले। इसमें अब सरकारों की भूमिका नगण्य है, मैं बता रहा हूँ। इसमें कोई ऐसा दस्तावेज नहीं है जो सरकार सबमिट न कर दी हो फाइनल। अब एक न्यायपालिका के अंदर का मामला है, माननीय न्यायपालिका की जब जो निर्णय होगा उसको हम स्वीकार करेंगे।
लड़ाई तो सरकारी वकील ही पक्ष रखेंगे ना, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में या हाई कोर्ट आप बोलते हैं या सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक गए, पक्ष तो सरकारी पक्ष ही रखेंगे। अब आप सरकार के अंग हैं, कैबिनेट के पार्ट हैं।
यहाँ पर तो मैं बता रहा हूँ, आप इतना आश्चर्यचकित नहीं हुए। जो यहाँ सबसे मैच्योर डेमोक्रेसी है अमेरिका में, वहाँ राष्ट्रपति जो हमारे थे ट्रम्प थे, उन पर आरोप था कि उन्होंने चुनाव में हेराफेरी किया और उसी की एजेंसी जांच की, FBI, और पनिश किया कई मंत्रियों को, कई सरकारी अधिकारियों को जेल भेज दिया FBI सिटिंग प्रेसिडेंट के खिलाफ। ये हमारी डेमोक्रेसी बहुत मैच्योर है। जांच एजेंसियों को लगता है कि गड़बड़ है तो वो रोका नहीं जा सकता।
गड़बड़ किसने किया? सरकार की तरफ से क्या गड़बड़ी हुई उस समय?
पॉलिसीज फेलियर था, सरकार की पॉलिसीज फेलियर था। मैं कहता हूँ सरकार की पॉलिसीज का फेलियर था, तब 1700 लोग फंसे। अगर गड़बड़ होता तो 1-2 लोग 4 लोग फंसते या गड़बड़ करते, लेकिन सभी लोग फेल कर जाना, ये पॉलिसी फेलियर मैं मानता हूँ। 10% तक अगर फेल करते हैं तो लोगों के द्वारा ही मानता है कि फेल हुए, अगर ये 90% फेल करते हैं तो हम लोग मानते हैं कि सरकार के स्तर पे पॉलिसी।
नीतीश कुमार को आप जिम्मेवार मानते हैं पॉलिसी फेलियर के लिए या श्याम रजक को?
तत्कालीन जो भी रहे हों, उनकी विफलता रही है कि बिहार की जो
Well, on to more breaking news coming in. We are now getting visuals of TMC MLA Anubrata Mondal, who's now been taken to the court. We'll get more details and we'll go across to our Bangla reporters from the Bangla newsroom. But these are the first visuals that we are getting right now of Anubrata Mondal reaching the court premises. That's the update coming in as we speak. He's been taken for the medical test is what we are given to understand. We'll go across to our Bangla newsroom as well to get us more details on this. But remember, Anubrata Mondal is under the radar of the agencies. He's now been taken for the medical test. The first visuals that we are getting to you right now of Anubrata Mondal, who's now being taken for the medical test. Kishle is joining us live from the Bangla newsroom. Kishle, take us through the details that you're picking up, the first visuals that we are getting right now of Anubrata Mondal being taken for the medical test.
Exactly, big movements happening. Sukarna Mondal's name also came up in the SSC scam, and right now she is entering High Court. Sukarna Mondal, Anubrata Mondal's daughter, she is summoned by 3 p.m. in the High Court in the SSC scam. Yesterday we saw that how it was made clear in the High Court that Sukarna Mondal also was recruited as a primary teacher without even appearing for the TET examination or teachers eligibility test. We can see there the reporters, journalists journalists on field are trying to ask her whether she's actually involved in this case or not, and she's avoiding any interaction with the media. She's entering the High Court, and also on the other hand, we showed broadcasted previously how Anubrata Mondal is taken to Kaman and taken back to Nizam Palace, especially in the cow smuggling or the cattle smuggling case. Already the Shukanna Mondal was in CBI scanner in the cattle smuggling case, and now this new case, new scam, in the scam where already Partho Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee are in custody. Now Anubrata Mondal's daughter's name also has come up in the same scam, the SSC scam, teachers recruitment scam, the mega cash scam of Bengal, and she's entering the High Court. Today the High Court summoned Shukanna Mondal and 6 others in this case, all of whom are related to Anubrata Mondal in some way. Anubrata Mondal's daughter, Anubrata Mondal's personal assistant, and other relatives of Anubrata Mondal as well. All of them are summoned at Calcutta High Court today in this SSC scam case, school recruitment scam case. This Shukanna Mondal, we can see that at one hand Anubrata taken to medical, he comes out. On the other hand, we can see that Shukanna Mondal is taken she's entering the High Court in the case of in the primary teachers recruitment case. Anubrata Mondal, we can see his visuals right now. He is being asked by the journalist whether his daughter cleared TET exam before she was recruited as a primary teacher or not. He's trying to say a yes, nodding his head. However, we know that there is a case in the High Court that Anubrata Mondal's daughter Shukanna is also recruited in the teacher scam in the primary teachers as a primary teacher without even appearing for the TET examination. Also, more shocking details has come up that Anubrata Mondal's daughter Shukanna Mondal didn't even go to the school where she was recruited, where she was a teacher. She didn't even visit that school. Instead, officials from that school used to come to her house with the register where she used to sign, and she used to get the payment, she used to get the salary. All these details are coming in the High Court. The lawyers who are fighting the case for all the primary teachers who could not get a job in this teachers recruitment scam, mega scam in Bengal, they have given these details that Shukanna Mondal was recruited without, number one, without even appearing for the TET examination, teachers eligibility test examination. Secondly, she used to stay at her house, and the officials of this school used to come at her house with the register. She used to sign there and take the money, take her salary without even going to the school or teaching there. So all these shocking details coming from Bengal, back-to-back breakings and back-to-back updates. Anubrata Mondal taken for health checkup in the cattle smuggling case. He is being taken back to Nizam. On the other hand, Partho Chatterjee and Orpita Mukherjee, both of them are produced in the court in the mega primary teachers recruitment scam from Bengal. And on the other hand, Shukanna Mondal, Anubrata Mondal's daughter, has appeared in Calcutta High Court because she was summoned yesterday in this case, where this new twist has come up that Anubrata Mondal's daughter and 6 other kins of Anubrata Mondal, family members and his personal assistant, also were recruited as teachers, primary teachers, without even appearing for the TET examination. All these shocking details from Bengal, we are keeping a track. We have broken all these stories first on Republic Network. We broke it first when Anubrata Mondal was arrested. We broke it first when Partho Chatterjee, Orpita Mukherjee was arrested after a huge stack of cash was found from their apartment. And now we are breaking it first when Shukanna Mondal is being taken, is entering the High Court in the SSC scam. She was asked by journalists whether she actually appeared for the TET exam or not. She did not reply. However, Anubrata Mondal, when he was asked that whether his daughter appeared for the TET exam or not, he said yes, nodding his head. However, we are keeping a track on all these developments. Back to the studio.
Kishle, stay with us. If you can talk to us more about Anubrata Mondal as well as her daughter, because from what we understand as per reports is that a lot of candidates who were qualified enough to get through that job did not get it because the rot, of course, runs deep, and the daughter of Anubrata Mondal seems to have been favoured clearly by the government.
Well, there are two ways. Allegedly, there are two ways to get a job as a teacher in West Bengal now. After this scam, it is very clear. Either you can pay the whole nexus, all these people who are related in this nexus, you can pay them a huge amount of money and you can get a job as a teacher without even clearing the exam or without even qualifying for it. And the other way is to be a very close relative of any of the ministers, or be a close relative of any of the Trinamool Congress leaders, allegedly. That's what we are seeing. And then you can get a job in the primary teachers department without even appearing for the TET examination or without even going to the school. You can just stay at home and get your salary delivered at your doorstep. Cash on delivery kind of scheme happening in West Bengal. These are the allegations which are very shocking. Yesterday we saw that in the High Court, lawyer Firdaus Shamim, who is fighting this case for all the candidates who did not get a job in spite of appearing for the exam, writing the exam, getting good marks, qualifying the exam, that they didn't get job. They are still now protesting in Esplanade, 520 days now. They are sitting there and protesting, trying to establish their point that we cleared exams, we did not get a job, we are still jobless, we don't have money to feed our family. And on the other hand, we see Anubrata Mondol's daughter, we see Paresh Adhikari's daughter, who was also a minister, Paresh Adhikari. His daughter Ankita Adhikari got a job in the high school department without even qualifying the exam. She got less marks than other candidates like Babita Sarkar, who later on got the job after High Court intervened in this matter. So minister's daughter, Anubrata Mondol's daughter, Trinamool Congress leader's daughter, all Trinamool strongman's daughter, or MLA's daughter, all of them, their sons and daughters and brothers are getting jobs very easily without even going to the school. However, the candidates who deserve, they are not getting the jobs. So clear visuals there. Orpita Mukherjee and Partho Chatterjee were taken to the City Sessions Court today in the SSC scam, and Shukonna Mondol has appeared before the High Court. She has come to High Court and now she needs to answer questions. There are many questions that are being raised in the High Court that the opposition parties are raising, or common people as well, and the candidates who didn't get job in spite of qualifying, in spite of working hard, in spite of toiling hard, in spite of studying hard. All these goes to vain when it's come to money and power. That's what we are seeing in West Bengal. Back to the studio.
They also talk to us, any reactions coming in from the TMC at this point? Has the TMC distanced itself, or is it backing Anubrata Mondal and his daughter? Anything that you're learning in that regard?
Well, Anubrata, when he was arrested first, CBI arrested him in the cattle smuggling case. He used to smuggle cattle. That's the allegation. He used to buy cattle. There were people. He used to send those cattle to Bangladesh and get money. And he built his property. He was arrested in that allegation, in that charge. When he was arrested, after that, Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee said on Sunday, last Sunday, that why Keshto? Keshto is the name what Mamta Banerjee lovingly calls Anubrata as Keshto. That's his nickname. So she said, why Keshto? Why is he arrested? What has he done? Though Mamta Banerjee previously did not speak something similar about Partho Chatterjee, she kind of supported Anubrata. Now, after his daughter's name has come up in the SSC scam, where Partho Chatterjee is already in custody and may face jail even after this. So now whether Mamta Banerjee or Trinamool Congress will support, that's yet to be seen. However, yesterday, Bratto Boshu, the State Minister of Education, he said that I didn't have any information about this girl or how did she get job. When he was asked that how Anubrata Mondol's daughter, Shukonna Mondol, got a job without even appearing for the TET examination, she doesn't even go to the school and still gets her salary delivered to her doorstep. How does that happen? He said, I don't know. Being the education minister, he didn't even have this basic information. However, that's a question that how much trustworthy that answer is. How much trustworthy that answer is. Also, we are looking at different other angles, whether Orpita and Partho will be brought along with Shukonna and question and all that. We are looking at more exclusive information coming up on Republic. We are coming back after a short break.
News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she later succumbed to a burn injuries, according to police. The woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेके विवाद था। उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के दो व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ केस दर्ज करवाए थे। आपसी मारपीट और इस तरह के केस दर्ज करवाए थे। उनका अनुसंधान अभी वर्तमान में चल रहा है और इस दरमियान जो 10 तारीख को इंसिडेंट की जो सूचना मिली उसमें कार्रवाई करते हुए पुलिस ने बयान लेके तुरंत और मुकदमा दर्ज करके उसका अनुसंधान।
Mega NI crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NI raids underway at multiple locations in Jammu, Katwa and Samba, Srinagar and Doda as well. Lashkar terrorist residence raided. Cash was dropped by drone along with consignment of weapons for use by the terrorists. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, Sukanya Mondal has left home for Kolkata. She is supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Her name has come up in the SSC teachers recruitment scam. Ousted Imran Khan has fired a fresh salvo at Pakistan government after close aide was arrested over citizenship.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
And a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country a day ahead of the Bihar cabinet expansion, a rift in the Mahagathbandhan government has now come to fore. JDU's Bhima Bharti is miffed over the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet, demanding Nitish government to sack him.
नाराज इसलिए है कि लेसी सिंह को मंत्री बनाया, इसलिए नाराज है। क्यों उसको कि कैसे मंत्रालय में जगह दिया गया, बार बार क्या उसमें छवि नजर आता है मुख्यमंत्री जी को, जो बार बार उसको मंत्रालय दिया जा रहा है, इसलिए।
Amid speculations of a change of guard, Arun Singh, the BJP National General Secretary in charge of Karnataka, met Yediyurappa at his residence. BJP said that Yediyurappa is the tallest political leader in Karnataka. EPS faction filed an appeal against the Madras High Court verdict that was pronounced in favour of OPS. The appeal has been filed against the single judge order and submitted to a bench of justices Sundar Mohan and Durai Swamy. Another setback to Congress in JNK. Fourth loyalist of Ghulam Nabi Azad has resigned from the new post in campaign and election committee. GM Saruri has declined to accept the new role as convener, campaign committee and member of Pradesh election committee constituted by the All India Congress committee. Two suspected Al-Qaeda terrorists arrested in West Bengal's 24 North Pargana Special Task Force has made this arrest. Both of them have been arrested from Sasson in North 24 Parganas. Mega row over Rohingyas. BJP has now slammed Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing.
सिर्फ वोट बैंक की राजनीति और तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के लिए, वो देश की सुरक्षा के लिए जो खतरा है रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए, उनको सब सुविधाएं दे रहे हैं और वोट बनवा रहे हैं, उनके बच्चों का एडमिशन करा रहे हैं.
After the Jalore shocker wherein a Dalit boy was beaten to death, now another shocking incident has come to light where a woman teacher was succumbed to injuries at a hospital after she was set ablaze just a week before. BJP has slammed the Gehlot government over the law and order situation in the state.
इसलिए और ज़्यादा है कि राज्य का मुख्यमंत्री जिस राज्य का गृह मंत्री हो और वहाँ कानून की इस तरह से दुर्गति हो और जंगल राज जैसा दिखाई देता है, केवल मेरे को नहीं है, प्रतिपक्ष में इसलिए नहीं, राजस्थान की सारी जनता को भी दिखाई देता है और देश की जनता भी जो राजस्थान को देख रहे हैं वो भी ऐसे महसूस करते हैं कि ये राजस्थान का लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की इतनी दुर्गति क्यों है.
After nepotism charge hits Kerala government and the Kerala governor Arif Mohammed, of course, wielding his power and freezing the appointment of CPIM leader KK Ragesh's wife, now Union Minister V. Muralidharan, attacked the Kerala government and questioned the CPIM to act on it. ED conducted searches at multiple places in Delhi, Lucknow, UP's Ghazipur district and Mau district at premises linked to Mafia Mukhtar Ansari and his close associates. Mukhtar's residence in Muhammadabad also was searched by the ED. Well, slipping into a very short break, lots lined up for you on the other side. ED News Titans files fresh case against Mukhtar Ansari. And massive row over Rohingyas. BJP now takes on Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing for Rohingyas. AAP meanwhile says BJP hatching conspiracy. As part of the ongoing strategic dialogue, the NSA Ajit Doval visited Moscow for talks with Secretary of the Russian Security Council. Apart from the bilateral cooperation, they discussed issues of regional and international interest. Ajit Doval also met the Russian Deputy Prime Minister. Two-day regional conference to bring the government and citizens closer through various administrative reforms at the centre, state and district levels will start in Arunachal Pradesh's capital Itanagar today. Union Minister Jitendra Singh, along with Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu and Arunachal Pradesh Deputy CM, will inaugurate the two-day event. In a major crackdown, two gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a cross-firing last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the Vadala Jol drain. Furthermore, 2 kgs of heroin and 30-bore pistol were recovered. Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik reviewed the operational preparedness of the Air Force Station Jorhat in Assam. The official Twitter handle of the Indian Air Force informed that the Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal inspected the premier transport aircraft base and the new facilities being created there. UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists. Word by word, Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of Well, starting with breaking news coming in, this one from JNK, where NC Chief Farooq Abdullah has called for an all-party meet on 22nd of August over issue of inclusion of outside voters in JNK electoral rolls. So the key meet that has been called by Farooq Abdullah, it's an all-party meet that has been called by him, which will take place at 11 a.m. Well, don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side, slipping into a very short break for now. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as Farooq is in a huddle calls for a key meet on Monday at 11 a.m. UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists. Word by word, Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Indrapura locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in Bharkanwali of Sangria police station, and a priest was murdered, and the news spread in the village after the body of the priest was recovered. The reason for the murder and the whole situation is to be investigated by the police. News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she later succumbed to a burn injuries, according to police. The woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेके विवाद था। उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के दो व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ केस दर्ज करवाए थे। आपसी मारपीट और इस तरह के केस दर्ज करवाए थे। उनका अनुसंधान अभी वर्तमान में चल रहा है और इस दरमियान जो 10 तारीख को इंसिडेंट की जो सूचना मिली, उसमें कार्रवाई करते हुए पुलिस ने बयान लेके तुरंत और मुकदमा।
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट R2R पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी। Big insult to the Sikh community. Congress leader flaunts Jagdish Titler T-shirt at the Golden Temple in Amritsar. Sikh community hits out, says the Congress is rubbing salt on their wounds. As the Congress faces massive backlash for Tipu Sultan backing top leader Siddaramaiah, welcomed with Savarkar posters, black flags in Karnataka. Bihar absconder minister still warming his seat. Nitish has action soon, but is yet to act. ED News Titans files fresh case against Mukhtar Ansari.
कि राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए कोई भी खतरा, अवैध घुसपैठिए हैं, रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए हैं, उनके खिलाफ तुरंत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और दिल्ली सरकार ने ये काम नहीं किया।
Big controversy rages over Rohingya as BJP takes on Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing. Aam Aadmi Party says BJP hatching conspiracy. Two suspected Al-Qaeda terrorists arrested in West Bengal's North 24 Parganas. Anubrata Mondal in cattle smuggling case. A daughter now appears before the Calcutta High Court in the Bengal caste scam and the recruitment scam. Trinamool Congress facing massive pressure. And Savarkar has become the big focus. Veer Savarkar's posters were torn in Shivamogga in Karnataka a few days back. And following that, there has been a viral movement across Karnataka and across India, several states, as Veer Savarkar's posters come up in different parts of not just Karnataka but also the country, from Tumakuru to Shivamogga to Udupi in Karnataka to even Kerala and Maharashtra. The debate rages on. More videos now coming up of Veer Savarkar's posters across different parts of Karnataka. These pictures coming in. We had pictures from Shivamogga, this one from Tumakuru, and then also from Udupi. So the Congress party, which questioned these Savarkar posters, facing a backlash as well this morning. We'll show you the different pictures of where it started in Shivamogga. And then there were more posters in Tumakuru, and these are posters from Tumakuru. And then you had in Kodagu in Karnataka, where Siddaramaiah was booed, shown black flags, asked to go back. These are the pictures coming in. The Congress party also asked why Savarkar's posters were put up in a Muslim area. That was Siddaramaiah of the Congress party. And then he was shown black flags earlier today. And more pictures now coming in. Manish Sisodia, in fact, there is another breaking news development. The Aam Aadmi Party is holding a news conference on the Rohingya issue. We'll cut across to that and come back to the story from Karnataka.
अपना स्टेटमेंट दिया तो उसके बाद केंद्र सरकार फिर थोड़ा बैकफुट पे आके केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय ने एक बयान जारी किया कि नहीं साहब, हमारा स्टैंड तो ये है। अब सवाल उठता है कि अगर केंद्र सरकार का स्टैंड ये है और दिल्ली सरकार बार बार अपना रुख साफ कर चुकी है कि किसी भी तरह के अवैध प्रवास को, रोहिंग्याओं के किसी भी तरह के प्रवास को दिल्ली सरकार दिल्ली की सुरक्षा के लिए, देश की सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा मानती है, वैसे में उनको फ्लैग देने की किसी योजना का तो सवाल ही नहीं उठता। केंद्र सरकार का गृह मंत्रालय कह रहा है कि हम नहीं कर रहे, फिर ये कर कौन रहा था? अगर ये स्टैंड केंद्र सरकार के कुछ लोगों ने, और जिसकी पुष्टि इस बात से भी होती है कि हरदीप सिंह पुरी जी ने बाकायदा उसको अपलोड करते हुए ट्वीट किया था, केंद्रीय आवास मंत्री हैं वो, और अगर दिल्ली में आवास दिए जा रहे हैं और केंद्रीय आवास मंत्री उसको अपलोड करके कह रहे हैं केंद्र की ये शानदार योजना है, और केंद्र सरकार के अफसर और दिल्ली सरकार के अफसर मीटिंग करके और दिल्ली पुलिस के ऑफिसर मीटिंग करके कुछ डिसीजन ले रहे हैं और फिर उनको बिना चुनी हुई सरकार को दिखाए एलजी का अप्रूवल के लिए भेज रहे हैं, तो फिर ये करा कौन रहा है? अगर केंद्र सरकार इसके खिलाफ है तो फिर कौन करा रहा है? दिल्ली सरकार से छिपा के किया जा रहा है, चुनी सी हुई सरकार से छिपा के किया जा रहा है, तो करा कौन रहा है? केंद्रीय मंत्री जी इसकी तारीफ कर रहे हैं, तो फिर करा कौन रहा है? केंद्र सरकार के ऑफिसर्स भी मीटिंग्स में डिसीजन ले रहे हैं, तो करा कौन रहा है? तो इसीलिए मैंने गृह मंत्री जी को, केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री जी को चिट्ठी लिखी है अभी, और उसमें मैंने उनसे ये रिक्वेस्ट किया है कि पहली बात तो ये कि आप केंद्र सरकार का स्पष्ट रुख देश के सामने रखें, दिल्ली के सामने रखें, और दूसरा, ये जो साजिश हो रही है या हो रही थी कि दिल्ली की चुनी हुई सरकार से छिपाकर, और अगर केंद्र सरकार भी ऐसा मानती है कि रोहिंग्याओं को नहीं बसाना है, फ्लैट नहीं देने, तो फिर केंद्र सरकार के भी रुख के खिलाफ जाके ये डिसीजंस किसके कहने पे लिए जा रहे थे, कौन ले रहा था, कहां से इसके आदेश आ रहे थे, ये सबकी बहुत निष्पक्ष तुरंत जांच होनी चाहिए। और जो भी लोग अगर केंद्र सरकार के रुख के खिलाफ जा रहे थे तो केंद्र सरकार के रुख के खिलाफ, और दिल्ली की सरकार से, चुनी हुई सरकार से छिपा के डिसीजन लेना चाह रहे थे तो उनके खिलाफ सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। ये मैंने केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री जी को अभी चिट्ठी लिखी है।
मनीष जी, डिविजनल कमिश्नर ने ये तैयार किया था, प्रस्ताव किया था कि उनको यहाँ से शिफ्ट करके और पथरवाला में रखा जाए, और चीफ सेक्रेटरी ने उसको पास किया। इससे पहले ये एसडीएम के लेवल पे भी ये तैयार हुआ था कि उनका क्या विकल्प है, कहाँ पे रखा जाए। इस पूरी प्रक्रिया में कहीं से भी दिल्ली सरकार को रूप में नहीं,
मैं इसीलिए बोल रहा हूँ कि फिर दिल्ली सरकार दिल्ली के मंत्रियों से नहीं पूछ रहे, मुख्यमंत्री से डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे, अचानक कोई एफआरआरओ की चिट्ठी आती है, उसके बेस पे एनडीएमसी को लिख देते हैं, फिर एक केंद्र के मंत्री जी कहते हैं, आवास मंत्री हैं जो कि हाँ बहुत बढ़िया है, फ्लैट दिए, आवास दिए जा रहे हैं, हम अपने तारीफ करते हैं सरकार की। फिर जब हम कहते हैं भाई चुनी हुई सरकार को तो पता ही नहीं है, पूछ ही नहीं रहे, फिर गृह मंत्रालय कहता है हमें भी नहीं पता या हम ऐसा नहीं चाह रहे। तो फिर ये साजिश क्या हुई है, किसने की है और किसके कहने पे की है, कौन लोग ये डिसीजन ले रहे थे, क्यों ले रहे थे?
दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट के जो होम डिपार्टमेंट के सेक्रेटरी हैं उनके वो भी लूप में थे, वो भी आप,
मैं वही पूछ रहा हूं ना कि जब केंद्र सरकार भी कह रही है, अगर केंद्र सरकार का ये रुख है, पहले तो केंद्र सरकार अपना रुख स्पष्ट करे, और फिर मैं तो स्पष्ट रूप से लिख के दे रहा हूं।
सर, आप ये जो फ्लैट वाली योजना है इसके विरोध में है या फिर ये रोहिंग्या दिल्ली में नहीं होने चाहिए, आप इसके विरोध में? नीति और विचारधारा क्या है?
नीति और विचारधारा इस रूप में स्पष्ट है कि रोहिंग्याओं को किसी भी तरह के स्थायी निवास के लिए, क्योंकि अगर कोई भी इलीगल माइग्रेंट है या इलीगल ऑक्यूपेंट है और वो देश की नीतियों के खिलाफ देश में रह रहा है, तो उसके खिलाफ तो केंद्र सरकार को एक्शन लेना चाहिए। ये तो दिल्ली पुलिस बताएगी ना कहाँ रह रहे हैं, ये केंद्र सरकार बताए कहाँ छिपा कर, ये तो आप अपने बेस पे पूछ रहे हैं ना। अभी तो दिल्ली सरकार के पास ऐसी कोई जानकारी नहीं है कि कहाँ रोहिंग्या रह रहे हैं, कहाँ रह रहे हैं।
इम्पोर्टेंट सवाल ये कि दिल्ली सरकार बार-बार कहती है कि हिमाचल में 6 महीने में हिमाचल का सीएम चेंज होने वाला है, गुजरात में 6 महीने में गुजरात का सीएम चेंज होने वाला है, या उसको पता चल जाता है कि उनका कौन सा मंत्री कब गिरफ्तार होने वाला है, उसका इतनी सारी नॉलेज होती है, इंटेलिजेंस की सब कुछ इनपुट होते हैं, लेकिन इसके बारे में डिप्टी सेक्रेटरी होम से लेके एसीएस होम तक, डीएम से लेके,
यही तो मेरे लिए भी है।
ऐसी इंटेलिजेंस इस मामले में एकदम से फेल रही है।
मैं वही कह रहा हूं कि ऐसी ऐसी चीजें पता चल जाती हैं, और ये इतना सीक्रेटली किया जा रहा था, तो क्या साजिश है ये? इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए।
जम्मू कश्मीर में नॉन कश्मीरी भी वोट डाल पाएंगे? थोड़ा
सर, रोहिंग्या पे एक सवाल है। सरकार MHA ने कल चिट्ठी में कहा कि दिल्ली सरकार जो प्रेजेंट लोकेशन है रोहिंग्या कैंप की, उसको डिटेंशन सेंटर घोषित करे और ये इमीडिएटली किया जाना चाहिए। इस पे क्या आपका रेस्पॉन्स है? आर यू गोइंग टू डिक्लेयर?
पहले केंद्र सरकार अपना रुख तो साफ करे। कल से कंफ्यूजन फैला रखा है। एक मंत्री जी कह रहे हैं कुछ, एक मंत्री जी कह रहे हैं कुछ, नीचे अफसरों से कुछ करवा रहे हैं। पहले केंद्र सरकार इसकी पूरी जांच कराए, उसके बाद में ये कैंप, कौन सा कैंप चलेगा कौन सा नहीं चलेगा, ये तो सब पुलिस के निर्णय है। यही तो हम पूछ रहे हैं।
सर, बीजेपी ने आज भी करा है, उन्होंने कहा कि उनको बिजली, पानी, तमाम सुविधाएं जो है वो दिल्ली सरकार मुहैया करा रही है और दिल्ली सरकार ही सब कुछ करवा रही है। उस पर आपका क्या कहना है?
तो बताए ना कहां कहां रोंगे हैं, क्यों रख रखे हैं, केंद्र सरकार ने क्यों रखे हुए हैं, बीजेपी ने क्यों छिपा रखे हैं, किसने छिपा रखे हैं, और फिर पीछे से मीटिंग करा रहे हैं, क्यों करा रहे हैं?
And the Aam Aadmi Party, they're holding a news conference questioning the Delhi government, the central government that is, on the confusion they claim on the issue of Rohingya shelters. We'll try and get the first BJP response to it as well. That was the Aam Aadmi Party demanding an investigation, claiming that there could have been a case of conspiracy, saying they weren't aware of the shelter. Hardeep Singh Puri, Union Minister, had put out a tweet talking about a shelter, and the Aam Aadmi Party now responding. In fact, they held a news conference yesterday as well, and after the letter that was shown by the centre putting out facts of the case, the Aam Aadmi Party saying Delhi government wasn't aware of the decision, or wasn't aware of the request. And this is a big allegation, saying that there's a conspiracy, there could be a conspiracy behind the letter that was written asking for a shelter. Whose conspiracy was it? Did the Delhi government really not know? Did they really not know about shelters for Rohingyas? Because yesterday, all of yesterday, they said the centre had approved, had constructed the shelter for Rohingyas, claiming that Pakistani Hindu refugees were still left in the lurch, living in pathetic conditions, and Rohingyas were being given shelters, and there's been a lot of anger. Shehzad Poonawalla joining us on the phone line. Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP spokesperson. Shehzad, is it possible that the Delhi government really didn't know? The allegation is that they did not know. They claim there's a conspiracy. Shehzad, the Aam Aadmi Party claims that they had no idea. They had no idea. They said, we don't know who wrote the letter. They're claiming it could be a conspiracy. They're saying we didn't know. Is it possible they really didn't know about this?
See, the Department of Home, Delhi Sarkar, which the government does it come under? It comes under the Delhi government. The second factor is that the DM, whom does the DM report to? The Delhi government. So, now for them to say that when this letter has come out, and it is clear as daylight that the Delhi government wanted to actually shift these Rohingyas to EWS flats and wanted to give these flats meant for the people of India to the Rohingyas because of vote bank politics. And apart from that, please see when the Rohingyas were being removed from Madanpur Khadar land of Uttar Pradesh government. At that time, Amanatullah Khan, it is a Republic report. You can check the Republic report. It was a Republic report that Amanatullah Khan told Republic Channel that these people are not a national security threat. They should be given the residence. They should be given the facility. Secondly, I can tell you for a fact that the Delhi government has provided rations to these Rohingyas during the COVID lockdown. The Delhi High Court was told in an affidavit by the Delhi government, and at the time when people of Delhi were not getting rations, the ration cards have not been given to poor of Delhi. Rohingyas are getting rations meant for the people of India. All of these have been reported by Republic. I would request you to go back to your reports and tell us that why this Aam Aadmi Party has such Rohingya prem. And it's not just Rohingya prem. They come out in defense of ISIS terrorists. Amanatullah Khan defended ISIS terrorists. They've come out in defense of Tahir Hussain. They've come out in defense of all kinds of elements who are radicals. So this, in the name of vote bank politics, this is the true face of the Arvind Kejriwal government. They are not Kattar Deshbhakt. They are Kattar corrupt, and they are Kattar देशभक्ति के साथ and देश की राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ करने वाले लोग.
Yeah. But so that's really baffling that, they say that it could be a conspiracy. I mean, what conspiracy are they talking about? Yeah?
Niranjan, I request you, I don't remember the exact date, but the Republic has an exclusive interview of Amanatullah Khan, where he has come out and said that these 50-odd Rohingya families which are being pushed out of Madanpur Kadar are not a national security, and that the BJP government, because they are Muslims or some logic he has given, that because of that we are targeting them. I request you to please pull out that video and put out in defense and ask Mr. Manish Sisodia and Kejriwal that is Amanatullah Khan from the BJP. He is from the Aam Aadmi Party, he is an MLA, he is defending Rohingyas. Also, the Delhi High Court has been told in black and white by the Delhi government that we are providing sufficient food to Rohingyas. Don't worry about these Rohingyas, we are providing them food. They will not be hungry at all. Whether they give to a common person of Delhi or not, doesn't matter. But Rohingya ka peet bhar ke khana de rahe. This they have said to the Delhi High Court. I request you to pull both these reports of Republic out and put it in the public domain and ask Mr. Sisodia that who is the true patronizer, the hand that patronizes the Rohingyas.
Okay, let's see. We'll try and ask that question as well. Shehzad Punawala, thank you for joining us. The first response to the BJP after the Aam Aadmi Party claimed that they had no idea about the Rohingya shelter. Meanwhile, there is a debate now as people talk about the possible Rohingya shelter. There's a political debate, a political fight around it. But what about and this is the question that people are asking, what about the Pakistani Hindu refugees? The Pakistani Hindu refugees who've been here, the Hindu refugees who crossed over from Pakistan, who came back, they're living in pathetic conditions. My colleague Piyush sent us a report from the national capital on the conditions under which they are currently living in the national capital. Take a look.
While there are now reports that are emerging of how the Rohingya refugees that had come from Myanmar and Bangladesh to India are going to be accommodated by giving them accommodations, what often gets forgotten is the plight of Hindu refugees that had come from Pakistan to India. I'm reporting from one such refugee camp here at Majnu Ka Tila in Delhi, where over 150 Hindu families that had come from Pakistan to India in 2012. But still, if you can see over here, the difficulties and the ordeals that are being faced by these families. Most of these families are financially quite weak, and they are still finding it very difficult to make their ends meet. Despite this, they are quite hopeful. They are very hopeful. They are hopeful about being accepted as Indians, something that has been denied to them now for more than 10 years. In 2019, there was a hope. Then the government passed the CAA bill that, there is going to be an improvement in their conditions. But yet, despite 3 years, there has been no improvement in the conditions, and they are still waiting for the citizenship. When you talk to the families over here, they are hopeful about the country, but yes, they have this complaint and they have these grievances that they are not being accepted as Indian citizens. You can understand, as you can see the visuals over here, that what is the state of affairs over here. They are financially very weak. It is difficult for them to make their ends meet, but yet they are hopeful. They are hopeful about this country. They are hopeful that the government is going to step in and going to help in improving the situation. They are making, though they have expressed their hope with the government, they are resilient people, and they are in their own way trying their best to make.
Well, we have some breaking news now coming in. Big alarm being sounded in Raigad, Maharashtra. Exclusive visuals on Republic TV. Exclusive visuals. Let's put that out. Exclusive pictures of a boat. A boat, we are told, that was carrying AK-47s. AK-47 recovered from a boat. Rifles also recovered from Raigad in Maharashtra. What boat is this, Alicia? What boat is this? Let's focus on that boat. That boat there, seen in this video in Raigad, Maharashtra. Big alarm. Staying non-stop on this story, getting the details from Alicia. Alicia, over to you.
Niranjan, we have to wait for an official because we had a word with the IG Konkan range, and he has given the information that the police, Raigad police, is trying to get on the boat, but it seems to be difficult as it's a high tide there in Raigad district, which is why the police officials are not really able to get into the boat. But the information that has been coming is that there are AK-47, but yet we will wait for an official and a detailed statement that is going to be given by police. But what we have been told that the police are trying to get into the boat, but it seems to be difficult. They will search the boat first and then we'll find out where exactly and what the boat has. But this is a visual that has been coming in from Raigad, and it's a Srivardhan taluka in Raigad, where some boat has been found by the Raigad police, and they've been trying to get into the boat, and we'll get to know what exactly it is. But initially, the primary information that we're getting, there are some AK-47 guns that is present in that boat, but still they will wait for an official confirmation, because we already had a word with the IG Konkan range, which has given the information that Raigad police is trying very hard to get that boat. It's a high tide, which is why they are not really able to get into that boat, and only after the search operation we'll get to know
boat, and only after the search operation we'll get to know what exactly has been kept in that boat. Yes.
I'm going to show the pictures of the boat. Let's show the pictures of the boat, please. Let's show the pictures of the boat. We are hearing that on this boat, according to reports, let's show the pictures of the boat. There was another video. That's the boat there. That's the boat. Exclusive pictures on Republic TV. Hearing that there were some rifles, AK-47 rifles found on this suspicious boat. Now, we don't have an official confirmation. Have to put it on record that we don't have an official confirmation. But initial reports coming in that there were AK-47 rifles found on this boat. Breaking news on Republic TV, a team of Raigad police, the IG of the Konkan range has just said on record that a team of the Raigad police is trying to get on the boat. Seems to be difficult, trying to get more details. We'll search the boat. We'll find out what the truth is in this particular case. The first pictures coming in of the police also present there. It seems to be some sort of a speedboat or a yacht from the initial details. Appears to be some sort of a speedboat. There's high alert across Raigad district. That's the first image of the boat. Police also present. That's the boat. That's the first image of the boat. There are also videos. We'll put out the image of the boat and the videos of the boat and the police. So we'll take multiple windows on screen right now. Picture of the boat, video of the boat, and police at the site. And this is a huge alert. In fact, there are some pictures doing the rounds. We will have to confirm. Pictures doing the rounds of rifles also found. We'll have to wait and watch what was on that boat. Trying to get more details. We have the first picture. Alisha's accessed the boat's first picture there. Let me put out that picture. We have the first picture. Let's show the first picture. In fact, from official sources, that is a big lead that Alisha's accessed. Big lead of AK-47. Rifles on that boat. Rifles, Alisha. I've just got that picture. I'm showing that picture. Let's put that picture out, please. Picture of AK-47 rifle also found on that boat near Raigad. AK-47 rifles on the boat. Seems to be a terror haul. What was this rifle? There were 3 AK-47s. My God, 3 AK-47s. 3 AK-47s found in that boat. I'm staying with that picture. Alisha, 3 AK-47s. I have that picture in front of me. It's on screen right now. This is a big catch. Big catch. How did this come to light? Alisha, do we have details of this operation?
Well, Niranjan, what we know from the police officials that there are some of the locals who give the information about an suspicious boat that was going around across the point, and that is the information that has been given to the Raigad police. And at that point of time, the police officials have reached there. There was some of the information that there are even suspicious guns that was kept in the boat, but the IG Konkan range, as I already spoke that to him, has clearly given information that because of the high tide, the police officials were not about to reach to the boat, but finally they have reached, and we can see in the picture as well, there are 3 AK-47 rifles that has been, recovered from the same boat, and the entire district, because it's a Harishwar beach in Raigad, and looking after the situation and the recovery that has been made by the Raigad police, the entire district has been put on high alert. There are police officials, there are many of the, there are the barricades that has been put by the police officials, and no one has been allowed to come near the beach, or even there are police officials who has been asked to be on alert. So clearly in the picture we can see there are the 3 rifles that has been recovered, and we are still waiting for more official statement that is going to be released by the Raigad police as well, because it's something very big, an alert that has been given to the entire district after a suspicious boat that was reported by the locals, and the locals has informed this to the Raigad police, because it's something a beach, and we even know that every boat has been maintained has a record, but this was something boat was not having the record, which is
Alicia, looking at that picture once again, I just want to speak over that picture, Alicia. I just want to speak over that picture. Let's zoom into the picture if possible. It appears from the picture that there are 3 AK-47s. I repeat, 3 AK-47 rifles. 3 AK-47 rifles. And there are cartridges perhaps inside those boxes, bullets inside those boxes. We'll have to wait for an official word on that. But that is a box filled with AK-47s. A box filled with 3 AK-47s. I don't know, but this is a big catch. This is a huge catch. Huge terror haul. Now we don't know, nothing is on record. Nothing is on record, but we'd like to get the police on record to find out whose boat it was. Whose boat was it? Alicia, do we have details of whose boat was it? 3 AK-47s. A whole lot of cartridges. And if the police was there, and it was not a boat that belonged to anyone in that area, it was not a boat belonging to security forces. Right? Okay, do we have that clear? It was not do we know if it was a boat belonging to security forces or not?
Well, Niranjan, we are actually waiting for an official statement, and it's actually a right time to wait for an official detailed statement that will be released by the Raigad police, because the only information that has been provided is that getting an information from the locals over the suspicious boat, where they have called the police, the local police, that is Raigad police, has reached to the point, and they were trying to get into the boat to see what exactly the boat contained, because at the initial time they were really not able to get into the same boat because of the high tide, but with all those efforts where the police has reached to the boat, and we can even see the pictures, the first picture that is accessed by Republic TV, where the rifles and the cartridge that is already been recovered by the police, and we have been told that it's a high alert that has already been declared in the district. There are police officials who have been asked to be on high alert. So with what exactly the reason is, whose boat it is, we'll wait for an official statement that is soon going to be released by the Raigad police, because it's very important even to alert to the viewers as well and give their accurate information. Whatever the information we have been getting is still now that the information they got from the locals that has been given to the police, and the police has reached to the spot, and now we can see the visuals that are rifles and the cartridge that has been recovered by police, and the investigation is still underway.
This is a big catch. In fact, that's the boat there. It's a big alert. It's a big alert. I'd like to get some, we'll try and get some experts on the phone line. We'll try and get the state government as well. State government, BJP, NCP, we'll try and get everybody on record. Let's get some reactions to this, because it's a big catch. On your screen there, that's the boat on the left of your screens. That's a speedboat. There are local residents there, fishermen perhaps, alert residents. And we are getting in the first reactions to the story. Alicia, that's the picture of the speedboat. We have Mr. Mungantiwar of the BJP joining us on the phone line. Sudhir Mungantiwar, member of the BJP and MLA, very senior leader. Sudhir Mungantiwar ji, what more do you know, sir? Can you tell our viewers a little bit more about what you perhaps know at this point? Sudhir Mungantiwar ji.
अभी तो जांच शुरू हुई है जांच में क्या तथ्य आगे आते हैं, इसके आधार पे आगे की नीति तय होगी। इसके पीछे क्या षड्यंत्र है, क्या 15 अगस्त को देखते हुए कोई इसका रचना की गई है क्या, ये खलनायक इसके पीछे कौन है, आतंकी या दहशतवादी लोगों का ये काम है क्या, ये सारी बातें जो है जांच के बाद इसका तफसील आगे आएगा। अभी तो प्राइमा फेसी इतना ही जो आपको पता है उतना ही हमें पता है। हमारे जो उप मुख्यमंत्री है, डिप्टी सीएम, गृह मंत्री, ये इस बारे में शायद सभागृह में निवेदन कर।
नहीं, आपको लगता है कि ये कोई षड्यंत्र हो सकता है इस मामले पे? आर यू नॉट रूलिंग दैट आउट? आई मीन दैट्स अ बिग स्टेटमेंट कमिंग फ्रॉम यू सर।
ऐसा है कि हर बात की ओर देखना होता है। अब जांच के बाद ही पता चलेगा कि इसमें कौन सा षड्यंत्र बनाया गया है, क्या सोच है, क्या हमारे देश में कोई गड़बड़ करने की सोच है क्या, ये सब तो जांच के बाद पता चलेंगे। जांच एजेंसी ही जांच कर सकेगी। इस पे मैंने भाष्य करना, ये जांच को प्रभावित करने की संभावना बढ़ जाती है।
या सर, आपको अभी आपको क्या जानकारी है इसके बारे में? बिकॉज द पुलिस इज नॉट विलिंग टू से एनीथिंग मच एंड दे राइट परहैप्स। उनको लगता है कि फर्स्ट इन्वेस्टिगेट करना चाहिए। लेकिन ये जो बॉक्स है, ये बॉक्स जो दिख रही है हमें, ये जो पहले तस्वीर आई है, उनमें 3 AK-47 है, 3 AK-47 और बहुत सारे कार्ट्रिजेस। ये आई डोंट थिंक दिस लुक्स लाइक a boat that belonged to any of our agencies or forces. Prima facie इतना तो लग रहा है।
देखो ऐसा है, ये तो मैं भी आपके जैसा ही अधिवेशन के जगह पे हूँ, अभी वहां निकला हूँ। माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री महोदय इस विषय में सभागृह अधिवेशन शुरू रहने से वो निवेदन तो करेंगे, ये गंभीर विषय है, मगर जांच तो पुलिस कर रही है। अभी तो पुलिस जांच पे अभी काम कर रही है, तो अभी के अभी ऐसा कोई बात वो नहीं कहेंगे जिससे जांच प्रभावित हो या खलनायक जो इसके पीछे होंगे वो सावधान हो। गुनहगार को पता चल जाएगा कि क्या सोच पुलिस की है। तो मुझे लगता है कि पुलिस विभाग ने इतने जल्दी कोई बातों को, तथ्यों को, तफसीलों को जाहिर करना ये उचित नहीं होता है।
करेक्ट।
सब तथ्य, सब तफसील ये एक साथ में उसकी श्रृंखला कड़ी जुड़ जाएगी। उसके बाद कहना आखिर देश की रक्षा के लिए पुलिस काम कर रही है, तो तथ्य थोड़े देर के बाद भी आगे आते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि कोई अड़चन नहीं तो सावधान हो जाएंगे। इसके पीछे जो खलनायक है, षड्यंत्र रचाने वाले लोग हैं, इसके पीछे जो प्रेम होगा वो सावधान हो जाएगा। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि पुलिस ने भी जांच अच्छी तरह से करके जहां आवश्यकता है भारत सरकार के जांच एजेंसियों की मदद लेकर ये काम करना चाहिए।
Yes, Sudhir Mungantiwar ji, thank you for speaking to Republic TV. Maharashtra Minister Sudhir Mungantiwar saying that it's a little too early, but saying that his government is trying to get full details of what has happened here. This is a big development, big discovery, and alert residents, fishermen that who spotted this boat, alerted officials, we are told, and this is a big catch in Raigad. A boat filled with AK-47s. I repeat, a boat filled with AK-47s. A boat filled with AK-47s, and the picture is telling. Let me go across to Mr. Praveen Dikshit of former DGP of Maharashtra, joining me on the phone line. Mr. Dikshit, looking at these pictures, I know it's a little too early to conclude, but can I get your reactions, some of the questions that perhaps come to your mind, or what you may know about such experiences and what you can tell us?
This is a very serious development. Now that they have strengthened the coastal security, still the human intelligence part of it is the most critical part of it. I think the local fishermen, they need to be complimented for coming forward and identifying this suspicious boat and immediately asking police to come and search it. And the discovery which has been now, including these weapons, etc., has to be probed further. This may be linked to some of the proxy war which is being launched by our neighbor, and it may be an inimical action. It can be also So, I mean, unless we know some persons who are, it is not clear whether there are any persons also arrested. But I think the probe will have to be completed expeditiously. And when the central agencies, I'm sure, will look into the matter with all the earnestness.
Yes. Sir, when something like this happens, I mean, is it normal? I mean, I don't know. I mean, when something like this happens, what is the protocol? Because we are hearing now that in this particular case, alert citizens, fishermen, etc., they tipped off agencies that there was a boat, a suspicious boat that was just lingering there, and very initial details trickling in. But it doesn't appear to us from any of the reports or what we are hearing that this was a boat that belonged to agencies. It's not.
That's not what I said, because whether there was any person on it is not clear. But the weapons are definitely a matter of great concern. And I'm sure the method of how these weapons have reached there, they are belonging to which place, all those details will be looked into and analyzed by the concerned agencies. But it's definitely a very, very grave matter and needs to be looked into with highest alertness.
I'm just getting in some big breaking news updates. Sir. I have just got some information now. That this boat, I'm just going to put the details out, full frame on the screen. This boat was registered in the UK. So Republic getting some exclusive leads on the story. I'm hearing, and Alisha, are you there? Alisha is breaking this big story that this boat was registered in UK. Big lead coming in. The boat was registered in UK. The boat was distressed near Oman and was rescued from the seas. Police investigating the matter. Dr. Vikram Singh, sir, my colleague Alisha is on the phone line. Can you listen to her for 30 seconds, sir? I'll just get the information from her and I'd like you to respond to that. Dr. Vikram Singh, Alisha, quickly can you tell us what more do you know about this?
Well, the information that we are getting in from our police officials that this boat is a UK registered. This boat was distressed near Oman and some rescued the boat from Oman. After which that came flowing towards the Raigad is what we have been told. Police is investigating into the matter and also the high alert has also been issued by police officials across the district. We have been trying to speak to our sources to get more information because this is something very important to know that this morning when a suspicious boat that was found by the locals and locals has given the information to the police, and by the time the police officials reached to the same location, they were trying to get into the boat and also they found rifles, and this boat is UK registered.
Yeah.
This boat was distressed in Oman and some rescued a boat from Oman itself, and now police investigating into the matter.
Yeah, this is a big development. I mean, still waiting for more details. We don't have more details as of now. But Dr. Vikram Singh is also joining us on the phone line. Dr. Vikram Singh, just putting out the details what we know so far. The boat is UK registered. The boat was distressed near Oman and was rescued, is what we are hearing. And the police are investigating into the matter. Okay, what do you make of it, sir, so far?
Matter, a boat registered in UK. Yes. The boat registered in UK carrying AK series weapon with ammunition is something absolutely abnormal, unusual and sinister. And therefore, do a bit of reverse engineering, the pedigree of the boat, the weapons and the ammunition. And I feel that it is a very sinister plot against us. And yes, the investigating agencies have their hands full and they have to do work over time and get to the bottom of the whole conspiracy. It is absolutely unusual to have a motor launch with AK series weapons and ammunition.
Yes, sir. And I just have another picture that's come in now, an exclusive image of that box. Dr. Vikram Singh, stay with me. Ujjwal Nikam also joining us. Ujjwal Nikam, very senior lawyer, was a public prosecutor in the 2611 case, is now joining us live right now on the phone line. Mr. Ujjwal Nikam, So we have a picture now that's come in that shows that this was a box. The box has a label called Neptune Maritime Security. Let me just put that picture out. But from the facts available with us, the details available with us, can I get your initial thoughts on this, Mr. Nikam?
When I conducted serial Bombay bomb blast case of 1993, we found that the criminal conspiracy was hatched by Dawood Ibrahim Tiger Memon to smuggle the RDX as well as AK-46 rifles and grenades through the channel of Dawood Ibrahim. And we have examined also certain documents, we have examined certain witnesses also in the court. And we found that Dawood Ibrahim and his henchmen, who were earlier dealing to smuggle certain gold and silver ornaments, they used their channel for smuggling these RDX and other AK-46 rifles. And those goods and the contraband weapons were landed at Dighi and Shekhari, that is in the Raigad district. Now it is a very serious thing that again after 1993, a huge quantity of AK-46 rifle and its ammunition has been recovered. I think the ATS has taken serious cognizance. ATS of the Maharashtra has taken the serious cognizance of the said fact. They have already rushed to the place of the incident, and I expect that NI will also take the cognizance. NI will also look into the matter, because this is a serious matter causing serious threats to our country. And let us see what happens further.
Yeah, there's a big lead that we have that this belongs to Neptune Maritime Security. There's a label, or at least there's a label that's put on it. And from the details I'm reading, Mr. Nikam and Dr. Vikram Singh, this appears, Neptune Maritime Security appears to be some sort of a private security group. Now, even if it was a private security group, why would a boat with arms on it without anybody on it? Dr. Vikram Singh, does it raise questions on the circumstances, sir? Okay, I think just lost that line. Mr. Nikam?
Yes?
Yeah, Mr. Nikam? Yeah.
Earlier in 1993,
yeah.
We have recovered certain cardboard boxes wherein the Waha cantonment material was printed. That Waha cantonment area is in the Pakistan.
Yeah.
So we cannot brush aside all possibilities that in order to just deceive our investigating agency, they must have pasted such type of private labels on the boxes. But of course, I'm sure that our people will find out, and the police will also take the serious cognizance. Let us see what happens.
Yeah, let's see. Thank you for that, Mr. Ujjwal Nikam. Ujjwal Nikam, senior advocate there, speaking to Republic TV, getting you details of what we know so far. There is a high alert sounded in Raigad, Maharashtra after this boat, very suspicious boat. Maha ATS is en route to Raigad right now. That's the other big breaking news update. Vinit Agrawal, who's the ATS chief, is reaching the location. ATS says they will investigate terror angle as well. So terror angle not being ruled out. Primary investigation on, terror angle not ruled out. And this is a big alarm on the border in Raigad, Maharashtra, in Harihareshwar beach, we are told, is where this was found. Two suspicious boats. Now there are reports, contradictory reports, one boat or two boats. We're still waiting for more details from what we are picking up. Alisha is picking up details of how there was a maritime. Let's put that picture out, in fact, of Neptune Maritime Security. That I just found that interesting. That we have some lead on that. Let's split the screen with the pictures of what was inside this box and the sticker. Neptune Maritime Security, that's a picture that Alisha has accessed. Alisha, from what we are hearing, this may be a maritime security group, but circumstances extremely suspicious. Circumstances in which this boat has been found, Alisha.
Correct.
Alisha, can you hear me? Just lost the line there. I'll stay with her. Let's show you the pictures. Let's split the screen, the different pictures that are coming in. That's the sticker found on the box. The box was found inside the suspicious boat in Raigad, Maharashtra. And there was a box with 3 AK-47 rifles, a weapon-loaded boat. Let's split the screen with the pictures of the box and also the boat. Let's show you the 3 windows, putting the story in context. Alisha joining us live once again. Alisha, take us through what we know about this group, this Neptune Maritime Security Group, or whatever this picture has been found. What are investigators telling you so far?
Well, talking about Neptune Maritime Security, what we know that it's a multinational company into maritime security, but still police has been looking into the matter, and this is something suspicious, that was found in Harihareshwar beach in Raigad, where now even anti-terror squad is also been looking into the matter, because what you have been told that Vinit Agrawal, who is the ATS chief, is on his way to the location.
Alisha, just be with me.
With his team.
Alisha, be with me. Just be with me. Sorry to interrupt you there for a second. I just want to get in Majid Memon of the NCP joining us on the phone line. Mr. Memon, can I get your reaction first, sir, to this very suspicious boat that has been found off Raigad, sir?
Well, I think ATS is sufficiently trained and competent enough to meet such situation, and we expect that the officials would not only find out as to who are the people around who are involved in this dangerous activity, terrorist activity, but they would also reach, you see, those who are from behind the curtain operating and who are conspiring to create violence in the area. And I'm sure that the stringent provisions of Anti-Terrorist Act would be applied to all those who are involved in this kind of operation. And we are happy that the dangerous haul has been detected before even a damage could be caused. We are saved from a likely terror act, and for which the authorities need to be complimented. But at the same time, it seems that there is some security lapse. Those who are detailed for the purposes of maintaining security and vigil in the area, how is it that it did not strike to them that these kinds of movements are taking place? And therefore, the ATS will have to be on its toes to see that it goes into the depth of the whole operation, who are surfacing, who are appearing, who are behind the curtain, what is the motive, who are the likely victim. All these things need to be thoroughly probed, and those who are responsible for this offense, for this crime, for this operation must be put with the heavy hand of law before the court.
Yes. Thank you for that, Mr. Majid Memon of the NCP, saying that the ATS is well equipped, and also saying that a possible likely, his words used were likely, attack has been averted. Now, let me get in PK Jain, former ADGP Maharashtra, joining us on the phone line. A very senior officer, served in the police force in Maharashtra. Mr. Jain, can I get your first response to this rifle-loaded box inside a speedboat, very suspicious boat that has been found off the coast of Raigad?
Yes, it is a very serious incident. There are a number of AK-47 rifles and ammunition and certain other materials which have been found in the boat, which by itself is a fairly serious incident. And I'm sure that the Government of India and the ATS Maharashtra already must be on the job to find out as to what is the genesis of this boat. What I have learned is that this boat is probably registered in UK, and it has traveled all the way to the Indian waters. That means there has to be a sinister plan, again to cause some kind of a widespread bloodshed and some terrorist incident in the city and state. So the investigation has to be very, very thorough. The foreign wing of the intelligence agencies also have to be activated to find out as to which are the groups which could be behind this kind of an incident. And whereas as also the land tech int as well as human int has to be activated. I think it will take some time to get to the bottom of this incident, but it has to be worked out very, very seriously and very consistently. Only then probably we'll be able to find out as to what is the motive behind this. But apparently it seems that such a large quantity of weapons and ammunition does not come into the country without any serious sinister plan on the part of the disruptive forces, which has to be neutralized.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Mr. Jain.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for that. Let me go back to Alisha, in fact, who's gathering more details. We had a first response coming in from the MLA there, Aditi Tatkare, the Raigad MLA. Let's cut across live. She's speaking. We'll just cut across. Let's just cut across that.
त्या संदर्भातली सखोल चौकशी करणारी जी काही टीम आहे ही घोषित करण्यात यावी अशीच एक मी विनंती आणि आग्रहाची मागणी या ठिकाणी तिथली स्थानिक लोकप्रतिनिधी म्हणून केलेली आज जो हमें प्राइमरी इंफॉर्मेशन जो मिली है उस मुताबिक रायगढ़ जिले के श्रीवर्धन तालुका में हरिहरेश्वर और भरड़खोल गांव के उस परिसर में कुछ बोट्स ये जो रायगढ़ पुलिस यंत्रणा है या कोस्टल की यंत्रणा है उन्हें वहाँ पर मिले। उसमें कुछ हथियार है, कुछ कागज़ है, लेकिन ये पूरी इन्फॉर्मेशन जो है वो कॉन्क्रीट नहीं है, प्राइमरी है। अभी वहाँ पर जो भी इंक्वायरी शुरू है वो लोकल जो पुलिस की टीम है या फिर रायगढ़ की पुलिस टीम है उनकी तरफ से हो रही है। मैंने यहाँ पर सम्माननीय राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री महोदय और उप मुख्यमंत्री महोदय उनसे रिक्वेस्ट की है और उनसे यहाँ पर हमने डिमांड की है कि इसमें ATS की या फिर स्टेट एजेंसी की एक स्पेशल टीम अपॉइंट होनी चाहिए अर्जेंट बेसिस पे। इस पूरे मामले की इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए। और दूसरी बात जो है वो नागरिकों की सुरक्षा है। कल एक बड़ा उत्सव जन्माष्टमी और गोपालकाला का उत्सव है, 8-10 दिन में ही गणेश उत्सव है और नागरिक बड़ी तादाद में इस परिसर में आने की जो संख्या होती है वो जो बाकी दिन होते हैं उससे ज़्यादा होती है। तो सिक्योरिटी इज़ द मेन इशू। जो सुरक्षा है वो अभी फ़िलहाल एक महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा है और उस हिसाब से जो एडिशनल पुलिस टीम्स है वो भी वहाँ पर अपॉइंटमेंट उनकी भी होनी चाहिए। अगर रायगढ़ ज़िले में इन टर्म्स ऑफ सिक्योरिटी अगर वहाँ पर टीम्स एडिशनल स्टेट एजेंसी से या फिर हमारी जो स्टेट की पुलिस एजेंसी उनसे अगर दी जाए तो वहाँ पर जो है लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन मेंटेन होगी, नागरिक सुरक्षित रहेंगे। और इस वक्त राज्य शासन की तरफ से लोगों को ये हामी देनी चाहिए कि वो सुरक्षित है, कोई भी अनफॉर्चुनेट इंसिडेंट्स होगा नहीं। इस बात की जो अभी दुर्घटना या फिर जो भी ये सब प्रकरण हुआ है या फिर जो भी ये इंसिडेंट्स हुआ है उससे किसी भी नागरिक को किसी भी तरह की प्रॉब्लम्स या फिर सिक्योरिटी इश्यूज आएंगे नहीं। ये हामी आज ये अश्योरेंस स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से जाना ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। सो ये दो डिमांड्स हमने स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की तरफ अभी फिलहाल रखी।
हथियार मिले हैं, कौन से हथियार आहेत?
नाही, त्या संदर्भातली अधिकची माहिती ही राज्याची जी काही पोलीस यंत्रणा आहे किंवा गृह विभागाच्या माध्यमातून मिळेल। पण आम्ही तातडीची विनंती आता इतकीच केलेली आहे की रायगड जिल्ह्यामध्ये एक रेड अलर्ट जाहीर केलेला आहे, त्यामुळे त्यानुसार कदाचित
by the Home Minister of the state
असल्यामुळे जितका समुद्र किनारा आहे तिथं कदाचित या संदर्भातलं अलर्ट हे
that is a part of a coastal area
परिस्थितीमध्ये या संदर्भातली एक
which is the reason there could be the looking at the situation there could be the possibility of given a high alert to the district
आणि त्याचबरोबर जर त्याच्यामध्ये सेंट्रल एजन्सीशी सुद्धा
but there should be an independent
शासनाच्या वतीने त्वरित तिथं संपर्क
independent police officials they have been looking into the matter but I believe there should be a central agency that has to be deployed and asked to investigate into the case.
नहीं, जो इन्फॉर्मेशन अभी मिली है वो बहुत ही प्राइमरी है। जैसे मैंने यहाँ पे कहा कि वहाँ पर जितनी इंक्वायरी अभी शुरू है वो बहुत ही प्राइमरी बेसिस पे है। एक जो भी वहाँ पर इंक्वायरी शुरू है वो रायगढ़ की जो लोकल पुलिस टीम है या रायगढ़ डिस्ट्रिक्ट की जो पुलिस टीम है उनकी तरफ से शुरू है। बट वी हैव स्पेशल एजेंसीज विच कैन बी अपॉइंटेड फॉर दिस स्पेसिफिक मैटर। अगर हम देखे जाए तो ATS जो रहता है, एंटी टेररिस्ट स्क्वाड जो रहता है, वो स्पेसिफिकली इसी मुद्दे पर रहता है। इट इज़ अपॉइंटेड फॉर दिस स्पेसिफिक रीज़न। सो वो टीम की जो है स्पेशल टीम की अपॉइंटमेंट ये अर्जेंट बेसिस पे होनी चाहिए।
मेरे साथ That's the local MLA of Raigad. They're speaking, not giving out much details, but asking for people to stay calm, not to panic. Waiting for more details from the ATS. The ATS chief, the Maharashtra ATS chief is headed there. Alisha still with me. We're gathering more details of the boat. Alisha. The boat itself, we are told, belonged to some, or we don't know, it's too early, but there's a sticker. All we know is that there is a sticker that shows Neptune Maritime Security. What more can you tell us? Alisha, what are you picking up? Alisha, can you hear me?
Well, yes, Niranjan, as we heard Aditi Tatkare, she is a local leader, local MLA from the Raigad itself, and getting a primary information that now the even ATS has left for the same location where Vinit Agrawal, who is the ATS chief, is on his way to the location because I have talked to my sources in ATS, which they have informed that they are going to look into the terror angle as well, but the primary information what they're getting is just they're at this point of time they're just investigating, and only the time they will reach and speak to the locals, then only they will get to know what exactly the matter is, because this is a boat which is UK registered, and moreover it was distressed in Oman, but there were some people who rescued that boat from the Oman which came flowing to the Raigad, and that is a location which we are seeing on screen. That is the Harihareshwar beach in Raigad, and there was some suspicious boat when found by the locals. They have informed the local police as well. The time local police reached there, they were trying to get into the boat to see what exactly it is, and we even saw in the picture there were rifles that has recovered already, and police is also speaking to the locals who were present as a witness there. They have been recording statement, and even this issue has also been raised in the assembly as well, and of course even the Home Minister, that is Devendra Fadnavis, has also need to answer and give the detailed information in the House to the Speaker Rahul Narvekar, who asked about it. So at this point of time, if you can speak about it's an high alert that has already been issued by the police across the district after the boat and the rifle, the weapon that has been recovered by the police, and there are more police officials who have been reaching there at this in this primary investigation, where the statement of the locals who were present at that point of time is been recorded, and later when the ATS will come, will definitely, where the ATS is going to look into the matter and they will investigate. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So Alisha getting us some more details. In fact, what we know at this point is that this boat, you said, take us to the details of the Oman angle. Alisha, this was a distressed boat. What are you picking up about that? I mean, from your sources in the police and the ATS.
Well, the police officials has informed that this boat was distressed in Oman, and there were some people who rescued that boat from the same place, that is Oman, and by flowing that boat has come towards the Raigad. Is just an information that is a primary investigation that the police has been investigating, and that is the only information that has been provided to media. Of course, it's a part of investigation, and at this point of time, until and unless they have the detailed information about it, or very much that is concrete, they gathered, then only a detailed statement that is going to be released by the police as well, or will be by the ATS if the ATS take over the case, because there is a process of case registration that is going to be done by the Raigad police, and but before that there are statements that has been recorded by the locals who were present at this point of time. But yes, the primary information that has been given to us is that this boat was distressed in Oman, and there were some people who rescued this boat from Oman, from which it came flowing towards the Raigad. But finding out that is something suspicious. Yeah, you can see it is suspicious. They have given the information to the local police. The local police has reached to the location, and they were trying to get into the boat to see what exactly it is. And we can see in the picture as well, there are 3 AK-47 and the cartridge that is recovered by police. And also there was some lifeguard that has also been recovered, is what we have been told. But yes, we are trying to get a more official. At this point of time, the police official is just investigating into the case, because ATS chief Vinit Agrawal itself has left for the city. He has already left to the Raigad, and he is going to investigate with his team. And what I have been told that terror angle is what they are going to investigate. But again, we will wait for an official detailed statement only after the police register a case and speak about it officially.
Yeah. Okay. We'll try and get some more reactions. How was this boat found? Was there anybody on the boat? Do we know about whether anybody was on the boat? Alisha? Or who was on the boat? Is anybody detained? We don't have any details on that.
No, at this point of time, I even actually checked with my sources as well, but they have said there were no one present in the boat. It was just a box. We can see in that box it was a AK-47 and cartridge that was found. There was a life jacket that has also been found by the police. But yet the boat was found because it's when it comes to the Raigad, and even we know there are the beaches which has a registered boat. So this was something suspicious that has been found by the locals who were present at this point of time. So finding out suspicious, they call the police officials is what I have been told by our sources. That is an official statement that has been given to me, that it's a local who found it very suspicious, and they gave the information to the Raigad police, after which Raigad police has reached to the spot, and they were started getting into the boat to see what exactly it is. They just found a huge box. We can say it's a sealed box. We can see that has been recovered from the same boat where the AK-47 and some cartridges has been recovered by the police, and giving an information to the ATS as well, where Vinit Agarwal is also on his way. They are investigating into the matter, and of course the people nearby, their statement has been recorded by the Raigad police, and moreover the high alert has already been issued across the district.
Okay, I'm staying with these pictures right now. Let's show you the full sequence of events. When the story broke, we heard of a suspicious boat. The boat was just off the Harihareshwar beach in Raigad, Maharashtra. And let's put out the pictures of the boat, the way it was found. And you can see that some of the residents in that area, the fishermen, the local residents, were seen tugging the boat. Let's show you the pictures of the video. The video, in fact, of them pulling the boat. If my producers can just pull that up, we'll play that video out first of how the boat was discovered. On the right of your screens, that's the boat. And all of Raigad is on high alert, we are told. And there was nobody on the boat, is what we are hearing. 3 AK-47s have been recovered. Boxes with ammunition also found on that boat. The Maharashtra ATS chief is en route, is what we are told. The Maharashtra ATS teams are headed there, and Alisha gathering more details. High alert has been issued across the district of Maharashtra. High alert across the district of the district of Raigad. I beg your pardon. This correction there, across the district of Raigad. And we are waiting for more details. There's nothing official that's come out of the police, the ATS, probing what happened here. But we are hearing, and the pictures showing that, or at least some of the initial pictures coming in, that it was a box with 3 AK-47 rifles, had a sticker that read Neptune Maritime Security. Neptune Maritime Security, which operates in different parts of the world. Mr. Vinit Agarwal, the Maharashtra ATS chief, is joining us on the phone line. Mr. Agarwal, good afternoon. What do you know, sir, at this point, and what can you tell our viewers, sir?
Good afternoon. Yes, this boat has been found. This boat appears to have been drifted.
Yes.
It is an unmanned boat. It is having 3 AK-47 and a few rounds. So we are investigating.
Sir, do you have any details of of this? There's a sticker that shows that this box had a Neptune Maritime Security sticker on it. So does it appear? Do the circumstances look suspect to you under which this boat has been found?
See, there are both the angles, but predominantly it appears that it is.
I just lost the line there with Mr. Agarwal. Can you hear me, sir, Mr. Agarwal, Vinit Agarwal? Bad audio line. We'll try and fix that. We'll go across to him. But that was the Maharashtra ATS chief who spoke briefly to Republic, saying that he's headed there. It looks like a gunman boat. The term he used, I think, was gunman boat. Alisha getting in some more details, saying that the Raigad collector has asked people to immediately inform the police and district administration if any suspicious activity is found in any of those areas, if they suspect anybody, asking citizens not to believe in any rumors. Alisha, there's a directive that's gone out from the Raigad collector. There must be a sense of worry as well. What can you tell us about what's happening as far as Raigad district security checks go? Alisha.
Well, yes, it's an high alert that has already been issued across the district by the police as well. And what we know that Raigad collector has asked people to immediately inform the police and the district administration if any suspicious activity is being found in the nearby area or if they suspect anybody. Moreover, Raigad collector has also urged the citizen not to believe in any rumors. So this is information and this is a statement that has been released by Raigad collector, clearly asking people to, if they found anything suspicious, just report it to the police or the district administration, and also urge the people, the citizen, not to believe in any rumors. We know that there is a boat that has been found in Haryashwar beach, and that has also been confirmed by the ATS chief Vinit Agrawal while speaking to Republic, that it's a boat has been found, and of course the investigation that has been underway. He's also on his way to the same location where the boat has been found. And what we know so far, when the locals got to know about this boat, that is a suspicious boat that was found in nearby the beach, they have informed the local police. At that point of time, the local police has reached to the location and they were trying to get into the boat to see who exactly is being present, whom this boat belongs to, and what are the actually materials is present in that boat. But it was at the beginning was something very difficult for them to get into the boat as because of the high tide. But somehow police has reached to the boat and they found a big box, we can say the big case in which rifles and the cartridge has been recovered from the police, and immediately that has been informed to the senior officials as well, because the first information that was given into the IG Konkan range and of course Raigad SP and even the district administration, the information has been passed on to, and of course this information has also went to the ATS as well, because Vinit Agrawal, after getting all this information, the ATS chief itself is travelling to the same location, is going to look into the matter. By the time the local police has been asked to record the statement. On the other hand, we have been seeing that the Raigad collector has also been issued a notice, as issued an appeal clearly asking the people, if they found anything suspicious around them, just report it to the police or the district administration, and also urge the citizen not to panic or believe in any rumors. So this is the situation which is ongoing in Raigad, because the police has already issued a high alert across the district is what we have been told. More importantly, there are police who has already reached to the spot, and local administrative and moreover there are police and also the ATS is been reaching to the location.
Yeah, I think I'm just about losing the line there with Alisha, but there is a sense of alarm in Raigad. And okay, I think we're getting in some more responses. You just heard the Raigad MLA saying that the entire district is in a state of high alert. Getting in more details now of the Raigad collector asking people to immediately inform the police and the district administration if any suspicious activity is being found in the nearby area or if they suspect anybody. Also urging citizens not to believe in any rumors. Ashok Dure, the Raigad SP, and Mahendra Kalyankar, we should be able to go across to them as well. Devendra Fadnavis is likely to issue a statement. We can break that now. I think Devendra Fadnavis, the Maharashtra Chief Minister, is going to speak any time now in the assembly on this issue. Just standing by, Deepak Kesarkar, spokesperson of the Maharashtra Shiv Sena Shinde faction, cutting across live. Deputy Chief Minister, sorry, I'll just correct that, Deputy Chief Minister. Let's cut across to that. Deepak Kesarkar is speaking. Let's just cut across live to that on ANI. Deepak Kesarkar. We should be able to get the statement of Deepak Kesarkar. He's speaking, but the moment he speaks on this issue, we'll cut across live. And Alisha back with us. Let me go back to Alisha. Alisha saying that the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is going to issue a statement on the same. Alisha.
Well, yes, Niranjan, because we know that Aditi Tatkare has already issued this, had made this issued in the assembly where Speaker Rahul Narvekar has asked Home Minister, that is Devendra Fadnavis, to give a detailed information about the incident that has been happened in Raigad, and he's been asked to give a detailed statement over it. And what we have been told that Devendra Fadnavis in some time from now will come to the assembly and give a detailed information. Will speak about what the information that he has gathered from the police, because Devendra Fadnavis is not only the Deputy Chief Minister but also the Home Minister, and he is asked from the Speaker Rahul Narvekar to give a detailed information to the House what exactly has happened and how many people statement has been recorded and what exactly the incident is. So this information is been asked to. So what we have been told that Devendra Fadnavis anytime
issue a statement on the same.
Okay, so Alisha is also en route Raigad, so a little bit of, we may face a choppy signal with her as she's on the move. We'll go back to Alisha and just showing you the different pictures of what we have accessed, the pictures as they came into our newsrooms this afternoon of what happened at Raigad, off the Harihareshwar beach. A boat, we are told, was unmanned. An unmanned boat. Maharashtra ATS chief, I think a small correction, he said unmanned boat. It was an unmanned boat is what the Maharashtra ATS chief has confirmed while speaking to Republic TV. Vineet Agarwal, who spoke to Republic TV a few minutes back, said the boat was unmanned. Now, even if it was a distressed boat, the fact that it was unmanned raises questions. We'll get a few experts as well on the phone line with us. Alisha sharing more details. We'll go across to her. And we are going to stay on these pictures. That's the boat. Some of the residents, the local residents there in Raigad at the Harihareshwar beach, trying to tug the boat, and we are gathering more details in a box, in a weapon box. About 3 guns with cartridges, with bullets stacked inside, were found. In fact, we are hearing that it was the residents who raised an alert on this particular issue. The boat was spotted by them, and then they alerted about this box with rifles on it, and they alerted authorities, the police, and the Maharashtra ATS is, as we speak, en route. And all of Raigad district has been placed on high alert. Citizens have been asked to be alert and to alert any authorities on any suspicious movement and not fall prey to any rumors. 3 AK-47s found in this box there that you see with the neatly packed cartridges. Those are the 3 rifles. And we had photos taken of the box that showed that the name of a firm called Neptune Maritime Security. We had that picture as well. That's the picture of Neptune Maritime Security. That's a box which had those 3 AK-47 rifles in them. And the sticker on that box shows or claims it's from Neptune Maritime Security. Now, we don't have an official statement from Neptune Maritime Security, but what we do know through Alisha is that this boat was distressed. The boat is UK registered. This boat was distressed near Oman, and some rescued this boat from Oman. The police is investigating the matter. Alisha is back with me. Let me go back to Alisha. Alisha.
Well, Niranjan, I'm getting some of the information that is from the police official stating that the police has contacted the company whose sticker was found on the box. The company has informed that about the incident of the yacht that belongs to them as a part of security. The company is into maritime security. Weapon belongs to them as a part of security, which was in the yacht when it capsized. Maharashtra Police Crime Branch and ATS are verifying the claim. This is an official confirmation that I'm getting in from my sources that the company has informed them about the incident of the yacht belonging to them, which capsized a few days ago in international waters. And the company is into maritime security. Weapon belongs to them as a part of security, which was in the yacht when it was capsized. Maharashtra Police, Crime Branch and ATS is looking into the matter is what we have been told.
Okay. So that's the big breaking news update coming in. Let's put out the details. Alicia, getting the first official confirmation. Sources saying that the police have contacted the company whose sticker was found on the box. That's Maritime Neptune Maritime Security. The company, according to sources, has informed about the incident of a yacht belonging to them, which capsized a few days ago in international waters. Company is into maritime security. Weapons belong to them as part of security. It was in the yacht when it capsized. The Maharashtra Police, the Maharashtra Crime Branch and the Maharashtra ATS are verifying this claim. The police has contacted Neptune Maritime Security, details of which we put out a few minutes back. We showed you that there was a sticker called Neptune Maritime Security. That sticker and the story was broken on Republic. And we have a confirmation now that the police has contacted Maritime Security, Neptune Maritime Security, and according to our sources, police saying that this company has informed them about the incident of a yacht belonging to them, which capsized a few days ago in international waters. The company is into maritime security and weapons belong to them is what the police sources are saying, that the weapons belong to them as part of security and security keeping. They are into private security is what we are hearing. It was in the yacht when it capsized. Maharashtra Police, the Maharashtra Crime Branch, the Mumbai Crime Branch and the ATS are verifying this claim. The Maharashtra Crime Branch, that is the Maharashtra Police, the Crime Branch and ATS are verifying this claim. If Alicia is still with me, I'll go back to her. So they've contacted this company which has not released a statement yet. We're hoping for some sort of a statement soon. But how did a boat that was missing, Alicia, that was distressed, how is it unmanned? How did it reach the shores of Raigad? I think there are some questions that remain. Alicia, let me go back to her.
See, basically, Niranjan, now the Maharashtra Police, ATS and the Crime Branch is looking into the matter, and there are claims that has been made by the company that it is something, yacht that was capsized a few days ago in national waters, and that is the weapon that has been recovered is something was put as a security it was a part of a security and also belongs to them. But all this claim is being investigating, and we are also waiting for Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who is going to issue a statement in the assembly, as it was asked by the Speaker Rahul Narvekar. But even we know that Raigad police has been looking into the matter in all angle, because at a certain point even Vinit Agrawal, ATS chief, is reaching the location. They have been recording the statement, and the time this Neptune.
Yes, stay with me. I think Deepak Kesarkar is speaking. Let's cut across that. Deepak Kesarkar.
हे नाहीतर त्यांनी ही घोषणा करून दाखवावी की हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांचा विजय असो. हिंदू हृदय सम्राट म्हणण्यामध्ये काही चूक नाही आहे. हिंदुस्थानचे आहेत ना ते, लोकांच्या मनामधलं नेतृत्व आहे ना. एकदा म्हणा हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांचा विजय असो, म्हणायला काय हरकत आहे. त्यांच्या पक्षाच्या याच्यावर तुम्ही राज्य केलं ना महाराष्ट्रावर, 2.5 वर्ष का होईना केलं ना. एकदा घोषणा तर द्या, आम्हाला सुद्धा बघू द्या. ज्या पक्षाने सावरकरांना स्वातंत्र्यवीर म्हणायला नकार दिला, त्या पक्षांनी घोषणा करून दाखवावी. मग दिल्लीतून त्यांना काय होतं ते त्यांना कळेल. आणि त्याच्यामुळेच नाना पटोले साहेब अत्यंत प्रामाणिक आहेत, आणि म्हणून ते म्हणतात की अनैसर्गिक युती होती, सुटली ते बरं झालं.
Okay, so we'll go back to Deepak Kesarkar the moment he speaks on this particular issue. Alicia is still with me right now. Alicia, I'm coming back to you right now on what we know about this boat. And you were just telling us, Alicia, about the police sources in the police confirming to you that they've contacted this company.
Well, yes, there's a police official that has given me this information that they have already contacted the company whose sticker was found in the box. After which the company has claimed that this was a boat, a yacht that was capsized a few days back in international waters, and that the company is into maritime security, and the weapon belongs to them as a part of security, which was in the yacht when it was capsized. But well, yes, the claim that has been made by the company is something been investigated by Maharashtra Police, Crime Branch and ATS as well. Because if I speak about from the beginning when this yacht that was found by the locals, people there who were present at that point of time, they have informed this to the Raigad Police. The Raigad Police has reached to the spot. They were started searching in the boat because it was something suspicious. After which there were some Raigad Police officials who were present in that boat, and they were continuously going for the searching. And after this they found a box which was which written the Neptune Maritime Security, and the information that was even given to the state agency, where the state agencies tried to contact to the company as well. The company has given the explanation. Their statement will also be recorded. But moreover, the Raigad Police and whether it is ATS is been looking into the matter. Even Raigad Police has been they've been looking in every angle into this matter, into every angle. And whereas ATS is also reaching to the spot so that they will record the statement of the people who were present at that point of time. And they will also, of course, they will call in for the company as well to know who this boat belongs to and why it was, when it was capsized. So why the information that has also not been provided. So all this is considering into the matter, but we will also wait for Devendra Fadnavis, so not only the Deputy Chief Minister but also the Home Minister, who is going to issue the statement on the same.
Okay, so getting in more details now as we stay on these pictures, waiting for an official confirmation, hearing that the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, will be speaking on this issue sometime from now. He will be in the Maharashtra Assembly, and he should be able to give a statement in a short while from now. And we're waiting for an official statement.
मच्छीमारांच्या ह्याच्यावर जे अतिक्रमण होतं बाहेरच्या राज्यांच्या दोन्ही हे बघितलं गेलं असतं. मी आता सुद्धा आदरणीय उपमुख्यमंत्री महोदयांशी चर्चा करेन आणि ह्या वेगवान बोटी लवकरात लवकर कशा येतील याच्या संदर्भात, कारण आपल्या ज्या बोटी असतात ज्या आपल्या किनाऱ्याच्या संरक्षणासाठी आहेत त्या छोट्या बोटी असतात, एवढ्या लांबपर्यंत जाऊ शकत नाहीत, त्यांना वेग नसतो, आणि त्याच्यामुळे ही जी स्कीम होती ती लवकरात लवकर अंमलबजावणी केली पाहिजे, तर आपले किनारे सुरक्षित राहतील असं मला स्वतःला वाटतं.
There are some of the proposal that has been brought over the fishermen, so that it is very important for our boat to be safe.
या बोटी तुम्ही ताबडतोब घेऊन या बोटीवर पूर्ण म्हणजे वेपन घेतलेले पोलीस असणार आहेत, ते चालवण्याची वेगळी यंत्रणा असणार आहे, आणि 7-7 दिवस या बोटी ह्याच्यामध्ये राहू शकतात समुद्रामध्ये.
I brought a proposal over the boat that has to be brought near the edge of the beaches, so that it will be our beaches and the route will be more safe.
लवकर आल्या पाहिजेत महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आणि आपली किनारपट्टी सुरक्षित झाली.
पर्यटनासाठी महत्त्वाचं काम करेल. समुद्र किनारे जे आहेत ते पर्यटनासाठी अत्यंत महत्त्वाचे आहेत आणि तिकडेच असुरक्षित असतील, तर कसं बघता याकडे?
नाही, सुरक्षितता असलीच पाहिजे, परंतु आपण एक गोष्ट लक्षात घेतली पाहिजे की त्या ठिकाणी ह्या समुद्रामध्ये घडलेली घटना आणि त्याच्यासाठी बोटीज लागतात. किनाऱ्यावरची जी सुरक्षा आहे याच्यासाठी मी त्या खात्याचा मंत्री असताना आम्ही 4 व्हील ड्राईव्ह दिलेले आहेत, त्या समुद्र किनाऱ्यावरून धावू शकतात आणि त्या याला प्रतिबंध करू शकतात, आणि ती यंत्रणासुद्धा सक्षम करण्याची आवश्यकता आहे. निश्चितपणे आपण सांगितलेला मुद्दा योग्य आहे, आणि आम्ही याच्यासाठी पर्यटन पोलीससुद्धा ही वेगळी संकल्पना महाराष्ट्रामध्ये राबवतो आहे. ती राबवल्यानंतर या किनारपट्टीची सुद्धा सुरक्षितेची काळजी आपल्याकडे सुरक्षा दल केंद्र शासनाचं असतंच, ज्याला आपण कोस्टल सिक्युरिटी म्हणतो. याच्या व्यतिरिक्त आपली सिक्युरिटी ज्याला आपण आणि प्लस आपल्या किनारपट्ट्यावरची सिक्युरिटी, एवढं मिळून महाराष्ट्र सुरक्षित राहील असं मला वाटतं.
म्हटलेलं आहे फडणवीस त्यांच्यावर टीका करत असताना की फडणवीस ब्राह्मण आहेत, त्यामुळेच ते उच्च पदावर आहेत.
कोणी म्हटलं?
धानोरकर काँग्रेस.
हे बघा, कोणाच्या जातीवर त्यांचं कर्तृत्व अवलंबून नसतं. कर्तृत्व हे तुम्ही किती काम करता ह्याच्यावर अवलंबून असतं आणि आमचे उपमुख्यमंत्री अत्यंत कर्तृत्ववान आहेत आणि त्याच्यामुळे त्यांनी जे स्टेटमेंट काढलंय ते महाराष्ट्राच्या संस्कृतीला साजेसं नाही आहे.
Okay, getting in some more breaking news now that the ATS team has reached. That the ATS team has reached Raigad. Alisha, my colleague, is still en route. Alisha, coming back to you for now. Why don't you tell us what details you have as of this minute?
Well, it's a local ATS team, Niranjan, that has reached to the location where the team from Mumbai, that is ATS chief Vinit Agrawal, who has left for Raigad to assess the situation. But the time he left, that was the time when he already asked the local ATS team to reach to the location and look at what exactly the matter is, and what has happened is what the local ATS has been directed by the ATS chief, that is Vinit Agrawal. But Vinit Agrawal is still on his way to the same location, is what we have been told. So we'll wait for an official statement that is also going to be released, because the claims has been made. The statement from the maritime security has already been given, and they have already stated that it's their boat which was capsized a few days ago in international waters, and the weapon that has been recovered is something belong to them as a part of a security. But still Maharashtra Police Crime Branch and ATS is looking into the matter.
Alisha, stay with me.
They will
Alisha, just be with me for a second, because I have Mr. Vinit Agarwal, who's the ATS chief of Maharashtra. We lost the line when he was connected with us earlier. Mr. Agarwal, do we have any more information, sir, at this point?
No, I have not reached the spot. From whatever information I have got from my team members who have reached the spot, it is that there are 3 AK-47s and there is some ammunition in this yacht. The yacht appears to have been drifted. Now, we have to investigate and see whether there is a terror angle or whether there is some mishap in the high sea and the boat is just drifted.
Have you contacted this company, sir? This Neptune Maritime Security?
We are doing that.
Okay. And do we know whether it was manned or unmanned, Mr. Agarwal?
Yeah, it appears that the boat was drifted unmanned.
It drifted. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what happened? Where is the crew and why they were having weapons? Whether they belong to some government authority relating to maritime security? All these things we are investigating.
Yeah, but you're looking at all angles, sir?
Yes, we are looking at all angles.
Okay. And okay, we'll be in touch, Mr. Agarwal. We'll be in touch. Okay, that's Maharashtra ATS chief headed to Raigad. Won't take away his time. He's headed there. Should be reaching Raigad any time now. But he's confirmed once again to Republic TV, the Maharashtra ATS chief, saying that the boat was unmanned. The boat was unmanned. So the breaking news update: the Maharashtra ATS chief says there are different possibilities. One of the possibilities is they're looking at it, saying that if it was a boat that drifted, a boat that perhaps capsized and drifted. And even if in that case, whether it was a government boat, an official boat, and even if it is an official boat, why were the rifles, the 3 AK-47s inside that boat? And what are the questions that arise after these rifles have been found? We are waiting for an official confirmation. We don't have a statement yet from the company concerned, which is Neptune, we are told, but they've already contacted the company. But the Maharashtra ATS chief confirming that they are looking at all angles at this minute. They are looking at all angles at this minute, and they should be able to get more details in a short while from now. Those are pictures from the Harihareshwar beach there, where the boat was reportedly found. You can see that the boat, the local residents who spotted there, who were instrumental in getting that boat to the, or at least recovering that box. You can see them here tugging that box and alerting. These are some of the first pictures coming in. These are district officials who were on the site, who discovered the boat. You can see them, and they were not able to bring the boat ashore, but they managed to bring that box to the shore. And the first pictures of how that operation unfolded in Raigad. Some of the first pictures that came in some time back. And let's also show you the boat itself. It's believed to have been a UK registered boat, a boat that was registered in UK. And look at this. This was the box. The box, let's show you the full box. And look at how many bullets or cases with bullets, perhaps at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 4 boxes. That's the box count. At least 10 boxes and 3 AK-47 rifles neatly stacked inside that rifle box. The rifle case neatly stacked inside the rifle case. That's an AK-47. 3 of them inside. But the boat was unmanned. 3 AK-47s inside a rifle case, but the boat was unmanned. The boat reaches the Raigad shore. Devendra Fadnavis, the Maharashtra Chief Minister, speaking in the Assembly. Let's cut across live. Devendra Fadnavis.
कुठेही याबद्दल ऑथेंटिसिटी आहे, कुठेही कमी राहू नये या दृष्टीनं माहिती जरी प्राप्त झाली असली तरी सगळीकडे नाकाबंदीचे आदेश दिले आहेत. सणांचे दिवस असल्यामुळे त्या ठिकाणी काही कुठली घटना घडणार नाही याच्याकडेही लक्ष ठेवण्याकरता सांगितलेलं आहे. आणि केंद्रीय यंत्रणा आपल्यासोबत सातत्याने संपर्क ठेवून आहेत आणि आता या माहितीचं कन्फर्मेशन हे केंद्रीय यंत्रणांनी दिलेलं आहे.
निवेदनावरती
विनंती आहे. उद्या गोपाळकाला आहे श्रीवर्धन तालुक्यामध्ये हरेश्वर भरडखोल परिसरामध्ये झालेली हे प्रकरण आहे. गोपाळकाला असेल मोठ्या प्रमाणात तिथं साजरा होतोच, त्याचबरोबर गणेश उत्सवाच्या निमित्ताने चाकरमानी मोठ्या पद्धतीनं प्रवास करतात. जर आत्ता तिथं रायगड जिल्ह्यातली पोलीस यंत्रणा कमी पडत असेल तर आपण वाढीव तिथं पोलीस यंत्रणा ही तिथं देण्यात यावी आणि कुठेही उत्सवांच्या मध्ये यातून अडथळा येऊ नये ही फक्त एक राज्य शासनाने आणि गृह विभागाने तेवढी फक्त एक खात्री घ्यावी एवढीच विनंती.
होय अध्यक्ष महोदय, म्हणूनच मी सांगितलं की जरीही कन्फर्म माहिती मिळाली असली तरीही सगळ्या उपाययोजना केल्या जातील आणि पूर्ण काळजी त्या ठिकाणी घेतली जाईल. ATS देखील त्या ठिकाणी लक्ष घालताय आणि आवश्यक असेल तर ॲडिशनल फोर्स देखील त्या ठिकाणी दिला जाईल. अबॅन्डन्ड कॉशन म्हणून ज्या काही गोष्टी
if required additional force will also be given. all the question
अध्यक्ष महोदय, हे वर्तमानपत्रातून की केवळ 1.5 महिन्यामध्ये 137 आत्महत्या झाल्या आणि त्यामध्ये सुद्धा नांदेड आघाडीवर. दुसरं वर्तमानपत्र म्हणतंय की त्या 23 दिवसामध्ये 89 शेतकऱ्यांच्या आत्महत्या आणि सर्वाधिक 46 एकट्या मराठवाड्यात झाल्या. अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपण या सगळ्या गोष्टीकडे अतिशय बारकाईनं लक्ष द्यावं लागणार आहे. सरळ हस्ते मदत करावी लागणार आहे. नाशिकमध्ये आपल्याला माहिती आहे कांद्याचे प्रश्न, कांद्याच्या चाळी ज्या आहेत त्या पाण्याखाली गेल्या, त्या पडल्या. आता मला सांगा या सगळ्यांचा पंचनामा यांना आपल्याला मदत द्यावी लागेल. न देऊन कसं चाललं अध्यक्ष महोदय? आणि त्यामुळे
Live updates and the live streaming from inside the Maharashtra Assembly. I'm going back to Alisha to help us translate what Devendra Fadnavis, the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister, just said. Alisha, coming back to you, if you can just recap what he said for our viewers.
Niranjan, Devendra Fadnavis has clearly mentioned that the additional force has been looking into the matter. Also, the Union Home Ministry has been keeping a close. But what information that I'm getting from us, which is very important to know, there are 2 boats found. There were 2 boats found by the police. One is at Harishwar Beach, second near Bharankhol. Also, the information.
Okay, I'll just fix your audio there, Alisha. Stay with me. Big breaking news update that I'm getting in right now. Big breaking news update. It was not just one boat. We are hearing that there were 2 boats. Two boats found in Raigad. That's the other breaking news update that I'm picking up. Alisha's picking up details. The details are on your screen. 2 boats found. It wasn't just one found. One at Harihareshwar Beach and the second boat near Bharankhol Kinara. Bharankhol Kinara is what we are hearing. Now we are hearing it wasn't just one boat, but there were 2 boats that were found in Raigad. We are trying to get more details of this. 2 boats that were found. If I have that line fixed with Alisha, I'll just go back to her. The other big breaking news update, Alisha's tracking and she was able to get us some details. Alisha, Union Home Ministry also keeping a close watch. The Home Ministry in Delhi keeping a close watch on what's happening in Raigad and in close touch with the Maharashtra government, we are told. Alisha? Alisha, can you hear me? Okay, I just lost the audio line. I'm trying to go back to Alisha. I'll just go back to Alisha in just a few minutes. But the other big breaking news update that we have is that there were two boats that were found. Two boats. Brigadier Hemant Mahajan joining us on the phone line. Brigadier Hemant Mahajan just picking up more details, sir, of this suspicious boat. And we're hearing it wasn't just one boat, but hearing now that it was two boats. We don't have details of the second boat, but it was two boats we are hearing. In the first boat, of course, behind me, you can see the images of the boat and what was found. And it was unmanned, we are told. The boat, they're looking at all angles. They're not giving it a benefit of doubt. They're looking at all angles. A second boat has also been found. So it's still an evolving story that we are tracking closely. Brigadier Mahajan, from the details available with you, what can you tell us, sir?
What is first noticeable is that it's a very, very big security breach. What we have to understand is that this first boat that was detected was not detected by the security agencies. We have a 3-tier security agencies up to 20 nautical miles from the coastline. We have the coastal police who are responsible for the security. From 20 nautical miles up to 200 nautical miles, it is supposed to be the Indian Coast Guard, which is to look after the security. And beyond 200 nautical miles is the Indian Navy. Besides this 3-tier security, we have a chain of radars which is there on the coastline. But the issue is that these 3 security agencies, including the intelligence agencies, they are not able to detect this boat. That is what the initial report says. It was the locals on the coastline which saw the boat right in the morning. They saw something suspicious. They pulled it up.
Sir, I have some breaking news updates coming in right now, sir. Just some more Brigadier Mahajan, some more breaking news updates coming in. Let me tell our viewers that we are getting in more details of the second boat. So the story is evolving. A second boat that was found. The details available with us right now. We'll put out the details right now on our screens. The second boat.
वर्धन जिल्हा रायगड किनाऱ्यावर एक 16 मीटर लांबीची बोट दुर्घटनाग्रस्त अवस्थेत स्थानिक मच्छीमारांना मिळून आली. त्यांनी पोलीस अधिकाऱ्यांना कळवल्यानंतर त्या बोटीची पूर्ण तपासणी करण्यात आली. त्या बोटीमध्ये 3 AK रायफल आणि त्याचा दारुगोळा तसेच बोटीशी
In that boat, 3 AK-47 rifle and cartridges that was found, and also there are some documents has also been found. After which, looking into the situation, high alert has issued and the police has been deployed in every in the entire district.
सदर बोटीचे नाव लेडी हान असून
According to the information that has been provided,
ऑस्ट्रेलियन नागरिक हाना लॉन्डर्सगन या महिलेची आहे. तिचे पती जेम्स हार्बर्ट.
So this boat belongs to a woman who is an Australian citizen.
दिनांक 26/6/2022 रोजी सकाळी 10च्या सुमारास
This boat was en route from Muscat to Europe.
खलाशांनी मदतीसाठी कॉल दिला.
But because of the failure of the engine,
कोरियन युद्धनौकेने
there was a captain who asked for a help.
आणि त्यांना ओमानला सुपूर्द केले. समुद्र खवळलेला.
There were some Koreans who helped the captain and the other crew who was present in the boat. They rescued him, but they cannot help for the boat. And looking in the situation, the high tide, the boat was left at that, and the same information has been given to the Indian Coast Guard.
सतर्कतेचा आदेश देण्यात आलाय. भारतीय कोस्ट गार्ड आणि केंद्रीय संस्थांशी
Looking for the upcoming festival, the police officials and the administration has been giving the directions.
माहिती जरी प्राप्त झाली असली तरी कुठेही
Even the central agency has been looking into the matter. They are investigating.
आहे. कुठेही कमी राहू नये या दृष्टीनं माहिती जरी प्राप्त झाली असली तरी सगळीकडे नाकाबंदीचे आदेश दिले आहेत.
The information is an authenticity, but the information that has been provided to us, and it is very important for the safety of the people.
केंद्रीय यंत्रणा
We have been asked to look into the matter very closely.
आणि आता या माहितीचं कन्फर्मेशन हे केंद्रीय यंत्रणांनी
Even the central government is been looking, they have been continuously in touch over the situation in Raigad.
उद्या गोपाळकाला श्रीवर्धन तालुक्यामध्ये हरेश्वर भरडखोल परिसरामध्ये झालेली हे प्रकरण आहे. गोपाळकाला असेल मोठ्या प्रमाणात तिथं
So a lot of details being given by the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis there. Devendra Fadnavis saying that it was a boat that belonged to an Australian lady and the boat was en route to Europe. If I'm not wrong, Alisha, you just translated. He's saying the lady and those who were on the boat were rescued, but the boat itself, they could not, they could not salvage the boat itself. And did he say the Coast Guard was alerted? Alisha, can you please translate what the Deputy Chief Minister just said?
So that was Deputy Chief Minister and Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis who has spoken in the assembly and given the details. And of course, there is a official statement that has also been released by his team. What he has replied on this suspicious boat, clearly mentioning that it was a 16-meter boat in abandoned found by fishermen. Local police investigated the boat. There were 3 AK-47 rifles with some cartridges. Lady Han name boat is owned by Australian woman. Her husband James Herbert is the captain of the boat. Boat engine broke in the middle of the sea. It was rescued by Korean boat. The boat is half a broken condition, came towards Konkan coast due to high tide. However, central agency has been informed. No possibility of consequences that will be taken lightly. ATS is also winking on it. Additional forces will also be deployed if necessary. All the precautionary needed to be taken as the norms of abandoned ocean situation. So yes, this is an official statement that was coming in from Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis, clearly saying that no stone will be turned unturned because all the precautionary measures has already been taken. Additional forces has been, if required, will be deployed, and of course the central government is closely monitoring the Raigad situation. Even we know that Union Home Ministry's officials had already had with the administration in Maharashtra over the situation, which is why not only the ATS, we even heard ATS Chief Vinit Agrawal, who is on his way to the Raigad to the same location, but also NIA team is also en route to the same location because we know that every angle is being looked up, whether by the state agency or whether by the central agency. Every angle will be looked into it, and they will see the information has already been sought from the local administrations, and of course from the Devendra Fadnavis, who has given a statement in the house, who clearly mentioned that the owner has been contacted, and this was a boat. What we have already informed to our viewers from our sources that given information, this was a boat that was capsized a few days back in the international waters, and in that way it moved towards the Raigad due to the high tide, and there are more information that we are getting where Devendra Fadnavis has clearly mentioned that a lady unnamed boat is owned by Australian woman and her husband is the captain of the boat, but due to the failure of the engine where the boat capsized, but her husband, the captain of the boat, was rescued by the Korean, but the boat has already left to that way, and which went continuously going towards the Konkan side, the Konkan coast due to the high tide, and that was information has also been provided by Indian Coast Guard as well.
Okay, so I'm just reading out some of the details of what we know so far. You look at the pictures once again of the boat on the right of the screen, and what was found on the left of your screen. Now, going by the details of what Devendra Fadnavis just said, right? I have some more details. Raigad incident, there's a full report of what the Chief Minister said. I think that's a translation that's just come in. Okay, going back to the details, Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, has given out a few details. Now, let's tell you that from the details that we have, it's a 16-meter boat. A 16-meter boat found by fishermen. The local police investigated the boat. 3 AK-47s with cartridges were found in a rifle case. A lady whose name was Lady Han. We are hearing that it was her name is Lady Han. Owned the Australian boat, her husband James Herbert. Let's look at that boat again. That's the boat. Let's just freeze. Devendra Fadnavis is speaking. Let's cut across live. He's speaking once again. Devendra Fadnavis, the deputy.
और बोट के कुछ कागजात पाए गए। तुरंत महाराष्ट्र पुलिस ने और एटीएस ने सभी जगह नाकाबंदी की और इसकी तफ्तीश शुरू की गई। हम लोगों ने तुरंत भारतीय कोस्ट गार्ड के साथ संपर्क किया और उन्होंने भी इसकी तफ्तीश शुरू की। तफ्तीश में यह ध्यान में आया है कि इस बोट का नाम लेडी हान है। इसकी मालिक एक ऑस्ट्रेलियन महिला है। उस महिला के पति इस बोट के कप्तान है और ये बोट मस्कत से यूरोप की ओर जा रही थी और करीब 26/6/2022 को इस बोट का इंजन ये खराब हुआ और बोट पर जो लोग थे उन्होंने एक डिस्ट्रेस कॉल दिया। कोरियन नेवी की बोट आसपास थी। उस कोरियन नेवी के शिप ने इन सभी लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया और रेस्क्यू करने के बाद उनको ओमान को सुपुर्द किया। उस समय हाई टाइड होने के कारण इस बोट को उसका टोइंग नहीं किया जा सका और हाई टाइड के कारण ये बोट ड्रिफ्ट होते हुए श्रीवर्धन की तरफ आई और श्रीवर्धन के किनारे पर आकर लगी। भारतीय कोस्ट गार्ड ने इस सारी चीज़ों की पुष्टि की है। फिर भी हमने अभी तक हाई अलर्ट रखा हुआ है और नाकाबंदी भी शुरू है क्योंकि फेस्टिवल का सारा सीज़न चल रहा है। ऐसे समय कोई भी रिस्क नहीं ली जा सकती, इसलिए सबको अलर्ट पर रखा है। किंतु अब बोट के बारे में पुख्ता जानकारी हमारे पास आ गई। एका वेळी जर एक जण विचारेल तर मी उत्तर देईल। मी मराठीच्या संदर्भात पूर्ण निवेदन केलेलं आहे। आपण सगळ्यांनी ते लाईव्ह दाखवलेलं आहे। त्याच्यामुळे म्हणून मी आता हिंदीत या ठिकाणी येऊन निवेदन केलं। आता तरी
spoken about it in the assembly in Marathi, which is why I'm speaking in Hindi now.
दिसून येत नाही, तथापि अजून या संदर्भात
As of now,
पूर्णपणे
there we cannot see any terror angle on this, but cannot be ruled out. I cannot give an information. I cannot confirm over the terror angle at this point of now.
त्यामुळे सगळ्या प्रकारे चौकशी सुरू राहील। मात्र
It
प्राथमिक
is not right to say or to rule out the terror angle on the preliminary information that we are gathering.
अभी कोई पुष्टि नहीं मिली है। अभी तक जो जानकारी मिली है उस जानकारी के अनुसार ये ड्रिफ्ट होकर ये बोट आई है, जिसकी पूरी जानकारी मैंने आपको दी है।
क्या कर रहे?
ऐसे मसलों में कोई भी एंगल हम कभी रूल आउट नहीं करते, उसकी पूरी तफ्तीश हम करते रहेंगे। जो प्राथमिक हमारे पास जानकारी है वो जानकारी मैंने आपके सामने रखी है। उस प्राथमिक जानकारी में अभी तक इसका कोई ऐसा एंगल दिखाई नहीं पड़ता। तुम्ही दोघं आपापसात ठरवा, मी दोघांना उत्तर देतो। तुम्हाला एकच मिनिट तुम्हाला दोघांना उत्तर देतो। एक एक करून विचारा। तू आधी विचार, मग तू विचार। एवढा काय भानगड आहे आपली?
मुंबईमध्ये सर
Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis there, not ruling out a terror angle, not confirming a terror angle, saying that he's keeping all angles open, investigating the truth into what really happened. We take a short break here on Republic TV. Republic will be live from Raigad in just a few minutes, so we'll go across to Alisha, who's in Raigad, when we come back. story of the suspicious boat from Oman carrying 3 AK-47 rifles. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Mega NI crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NI raids underway at multiple locations in Jammu, Katwa and Samba. Srinagar and Doda as well. Lashkar terrorist residence raided. Cash was dropped by drone along with consignment of weapons for use by the terrorists. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, Sukanya Mondal has left home for Kolkata. She's supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Her name has come up in the SSC teachers recruitment scam. Ousted Imran Khan has fired a fresh salvo at Pakistan government after close aide was arrested over sedition charges. Imran Khan stated that the nation is descending into a banana republic. The United States and Taiwan have agreed to hold negotiations on new bilateral trade initiative. The negotiating mandate will set out the broad objectives shared by the two sides for the upcoming trade negotiations. As part of the ongoing strategic dialogue, the NSA Ajit Doval visited Moscow for talks with Secretary of the Russian Security Council. Apart from the bilateral cooperation, they discussed issues of regional and international interest. Ajit Doval also met the Russian Deputy Prime Minister. Two-day regional conference to bring the government and citizens closer through various administrative reforms at the centre, state and district levels will start in Arunachal Pradesh's capital Itanagar today. Union Minister Jitendra Singh, along with Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu and Arunachal Pradesh Deputy CM, will inaugurate the two-day event. In a major crackdown, 2 gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a cross-firing last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the Vadala Jol drain. Furthermore, 2 kgs of heroin and 30-bore pistol were recovered. Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik reviewed the operational preparedness of the Air Force Station Jorhat in Assam. The official Twitter handle of the Indian Air Force informed that the Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal inspected the premier transport aircraft base and the new facilities being created there. UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists. Word by word, Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Indrapura locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in
the live coverage from Raigad in Maharashtra. Let me go back to Brigadier Mahajan, who's live with us on the broadcast. Quickly getting in your view, sir, Mr. Brigadier Mahajan, of what the Chief Minister said, not ruling out anything, not confirming anything, but I mean, he did answer most of the questions, but still there are some questions that pop up. What are some of those questions in your mind, Brigadier Mahajan?
There are lots of questions which require to be answered. While the terror angle can be ruled out at the present, but the most important thing is that this boat is an Australian boat going from Australia to basically Europe. In between, it capsized, its engine seized, but the boat, thereafter the people on the boat were rescued. And then because of high tide, the boat came towards the Konkan coastline towards Raigad. Now the issue is that a boat of 16 meters long, it has got what is called as the automatic identification system, which basically gives it an electronic identity which can be checked up on the radar. Now we have the coastal radars all over on the coastline, but the fact of the matter is that the 3 security agencies which are there, that is up to 20 nautical miles, the coastal police, 20 nautical miles to 200 nautical miles, you have the Indian Coast Guard, beyond that you have the Indian Navy. None of the security agencies have been able to detect this boat. That is one issue. It was detected first by the locals who were on the coastline when they saw something in the morning at 7:30, 8 o'clock, and then rest of the battle procedure started. So there is definitely our coastal security is porous. Why was the boat not detected by the radar? Why was it not detected by the other agencies? If the boat had capsized about almost 24, 48 hours back, how come the information did not come our way? Are the many questions that arise in the mind of anybody. And what we must understand is that the coastal areas of our country are not safe. If you've been seeing the news, last 6 months or 8 months, narcotics worth thousands of crores have been seized near the sea, near Bombay, etc. So illegal trade, smuggling, capsized boats coming into our area. I remember about few years back, 2 big boats landed up on the Zuhu beach in Mumbai. And such big boats, but nobody detected them. Only when they landed up on the coastline, just because they had been left on the high seas without any crew. That's how, because of the high tide, they came. So definitely, what is important is all the security agencies must carry out the security audit, must check up as to why the detection did not take place, what was the kind of patrolling that was being done, were the radars working or not, did they get a signal from there, or the signal had stopped because of capsizing of boats, etc. Are many questions, and we have to tighten up the security simply because if it's not boat now, then it will be boats tomorrow morning. But there are reports today that at least about somewhere in Kashmir, I think about 35-40 drone worth loads have been captured by the security agencies which are being transported from Jammu towards the Kashmir Valley.
Yes.
Similar drones can be used here also now. And also what happens is, a lot of times, the boats are just left on the high sea because they know which side the high tide is going to go. And the boats with their load reaches the coastline and you can transport your goods that you want to, either it be explosive, be it smuggling, be it gold, etc. that comes. So therefore, there is definitely a need to tighten up as to what went wrong, why wasn't it detected, the 3-tier security.
Point taken, sir.
And what is that we can do for the future.
Thank you for that, Brigadier Mahajan. I have to take a short break at this point. Taking a short break, coming back with a live coverage from Raigad. We are live from Raigad. Stay tuned. When we come back, Chief Minister says not confirming a terror angle, nor are we ruling out a terror angle. So the full details of that lined up.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
In a major crackdown, 2 gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a crossfiring last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the Vadala Jol drain. Furthermore, 2 kgs of heroin and 30-bore pistol were recovered. Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik reviewed the operational preparedness of the Air Force Station Jorhat in Assam. The official Twitter handle of the Indian Air Force informed that the Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal inspected the premier transport aircraft base and the new facilities being created there. UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists. Word by word, Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Indrapura locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in Bharkanwali of Sangria police station and a priest was murdered, and the news spread in the village after the body of the priest was recovered. The reason for the murder and the whole situation is to be investigated by the police. News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she later succumbed to a burn injuries, according to police. The woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेके विवाद था, उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के दो व्यक्तियों को
Good afternoon and welcome to 4 p.m. live and breaking. Whether the suspect boat is connected with terror or not, we'll explore that in this bulletin. But let's start with the headlines. Maharashtra on a state of high alert after a rifle-laden unmanned boat was spotted in Raigad. 3 AK-47s recovered in Neptune maritime labelled box. Sources suggest boat was registered in the UK. Neptune Maritime Security says boat capsized few days ago. Maharashtra ATS does not rule out terror angle yet. Big insult to Sikh community. Congress leader flaunts Jagdish Titler t-shirt at the Golden Temple. The Congress faces massive backlash for Tipu backing. First, Siddaramaiah welcomed with Savarkar posters. Now posters put up across Karnataka.
कि राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए कोई भी खतरा, अवैध घुसपैठिए हैं, रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए हैं, उनके खिलाफ तुरंत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और दिल्ली सरकार ने ये काम नहीं किया.
Massive row over Rohingyas. BJP takes on Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing. Aam Aadmi Party says BJP hatching conspiracy. Maharashtra's Raigad district is on high alert after a massive arms haul earlier today, where 2 suspicious boats were searched and weapons were recovered. 3 AK-47s were recovered from the 2 boats. The Maharashtra ATS is en route to the location, and one NIA team is also being sent, even as central agencies get into the act of investigating as to from where these boats came and how could they reach the coast. Of course, details are emerging that this was a boat owned by an Australian couple and was en route to somewhere in Europe via Oman. That's where it got capsized. It had some engine trouble, following which a Korean vessel rescued the occupants, but the boat was left adrift, which ultimately landed at the Maharashtra coast. So let's go to Alisha. She's reporting live from the ground. Alisha, the statement given by Maharashtra Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis makes it clear that this seems to be a boat which came adrift and has landed at the Maharashtra coast. But still, agencies connected with investigation, the ATS in Maharashtra and the NIA are there at the ground. You think there is still a possibility that this boat was hijacked, this boat was misused or was possibly being misused for any anti-India, anti-national activity? What are you hearing from the ground?
नहीं है, लेकिन रोहिंग्यास के लिए जो घुसपैठिए हैं उनके लिए सारी सुविधाएं देने का काम करते हैं. आखिरकार किसके कहने पर दिल्ली सरकार ने कहां पे कब ये चर्चा की, क्यों ये ईडब्ल्यूएस फ्लैट देने की बात अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और उनकी सरकार ने कही और उनके नीचे के अधिकारियों ने बात कही है. इस बात का जवाब अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को देना होगा. जब उनके स्वास्थ्य मंत्री के घोटाले पर बात की जाती है, तब भी वो जवाब नहीं देते, कहते उनकी याददाश्त चले गई. उनके शराब नीति पर चर्चा की जाती है, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जवाब नहीं देते हैं. मुफ्त की रेवड़ियां बांटने से वो बाज नहीं आते और अब रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को भी मुफ्त में फ्लैट देने चले थे. ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कि ये झूठे भी हैं और अपने वोट बैंक की राजनीति के लिए राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ करने के लिए भी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और उनकी सरकार पीछे नहीं हटती। हमारे लिए राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा प्राथमिकता है और इसको लेकर हमने पहले भी कहा है, घुसपैठियों की पनाह और उनको जगह यहां पर नहीं होगी, उनको उनके देश में वापस भेजा जाएगा। विदेश मंत्रालय उसके लिए बातचीत कर रहा है, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी डिटेंशन सेंटर क्यों नहीं, स्थान क्यों नहीं तय कर पाते, जगह क्यों नहीं तय कर पाते, ये उनसे मेरा आज भी सवाल है और उनसे पहले भी जितने सवाल पूछे गए आज तक कभी उस पर उन्होंने जवाब नहीं दिया है। तो दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री क्या जागेंगे और जवाब देंगे?
मुख्यमंत्री तो नहीं, लेकिन उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कह रहे हैं कि देखिए मुख्यमंत्री की तो जानकारी में नहीं था, एलजी के माध्यम से जो है इस तरीके से डिसीजन ले लिया जाता है और जो है मुख्यमंत्री और उप मुख्यमंत्री को पता भी नहीं।
दिल्ली सरकार के मंत्री हो या मुख्यमंत्री हो, इनको घोटालों से बाहर आने की आदत पड़ेगी तब कुछ कर पाएंगे। शराब नीति को लेकर आज तक जवाब नहीं दे पाए, शराफत तो छोड़ ही दी, झूठे आरोप लगाकर भागने का काम करते हैं, कीचड़ उछालकर भागने का काम करते हैं। सत्य तो कागज बोलते हैं। क्या इस मीटिंग को आज भी ये फिर कहेंगे, मैं फिर बार बार ये कागज दिखा रहा हूं, क्या दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री इस पर जवाब देंगे? अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, जवाब तो आपको देना होगा, चाहे वो सत्येंद्र जैन जी का घोटाला हो या आपका शराब का घोटाला हो। आप ये कहकर नहीं बच सकते कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के पास कोई विभाग नहीं लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री हैं। ये भी अपने आप में देश में एक ऐसा उदाहरण है, विभाग कोई नहीं लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री हैं, जिम्मेदारी कोई नहीं लेकिन 8 साल से मुख्यमंत्री हैं। कहते थे मैं राजनीति में नहीं आऊंगा, बच्चों की कसम खाता हूं, लेकिन राजनीति में आए, मुख्यमंत्री हैं लेकिन जवाब देने के लिए राजी नहीं है। तो जवाब दे कौन दिल्ली सरकार में, हमारा सवाल ये भी है।
अनुराग सिसोदिया जी ने गृह मंत्री को एक चिट्ठी भी लिखी है, उन्होंने कहा है कि दिल्ली सरकार तो खिलाफ है और केंद्र सरकार भी कह रही है वो भी खिलाफ है। तो किसके इशारे पर दिल्ली के अधिकारियों ने मीटिंग की, जबकि ना मुख्यमंत्री को बताया गया ना उप मुख्यमंत्री को बताया गया? मुझे लगता है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को अपनी बैठक बुला के पूछना भी चाहिए कि आखिरकार ये चिट्ठी क्यों लिखी गई। दिल्ली के किसी अधिकारी ने दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री के कहने पे चिट्ठी लिखी होगी, कैसे लिखी होगी जी? अमानतुल्लाह खान क्या अपने आप अनाज पानी राशन बांटता है कि दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री के कहने पे, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के कहने पे रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को बांटते हैं, उनको स्थायी करने की बात करते हैं? मैं तो नहीं कहता, वो कहते हैं। कहते कि नहीं कहते हैं? आप सबके सामने कहते हैं। दिखाइए उनका वीडियो, दिखाइए कैसे सामान बांटते हैं। रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की शह पर उनके विधायक सामान बांटते हैं।
देखिए सर, एक और आरोप लगाया अनुराग जी, उन्होंने सिसोदिया जी ने, वो हरदीप पुरी जी के ट्वीट का हवाला देते हुए कहा कि ये तो एक तरफ वेलकम कर रहे हैं और सब इसके केंद्र सरकार।
मैं बड़ा स्पष्ट कर देता हूं एक बात को, गृह मंत्रालय ने बड़ा स्पष्ट करके कहा है कि रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को जो पहले की स्थिति थी वैसे ही उनको ना यहाँ का नागरिक माना जाएगा, उनको वापस भेजा जाएगा। विदेश मंत्रालय के साथ बातचीत करके लगातार काम जारी है। और एक बात मैं और स्पष्ट कर दूं, सदन में भी कहा, बाहर भी कहा है, और जो गृह मंत्रालय ने स्पष्टीकरण देते हुए कहा, आखिरी स्टेटमेंट वही है।
जांच कराई जाए कि किसके कहने पे फ्लैट अलॉट करने वाली बात सामने है, क्या इसकी जांच होगी?
अरे जिस चीज की जांच होती है, सत्येंद्र जैन जी जो घोटाला करके करोड़ों रुपए खाने के बाद आज जेल में है, उस पे तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी उनको बाहर नहीं निकाल पाए। अगली जांच क्या मांगते हैं? जो शराब नीति में घोटाला करने के बाद 144 करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला करके आज भी दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री बने, उनके बाकी मुख्यमंत्री वहां पे बने हुए हैं, इनकी सरकार को जांच का कहां फर्क पड़ता है जी?
अनुराग जी, I have a question. Now the letter which you are citing, in this letter the last line says what Aam Aadmi Party government is saying, that in this letter FRRO, which comes under MHA, says they requested Aam Aadmi Party government to provide them shelter or those flats, and therefore they had written this letter.
आज तक शेल्टर क्या मिलता है? क्या शेल्टर मिलता है? क्या अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, हिम्मत है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, तो आकर बताइए आज तक रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को क्या शेल्टर मिलता था? कैसे रहते थे वो? किन इलाकों में रहते थे? गृह मंत्रालय ने बार बार कहा वही 2 स्थानों पर उनको रिटेंशन करनी है, वहीं पर उनको रखना है, उससे बाहर नहीं करना है। उनकी घुसपैठियों को वहीं पर रखने की इजाजत वहीं तक ही थी। क्यों अरविंद केजरीवाल जी इतने दयालु हुए कि जो टेंट में रहते हैं उनको फ्लैट देने का काम अरविंद केजरीवाल जी रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को करने की बात कर रहे हैं, लिख के दे रहे हैं उनके अधिकारी। तो ये कहां किसने लिख के दिया था कि उनको फ्लैट देने? अगर वो तंबू में पहले रहते थे तो क्या उनको फ्लैट देने का काम किया जा रहा है? अरविंद केजरीवाल जी इतने दयालु रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों पर क्यों, क्या जवाब देंगे? हम जब सत्ता में नहीं थे तब भी और आज जब सत्ता में है तब भी एक ही नीति है, राष्ट्र प्रथम, राष्ट्र सुरक्षा प्रथम। राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा को हम सबसे आगे लेकर चलते हैं, इंडिया फर्स्ट की नीति को लेकर चलते हैं। लेकिन कुछ लोग जो दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जैसी लोग सरकार बनाते हैं, उनके लिए रोहिंग्या घुसपैठी प्राथमिकता हो जाती है। हमारे लिए राष्ट्र सुरक्षा आज भी प्राथमिकता है, आगे भी प्राथमिकता रहेगी।
जो यूट्यूब चैनल्स जो बैन किए हैं मंत्रालय ने, पहले भी ऐसे कदम उठाए गए थे, बावजूद इसके ऐसे यूट्यूब जो फिर से आ जा रहे हैं।
जब मैंने राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा की अभी बात कही तो मैं एक बात आपको और स्पष्ट कर दूं, चाहे घुसपैठियों की बात हो या बाकी बात हो, आतंकवाद की बात हो, हम कड़ी कार्रवाई भी करते हैं। जब यूट्यूब के माध्यम से या वेब पोर्टल्स के माध्यम से कोई देश के लोगों में भय भ्रम फैलाने का काम करता है और देश को बांटने का प्रयास करता है, इससे भी देश की सुरक्षा को खतरा होता है, तो सूचना प्रसारण मंत्रालय से हमने पिछले 4 महीनों में लगातार कार्रवाई करते हुए 102 से ज्यादा ऐसे यूट्यूब चैनल्स को और बाकी पोर्टल्स पर रोक भी लगाई है, जिनके लाखों से नहीं करोड़ों लोग उनको देखते हैं। यानी कि वो गलत जानकारी देते हैं, देश को बांटने का काम करते हैं, भय भ्रम फैलाते हैं। हमने 8 चैनल्स पर रोक लगाई है और आगे भी लगाएंगे जो राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ करेगा। इस पे कोई भी समझौता नहीं होगा। धन्यवाद।
All right, that was Union Minister of Information and Broadcasting and Sports, Anurag Thakur, taking on the Delhi government for its Rohingya position, in which, in fact, it was the Delhi government of the Aam Aadmi Party which had written to the centre seeking better accommodation for the Rohingyas, leading to this controversy. But moving on, going back to the Raigad boat story, where Republic has accessed stills of the second boat that was spotted and searched later by the Raigad police. So we know that there was one boat which has been taken into custody from Raigad. There is another boat which you can see in the pictures, and this was caught by the locals from Bharankhol beach. Let's go to Alisha. Alisha is reporting from the ground. Alisha, any further details of the second boat? On the first boat, the Home Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, has spoken and given a clear picture. But what about the second boat? Where is this from? Whom does it belong to? Any suspects? What is the situation on the ground?
Well, Abhishek, what I've been told about the second boat which was found in near somewhere in a Kinara somewhere near the coast is what I've been told. But in this boat there are some of the documents and the lifeguard life jacket has been recovered. And looking at the picture, it clearly seems it's a lifeboat which were used in the Coast Guard. But again, we'll wait for an official confirmation and statement over the second boat that has been. But
where Devendra Fadnavis has also spoken about it, where clearly mentioned that according to the information received so far, the name of the said boat is Lady Ham and is owned by a woman an Australian citizen, and her husband is the captain of the state boat. And this boat was going to Europe from Muscat, dated on 26th June 2020 at 10 a.m. Engine failed, and the sailors called for help, where the shipper rescued the sailor from the boat and handed them over to Oman. The boat, a Lady Anne, could not be towed as the sea was rough. The information received from the Indian Coast Guard is that the boat is stranded on the Hariharaneshwar coast due to the undercurrent of the sea. Both the local police and the anti-terror squad are investigating the incident, and the police unit have been ordered to be alert in view of the upcoming festival. The Indian Coast Guard and central agencies are in constant contact, and further investigation are being carried out closely. So this is an official statement that was coming in from State Home Ministry. Devendra Fadnavis also spoke and given an information in the House as the Speaker Rahul Narvekar has asked for it. But the information that was provided, and since the beginning we have been giving an authentic information from our local sources, local officials was giving information since the time the information that came out. So it was a boat that was capsized, and due to the undercurrent situation in the coast, in the sea, the boat could not be recovered, because it's on 26th June where this boat, the engine failed, and the captain was relieved. He was rescued from the Korean, but the boat left the same way. And moreover, the statement has already been taken by ATS of the owner of the boat, and they have spoken to the owner of the boat and the captain, where the information has been provided. And we even know that ATS chief Vinit Agrawal, who is on his way to the location, is going to look into the matter. Even the National Investigation Agency is en route to the location. So
Right, Alisha, they're informing us about the two boats that have been found along the Maharashtra coast in Raigad district. About one, clarification already given by the Maharashtra Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis. About the other, investigation is on. Earlier in the day, when the story evolved, our team spoke to the Neptune Maritime Security Agency, which was in charge of the ammunition that has been caught from the boat Lady Anne along the Raigad coast. Let's listen into what they had to say.
So I want to know, sir, Neptune Maritime Security, is that a logo that is put on each of your boxes? Any consignment that moves from one place to another?
What's the call regarding, please?
The call is regarding a procurement that's been found on the shores of Mumbai Raigad today, and a box has been found naming Neptune Maritime Security. Record kar call. Neptune Maritime Security. So.
Okay, yeah, we are aware of this, and we're going to release a statement. Hello. Hello, yeah.
Yeah, is there any WhatsApp number where I could have sent you an image to verify whether the box belongs to Neptune Maritime Security? Because a box has been found out, a black box with the name containing, the label containing Neptune Maritime Security name has been found from Mumbai, Raigad.
Right, okay. Yeah, we're aware of this incident, and we're going to release a statement shortly on our website.
Okay, a statement is going to be released by you. Can you confirm about the statement that's been going to be released by you regarding this Mumbai incident?
Yes.
Yeah, so do you know, right, that three AK-47s have been found, correct? On the shores of Mumbai.
Like I said, we're going to release a statement.
I just wanted to know, sir, one clarity. Have you people received this information about this whole consignment that's been received on the shores of Mumbai and Raigad?
We've been made aware, yes.
Oh, okay. And sir, the press conference or the clarity is going to be in a couple of hours, right? It's going to be in UK, correct?
Correct.
It's any name of the person who's going to take the press conference or issue the clarification?
No.
All right, let's go back to Alisha. She's reporting there from the ground. Alisha, you were earlier mentioning about the statement and clarification that has come from the Home Department and in fact Maharashtra Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis. But Already opposition is trading charges of lapse of security, given the fact that the boats were found in fact by the locals and not by any of the security agencies. You think the government is in a position to defend that, and how it is being done?
Well, yes, government is been looking into the matter, because this is something now even Union Home Ministry is keeping a close tab, and already had a conversation with the administration in Maharashtra. Since the time this incident came into a light, where a boat that was found not in a good condition, but of course there were 380 AK-47 rifles with a cartridge that was recovered by Raigad police, and soon after the information that was given to ATS as well. And with this information, Vinit Agrawal, who is ATS chief, who was on his way, and also has confirmed to Republic TV that he is on his way, and his local team has already reached to the spot, and they have been speaking to the local who were present at this point of time. Because that the time this boat that was seen, it was reported by the fishermen there, and they have given this information about it to the local police, and after which Indian Coast Guard were also been contacted. So what has actually happened with this information and the official release that has been issued by State Home Ministry, where Devendra Fadnavis has also been clarified that on 26th June 2022 in the morning, because of the engine failure, the boat was capsized, and the captain was rescued by the Korean, but due to the current situation in the sea, the boat could not be rescued, which is why the boat has moved towards the coast side, that is the Konkan coast, due to the high tide. But the information was not really getting to anyone. But when this boat was found, the boat name, that is Lady Han, when found with the AK-47, the central agencies were giving information about it. But of course, when we heard Devendra Fadnavis clearly mentioned that the terror angle at this point of time cannot be ruled out. The investigation is at the primary stage, where the local police has already reached, local agencies has already reached. We know that a local team of ATS has already reached to the spot, and they have been recording the statement of the fishermen who found this boat, that is Lady Han, and the statement.
All right, Alisha, in fact, just hold on to your thoughts. A breaking news development is happening in connection with this story itself, and that's a statement, official statement that has come from the Maharashtra government. Let's try to put it across on air, and till then I read it for the benefit of viewers. It says, in June 2022, Neptune P2P Group provided private security on the vessel My Lady Han. The yacht was damaged during monsoon in the Arabian Sea, causing the captain to declare an emergency. While the crew were rescued, the yacht was unable to be salvaged due to the extreme weather conditions. Earlier this morning, Neptune P2P Group were made aware that the vessel, which was presumed sunk, had washed up on Indian shore. So it's a statement coming in from Neptune Maritime Security, and that statement is now on air on the screens. And to complete it, it says Neptune P2P Group are working with the owner of the vessel and the Indian and UK authorities to determine the official recovery procedures of the vessel and controlled items. The ammunition and the guns here are being called controlled items, obviously because there is a branding of Neptune Maritime Security. The arms and the ammunition also belong to them. Let's go back to Alisha, who was giving us details of the situation on the ground. Alisha, a statement coming in from the Maritime Security Agency, which was, I believe, facilitating the transit of the boat through the waters of Arabian Sea en route to Europe, when the boat met with an accident and almost capsized before the occupants were removed. Now a statement is coming in from Neptune Maritime Security saying that because of the weather conditions, the boat had to be abandoned. They have come to know now that it has washed ashore along the Maharashtra coast, and that they would be engaging with the Indian authorities to find out how to take it back. But what about the ammunition? What about the guns? Alisha, if you are there, are you hearing anything from the Maharashtra ATS? Are you hearing anything from the NIA on the ground there about what is their assessment? What is the assessment of our security agencies about the rifles, the AK-47s and the ammunition that was there in the boat and has been found from there?
from the same boat is what we've been told, that the statement of the same, the owners has been recorded, and they have already mentioned that that was something put up with the security for their security.
With the security for their security, which is being put up in the same boat, that is Lady Han, but their official statement will be recorded by the state agencies, even if we know that the National Investigation Agency was already on their way to the same location. They are also going to look into the matter, because Devendra Fadnavis has clearly mentioned the terror angle could not be ruled out even after the claim that has been made from the company, that is Neptune Maritime. Their statement has been taken. They have already described, and the information that they have been also getting in from Indian Coast Guard, which mentioned that this was a boat that was capsized on 26th of June. But the captain was rescued, but due to the current situation in the sea and due to it was a high tide where the boat could not be rescued and could not be taken to the coast side, and the boat flown continuously towards the Raigad, the Konkan coast. After which there were some fishermen who found out this suspicious boat. The information that was given to the local police. Local police reached to the spot. They have checked all the searches that was taken place in the boat, where they found 3 AK-47 rifles and the cartridges.
In our Mumbai studio and can graphically explain to the viewers as to how the boat capsized, where it capsized, and where it met with an accident and how it drifted ashore along India's coast. Niranjan, over to you if you can explain for the benefit of those watching where exactly the boat met with a mishap, where it was headed to, in which direction it drifted, and how it landed along India's coast. Niranjan.
Well, a couple of things. First up, Abhishek, the statement that has been issued, I have the statement in front of me. I'll read the statement out and then I'll show you a little bit about where this security group operates. If my video journalist can focus on this, is a statement regarding My Lady Han as put out by the Neptune P2P group. It's here, Neptune Maritime Security Group. In their statement, they say, in June, Neptune P2P group provided maritime security on the vessel My Lady Han, and the yacht was damaged during a monsoon in the Arabian Sea, causing the captain to declare an emergency. And while the crew were rescued, the yacht was unable to be salvaged due to the extreme weather conditions. Earlier this morning, Neptune P2P group were made aware about the vessel which was presumed sunk. So they're saying they presumed the vessel was sunk and washed up on Indian shores. I think we have to take a short break now. We'll take a short break and come back with more details. We have a map of where this company operates. Taking a break, coming back with the full details. Stay tuned.
In a major crackdown, 2 gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a cross-firing last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the Vadala Jol drain. Furthermore, 2 kgs of heroin and 30-bore pistol were recovered. Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik reviewed the operational preparedness of the Air Force Station Jorhat in Assam. The official Twitter handle of the Indian Air Force informed that the Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal inspected the premier transport aircraft base and the new facilities being created there. UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists. Word by word, Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Indrapura locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in Bharkanwali of Sangria police station, and a priest was murdered, and the news spread in the village after the body of the priest was recovered. The reason for the murder and the whole situation is to be investigated by the police. News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area.
बोट का नाम लेडी हान है। इसकी मालिक एक ऑस्ट्रेलियन महिला है। उस महिला के पति इस बोट के कप्तान है और ये बोट मस्कत से यूरोप की ओर जा रही थी और करीब 26/6/2022 को इस बोट का इंजन ये खराब हुआ और बोट पर जो लोग थे उन्होंने एक डिस्ट्रेस कॉल दिया। कोरियन नेवी की बोट आसपास थी। उस कोरियन नेवी के शिप ने इन सभी लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया और रेस्क्यू करने के बाद उनको ओमान को सुपुर्द किया। उस समय हाई टाइड होने के कारण इस बोट को उसका टोइंग नहीं किया जा सका।
All right, we slip into a short break, but on the other side, massive row over Rohingyas. BJP takes on the Kejriwal government letter, citing permanent housing. AAP says BJP hatching conspiracy.
News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she later succumbed to a burn injuries. According to police, the woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेके विवाद था। उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के 2 व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ केस दर्ज करवाए थे। आपसी मारपीट और इस तरह के केस दर्ज करवाए थे। उनका अनुसंधान अभी वर्तमान में चल रहा है और इस दरमियान जो 10 तारीख को इंसिडेंट की जो सूचना मिली उसमें कार्रवाई करते हुए पुलिस ने बयान लेके तुरंत और मुकदमा दर्ज करके उसका अनुसंधान।
Mega NI crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NI raids underway at multiple locations in Jammu, Katwa and Samba. Srinagar and Doda as well. Lashkar terrorist residence raided. Cash was dropped by drone along with consignment of weapons for use by the terrorists. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, Sukanya Mondal, has left home for Kolkata. She is supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Her name has come up in the SSC teachers recruitment scam. Ousted Imran Khan has fired a fresh salvo at Pakistan government after close aide was arrested over sedition charges. Imran Khan stated that the nation is descending into a banana republic. The United States and Taiwan have agreed to hold negotiations on new bilateral trade initiative. The negotiating mandate will set out the broad objectives shared by the two sides for the upcoming trade negotiations. As part of the ongoing strategic dialogue, the NSA Ajit Doval visited Moscow for talks with Secretary of the Russian Security Council. Apart from the bilateral cooperation, they discussed issues of regional and international interest. Ajit Doval also met the Russian Deputy Prime Minister. Two-day regional conference to bring the government and citizens closer through various administrative reforms at the centre, state and district levels will start in Arunachal Pradesh's capital Itanagar today. Union Minister Jitendra Singh, along with Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu and Arunachal Pradesh Deputy CM, will inaugurate the two-day event. In a major crash,
Maharashtra on high alert after rifle-laden unmanned boat spotted in Raigad and found on a beach. 3 AK-47 rifles along with ammunition recovered in a Neptune Maritime labelled custom-made box. Sources suggest the boat was registered in the UK. Neptune Maritime Security says the boat capsized a few days ago. Maharashtra ATS does not rule out the terror angle, is probing all the angles. Big insult to the Sikh community. Congress leader flaunts Jagdish Titler's face on his t-shirt at the Golden Temple. Congress faces massive backlash for Tipu backing. First, Siddaramaiah is welcomed with Savarkar posters, and now posters are put up across Karnataka.
कि राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए कोई भी खतरा, अवैध घुसपैठिए हैं, रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए हैं, उनके खिलाफ तुरंत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और दिल्ली सरकार ने ये काम नहीं किया.
Massive row over Rohingyas. BJP takes on the Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing. Aam Aadmi Party says the BJP is hatching a conspiracy. Viewers, we remain in our story in Maharashtra's Raigad, where a boat was found earlier today washed up, having been capsized. But most crucially, discovered aboard this vessel was a custom-made box bearing at least 3 AK-47 rifles along with several cases of ammunition. We have now discovered certain details regarding the origin of this boat, how it landed up in Maharashtra. But the police is not leaving anything to chance, and the visuals that are playing on your screens right now depict the other boats in Raigad along the beaches there as well, where searches are in progress being conducted by the police to ensure that there are no people that are unaccounted for that have hidden themselves away anywhere. We have Alisha now joining us on the phone. Alisha has been tracking all the updates. Alisha, tell us what the police is doing regarding this finding of the boat and finding of the weapons. And despite whatever we have learned so far regarding the boat belonging to an Australian, just narrate us the whole story, but how the police is also not taking anything to chance. We'll be joined by Alisha very shortly. She's been breaking all the details so far. The visuals on your screen, viewers, are of the other boats on the coast as well. You can see that searches are in progress, not only of the people who are on those boats, including their identity cards, but also in the various holds of all these boats to make sure that there is no one who is unaccounted for. Because remember, viewers, this boat that was found, the boat that's named, what we are told, My Lady Han, belonging to an Australian lady, her boat, which was bearing these weapons, was found with no one else aboard it. And as per the latest statements that we have received, it turns out that all the sailors who were aboard were rescued by a Korean warship in June. And since then, the boat floated through across the Arabian Sea and landed up on Maharashtra's coast. We now have Alisha. Alisha is joining us. Alisha, very clearly, there are searches being conducted by the police on all the other boats in the vicinity as well. Can you tell us how the police is not taking anything to chance? What else is going on?
Well, of course, Ankit, it's a statement that was clearly giving an indication, and statement given by Devendra Fadnavis, who is a Deputy Chief Minister and Home Minister, clearly stated that it is a high alert in the district of Raigad. And of course, after this boat-laden incident with the weapon that was recovered, now the security officials having a thoroughly check on all the boats in Raigad and Ratnagiri, and also we have the exclusive visuals are from Ratnagiri, where we can see that there should be no unidentified person should be hiding in this boat, and which is why a thoroughly check that has been done by the police officials. So this is after an incident that is coming in with two boats that was recovered, that was found by police. We even know that anti-terrorist squad team, the local team, was already reached, and ATS chief, that is Vinit Agrawal, who has confirmed while speaking to Republic that he is on his way and going to reach the same location, because no terror angle can be ruled out, is what Devendra Fadnavis has mentioned, which is why the entire district is on high alert, and every boat has been thoroughly checked, whether it is in Raigad and Ratnagiri. And the visuals that was we got, that was exclusive visuals on Republic TV, where we can see that the police has been thoroughly checking all the boats to see whether if there is unidentified people or not.
Right. Alisha, stay with us. So clearly, viewers, there are a couple of things that we have found out in just the last half an hour. One is the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, who holds the home portfolio, has issued a statement on the precise nature of how this boat landed up here. It was traveling from Muscat to Europe. At least that was the plan. However, at Oman, off the waters there, it encountered turbulence and heavy seas, because of which it required to be rescued. And then later it landed up across the Arabian Sea in Maharashtra. Viewers, we are temporarily going across to a breaking story right now, and a breaking update from the Delhi High Court, which has issued notice to the Civil Aviation Ministry and the DGCA on the DGCA notification allowing Sikhs to carry their kirpans in domestic flights. From what we are told, the Delhi High Court has issued notice and it has given 8 weeks to the DGCA to reply on the matter. The DGCA's notification had allowed Sikh persons to carry kirpans. The kirpans had been stipulated to not have blades that are over 6 inches in length, and the overall size of the kirpan cannot be over 9 inches. However, this notification of the DGCA was challenged in the Delhi High Court, and today the Delhi High Court has heard the matter, and it has given the authorities 8 weeks time to file their response, and it has listed the case for further consideration on November the 15th. It has not deemed fit right now to pass any interim order on the notification. The petitioner had claimed and had appealed to the court, stating that carrying of kirpans is dangerous on flights. It had the petition had sought for a stay on the DGCA's notification. Remember, viewers, the DGCA had given an exception and a regulatory sanction to people belonging to the Sikh community to be allowed to carry their kirpans on civilian flights. The DGCA's notification had said that the Sikhs will be allowed to carry kirpans provided the length of the blade does not exceed 6 inches. We have Sambhav now joining us. Sambhav, do tell us about the hearing that took place in the Delhi High Court, all its ramifications and what the appellant had sought.
Okay, so this was a plea challenging union government's decision to allow Sikhs to carry kirpans on domestic flights, in which the Delhi High Court today issued notices to Ministry of Civil Aviation, Ministry of Home Affairs, Director General of Civil Aviation and Director General for Bureau of Civil Aviation Security. So these are the notices issued by the Delhi High Court in this case. Earlier, the Delhi High Court's division bench, which was headed by the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court, Satish Chandra Sharma, and Justice Subramaniam Prasad, gave authorities 8 weeks. So 8 weeks time has been given to the authorities, all the above authorities, to file their response. And finally, court has listed the matter for further hearing on November 15th. So Delhi High Court refused to pass, although Delhi High Court has refused to pass any order, any interim order in the meanwhile.
Right, Sambhav there breaking down the details. Sambhav, I thank you for joining us. So the DGCA has been given 8 weeks till November the 15th to respond on the challenge to its notification allowing Sikhs to carry their kirpans with them aboard flights.
Before the City Sessions Court today here in Calcutta, they have been given an extension of custody till 31st of August. So they have 14 days of more judicial custody now. We will be keeping a track on that story and we will have exclusive information after a short break. Keep an eye on Republic TV.
As part of the ongoing strategic dialogue, the NSA Ajit Doval visited Moscow for talks with Secretary of the Russian Security Council. Apart from the bilateral cooperation, they discussed issues of regional and international interest. Ajit Doval also met the Russian Deputy Prime Minister. Two-day regional conference to bring the government and citizens closer through various administrative reforms at the centre, state and district levels will start in Arunachal Pradesh's capital Itanagar today. Union Minister Jitendra Singh, along with Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu and Arunachal Pradesh Deputy CM, will inaugurate the two-day event. In a major crackdown, 2 gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a cross-firing last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the Vadala Jol drain. Furthermore, 2 kgs of heroin and 30 bore pistol were recovered. Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik reviewed the operational preparedness of the Air Force Station Jorhat in Assam. The official Twitter handle of the Indian Air Force informed that the Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal inspected the premier transport aircraft base and the new facilities being created there. UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists. Word by word, Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Indrapura locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in Bharkanwali of Sangria police station, and a priest was murdered, and the news spread in the village after the body of the priest was recovered. The reason for the murder and the whole situation is to be investigated by the police. News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she later succumbed to a burn injuries. According to police, the woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
आवास नहीं, प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना में जो आच्छादित हो रहे थे उन्हें प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना में, जो प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना में नहीं आच्छादित हो रहे थे उन्हें मुख्यमंत्री आवास योजना चला करके, चाहे वह थारू हो, चेरो हो, सहरिया हो, कोल हो या फिर मुसहर हो या वनटांगिया हो, इन सभी के लिए हमने बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि इनमें 100% लोगों को शासन की सुविधा का लाभ प्राप्त होना चाहिए। उनके पास अपना राशन कार्ड होना चाहिए, जमीन का अपना पट्टा होना चाहिए, उनके पास अपना आयुष्मान भारत का कार्ड होना चाहिए, उनके पास आवास होना चाहिए, उनके पास विद्युत का कनेक्शन होना चाहिए, उनके पास जनधन का अकाउंट होना चाहिए, उनके पास उज्ज्वला योजना का राशन कार्ड होना चाहिए और उन्हें शासन की हर योजना से लाभान्वित करने के लिए अगर कोई निराश्रित बुजुर्ग है, निराश्रित पेंशन योजना के साथ जोड़ो। अगर कोई निराश्रित महिला है, निराश्रित महिला पेंशन के साथ जोड़ो। अगर कोई निराश्रित दिव्यांगजन है, उसको निराश्रित दिव्यांगजन पेंशन के साथ
किया जा रहा है।
UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists. Word by word, Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Indrapura locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in Bharkanwali of Sangria police station, and a priest was murdered, and the news spread in the village after the body of the priest was recovered. The reason for the murder and the whole situation is to be investigated by the police. News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she later succumbed to a burn injuries. According to police, the woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेके विवाद था। उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के 2 व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ केस दर्ज करवाए थे। आपसी मारपीट और इस तरह के केस दर्ज करवाए थे। उनका अनुसंधान अभी वर्तमान में चल रहा है और इस दरमियान जो 10 तारीख को इंसिडेंट की जो सूचना मिली, उसमें कार्रवाई करते हुए पुलिस ने बयान लेके तुरंत और मुकदमा दर्ज करके उसका अनुसंधान
Mega NI crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NI raids underway at multiple locations in Jammu, Katwa and Samba, Srinagar and Doda as well. Lashkar terrorist residence raided. Cash was dropped by drone along with consignment of weapons for use by the terrorists. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, Sukanya Mondal has left home for Kolkata. She is supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Her name has come up in the SSC teachers recruitment scam. Ousted Imran Khan has fired a fresh salvo at Pakistan government after close aide was arrested over sedition charges. Imran Khan stated that the nation is descending into a banana republic. The United States and Taiwan have agreed to hold negotiations on new bilateral trade initiative. The negotiating mandate will set out the broad objectives shared by the two sides for the upcoming trade negotiations.
Viewers, in the entire Bihar political shift that took place, a person who was very, very critical but has not spoken so far except to Republic Now is RCP Singh, the former JDU leader, former union minister, who the JDU has accused of trying to engineer a split within its party. Now RCP Singh has spoken to Republic and he has made a number of big claims, including that a JDU-RJD merger is likely to take place. He says that he will not refer to Nitish Kumar as Paltu Ram because he says Ram is a sacred word. He says that Nitish Kumar has in fact declared Tejasvi Yadav to be his successor, and he says that his own options of joining the BJP are open. So let's now listen in to this very key important interview of RCP Singh with Republic.
हमारे साथ मौजूद है रामचंद्र प्रसाद सिंह, जो कि जेडीयू के पूर्व अध्यक्ष हैं, इस्तीफा दे चुके हैं। रामचंद्र बाबू, ये बताइए कि नीतीश जी ने उस दिन बहुत कुछ सुनाया आपके बारे में कि आपके बिना मर्जी के आप शपथ ग्रहण में शामिल हो गए और मंत्री बन गए और आप पार्टी को तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। नीतीश जी ने खुद कहा ये सब बातें।
देखिए, ऐसा है ना, ये जितनी बातें कही गई हैं वो सरासर झूठ है, 100% झूठ है, उसमें कहीं कोई तथ्य नहीं है। मैंने मंत्री का जो शपथ लिया, उस समय के तत्काल जो हमारे उस समय मैं पार्टी में था नेता, बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री की सहमति से लिया था। और जहां तक पार्टी तोड़ने की बात है साहब, माने ये बताइए जरा कि मैं क्यों पार्टी तोड़ता। हाँ, एक बात जरूर थी, मेरा विरोध इस बात के लिए था कि भाई ये लोग जो बिहार की जनता है, इनको जनादेश दिया था एनडीए में काम करने के लिए, लेकिन यूपी चुनाव के बाद ऐसा लगने लगा था कि ये लोग फिर पलटी मारेंगे, ये फिर सड़क पार करेंगे। तो मैंने स्पष्ट कर दिया था कि भाई आप लोग अगर इस तरह कदम उठाएंगे तो मैं साथ नहीं रहूँगा, इसलिए मैं पार्टी क्यों तोड़ने जाता। लेकिन हाँ, जरा सोचिए साहब कि बिहार की जनता ने जो जनादेश दिया, उस जनादेश का कैसा हरण किया गया है। जनता ने किसके लिए वोट किया था, किसके साथ सरकार चलाने के लिए वोट किया था। आज जाइए पूरे बिहार में, जहां सब, चूंकि मैं पार्टी में था, सारे कार्यकर्ता बिल्कुल उनको समझ में।
नीतीश कुमार क्या पलटू राम हो गए? अब लालू जी कहते थे पलटू राम।
देखिए, राम तो मैं नहीं कहूँगा, राम तो भगवान रहे हैं, लेकिन स्वाभाविक रूप से जितनी बार इधर से उधर गए हैं, अपने लिए तरह तरह का विशेषण देश में बना लेंगे। ये कोई अच्छी चीज़ नहीं। देखिए, पहचान क्या थी, ये किस चीज़ की बात करते थे? राजनीति में सूचता की बात करते थे, मोरल उसकी वैल्यूज़ की बात करते थे। और क्या हुआ साहब, किस प्रकार का काम किया है? सीधे सीधे मैंने तो सीधा कहना है ना कि जो जनादेश बिहार की जनता ने 2020 में दिया, उसका किस प्रकार से हरण किया गया है, कौन जवाब देगा? हमारा पूरा का पूरा जो समाज आप देख रहे हैं, बिहार के जो हमारे अति पिछड़ा समाज है, सवर्ण समाज है, सब ठगा।
आज आप अपने
Viewers, a lot more news coming up. A big insult to the Sikh community, a big provocation. A Congress leader flaunted Jagdish Tytler's face on his t-shirt at the Golden Temple. More on that coming up. And also, the Congress faces a massive backlash for its Tipu backing. First, Siddaramaiah is welcomed with Savarkar posters, and now these posters are put up all across Karnataka. We'll tell you all this and more in just a few seconds. Stay with us on Republic.
Mega NI crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NI raids underway at multiple locations in Jammu, Katwa and Samba. Srinagar and Doda as well. Lashkar terrorist residents raided. Cash was dropped by drone along with consignment of weapons for use by the terrorists. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, Sukanya Mondal has left home for Kolkata. She is supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Her name has come up in the SSC teachers recruitment scam. Ousted Imran Khan has fired a fresh salvo at Pakistan government after close aide was arrested over sedition charges. Imran Khan stated that the nation is descending into a banana republic. The United States and Taiwan have agreed to hold negotiations on new bilateral trade initiative. The negotiating mandate will set out the broad objectives shared by the two sides for the upcoming trade negotiations. As part of the ongoing strategic dialogue, the NSA Ajit Doval visited Moscow for talks with Secretary of the Russian Security Council. Apart from the bilateral cooperation, they discussed issues of regional and international interest. Ajit Doval also met the Russian Deputy Prime Minister. Two-day regional conference to bring the government and citizens closer through various administrative reforms at the centre, state and district levels will start in Arunachal Pradesh's capital Itanagar today. Union Minister Jitendra Singh, along with Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu and Arunachal Pradesh Deputy CM, will inaugurate the two-day event. In a major crackdown, two gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a crossfiring last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the Vadala Jol drain. Furthermore, 2 kgs of heroin and 30-bore pistol were recovered.
Let's take a look at some top stories now, viewers. The Chief Electoral Officer in Jammu and Kashmir, Hirdesh Kumar, recently announced that citizens from outside J&K living in the Union Territory for purposes of employment, education or business can register as voters and cast their votes in the upcoming elections. The move translates to the UT of Jammu and Kashmir gaining at least 25 lakh voters in the upcoming elections. The new voting rights announcement has brought about concerns from local parties over local residents of the Union Territory being undermined, with the leaders of these political parties claiming that the move would lead to leaders being disenfranchised as well. PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti has condemned the announcement, stating that the move was the last nail in the coffin of electoral democracy and had called for an all-party meeting to discuss the future course to resolve the issue of Kashmir.
Political face-off over Savarkar. Congress hits out at Savarkar legacy. What's wrong with tribute to Savarkar? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
In a major crackdown, two gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a crossfiring last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the Vadala Jol drain. Furthermore, 2 kgs of heroin and 30-bore pistol were recovered. Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik reviewed the operational preparedness of the Air Force Station Jorhat in Assam. The official Twitter handle of the Indian Air Force informed that the Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal inspected the premier transport aircraft base and the new facilities being created there. UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists word by word. Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Indrapura locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in Bharkanwali of Sangria police station, and a priest was murdered, and the news spread in the village after the body of the priest was recovered. The reason for the murder and the whole situation is to be investigated by the police. News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she succumbed. Later succumbed to a burn injuries, according to police. The woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेके विवाद था। उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के दो व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ केस दर्ज करवाए थे। आपसी मारपीट और इस तरह के केस दर्ज करवाए थे। उनका अनुसंधान अभी वर्तमान में चल रहा है और इस दरमियान जो 10 तारीख को इंसिडेंट की जो सूचना मिली, उसमें कार्रवाई करते हुए पुलिस ने बयान लेके तुरंत और मुकदमा दर्ज करके उसका अनुसंधान।
Mega NI crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NI raids underway at multiple locations in Jammu, Katwa and Samba, Srinagar and Doda as well. Lashkar terrorist residence raided. Cash was dropped by drone along with consignment of weapons for use by the terrorists.
Me and my Vijay are together. Absolute pandemonium, chaos, fact, massive security thrown around. Big push, diplomatic visit, which is going to be, of course, capped by the Quad leaders meets. Uddhav surrounded himself with unelectable coterie. You expect these people to dictate terms to a grassroots strong leader like Eknath Shinde? Big arms haul in Maharashtra. 3 AK-47 rifles recovered from 2 unattended ports along the Raigarh coast. Following the recovery, state of Maharashtra on a high alert as searches underway in multiple districts. Maharashtra government does not rule out terror angle even as an NIA team is set to visit the district. Big insult to the Sikh community. Congress leader flaunts Jagdish Titler t-shirt at Golden Temple. And down south, Congress faces massive backlash for Tipu backing. First, Siddaramaiah welcomed with Savarkar posters. Now posters put up across Karnataka.
कि राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए कोई भी खतरा, अवैध घुसपैठिए हैं, रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए हैं, उनके खिलाफ तुरंत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और दिल्ली सरकार ने ये काम नहीं किया।
And the row over Rohingyas continues. BJP takes on the Kejriwal government letter citing permanent housing. Aam Aadmi Party says BJP hatching conspiracy. Alright, staying with the Raigarh story, we have accessed the details, full details of the mystery of the Raigarh ship. The yacht sailed from Dubai on June 8 with passengers. They raised a distress call on June 26th off Oman. A Korean Navy vessel rescued the crew on June 27. The yacht was thought to be towed, but it broke midway. The yacht was then, with arms consignment, adrift for a while. Security agency confirms that AK-47 serial numbers belong to them. That's the Neptune Maritime Security Agency. And if you could share more details, the yacht had sailed from Dubai in May-June this year with 3 crew and 5 passengers. On 26 June is the time when the distress call was raised following bad weather off the Oman coast, and 27 June is the time when Korean Navy vessel ROKS Dae Jo Yong, it was of the Combined Task Force 151, had rescued all personnel and the yacht was under tow. En route, the tow broke, following which the yacht with arms consignment on board was adrift. The security agency Neptune Maritime Security has in fact confirmed the serial numbers on the missing AK-47 weapons as belonging to them. Let's go to Alisha, who's reporting from the ground on that note. It seems from this statement coming in, Alisha, that the weapons have been accounted for, the ammunition has been accounted for, the journey that the boat traced from Oman coast to Maharashtra has also been accounted for. So the security agencies are still on the ground. Can you tell us what are they looking for and in which direction the investigation is going?
Well, Abhishek, terror angle will not be the ruled out as the first statement that was made by Home Minister and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. While talking about the incident, this boat, Lady Han, which was en route from Muscat to Europe, and on 26th June, where because of the engine failure, we know that the boat that capsized, and there was an immediate help that was called by the captain. The captain was rescued by the Koreans, but due to the high tide on the sea, and the sea was rough, after which the boat could not be rescued, which went through by moving towards the Konkan coast of the sea of the high tide. And today morning, by the fishermen, the information that was given by the fishermen to the local police that it is something suspicious boat that was found. Later, the police officials who reached to the same location, it's Harihareshwar beach where this boat was found, and the police official then recovered AK-47 rifles. We can see in the visuals as well, there are 3 AK-47 rifles and also some cartridge, and that rifles belongs to the same box that belongs to Neptune Maritime Security. And also their statement, they already had an official words. State agencies had contacted the Neptune Maritime Security, and they even confirmed that that was kept in the boat for security reasons. The boat, which belongs to an Australian woman and her husband, is a captain. So that all incident has came into a light, and we even heard Devendra Fadnavis who given a speech in the house as well, because Rahul Narvekar has asked, who is the speaker, who has asked for the explanation, where he has given the statement in the house, and also he spoke to the media. Moreover, not only the Maharashtra police, the Raigad police, but also ATS is on his way. The local ATS has already reached to the spot. They are recording the statement of the fishermen who first reached to the spot and spot that boat. Even the NIA is en route to Raigad. So it is something the agencies has been looking, because Union Home Ministry has been closely monitoring the situation of the Raigad, because the officials from the Home Ministry, they already had a conversation with the district administration, the administrations in Maharashtra over the situation, whether the fact high alert has been already issued in the entire district in Raigad, and moreover police deployment has been done, even additional forces to be brought in if required. But even we heard the statement that was issued by the Raigad collector clearly mentioning that if you found any suspicious anything around you, just inform it to the local police or to the district administration. So these are the direction that was given by Raigad collector. Moreover, we know that NIA and ATS is looking into the matter. Local ATS team has already reached, and even Vinit Agrawal, who is the ATS chief, is on his way to the Raigad to assess the situation.
All right, Alisha, let's also listen into Deputy Chief Minister and Home Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, who shared details about the incident just a while back. Let's listen it.
इस बोट का नाम लेडी हान है। इसकी मालिक एक ऑस्ट्रेलियन महिला है। उस महिला के पति इस बोट के कप्तान है, और ये बोट मस्कत से यूरोप की ओर जा रही थी, और करीब 26/6/2022 को इस बोट का इंजन ये खराब हुआ, और बोट पर जो लोग थे उन्होंने एक डिस्ट्रेस कॉल दिया। कोरियन नेवी की बोट आसपास थी। उस कोरियन नेवी के शिप ने इन सभी लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया और रेस्क्यू करने के बाद उनको ओमान को सुपुर्द किया। उस समय हाई टाइड होने के कारण इस बोट को उसका टोइंग नहीं किया जा सका और हाई टाइड के कारण ये बोट ड्रिफ्ट होते हुए श्रीवर्धन की तरफ आई और श्रीवर्धन के किनारे पर आकर लगी। भारतीय कोस्ट गार्ड ने इस सारी चीज़ों की पुष्टि की है। फिर भी हमने अभी तक हाई अलर्ट रखा हुआ है और नाकाबंदी भी शुरू है, क्योंकि फेस्टिवल का सारा सीज़न चल रहा है। ऐसे समय कोई भी रिस्क नहीं ली जा सकती, इसलिए सबको अलर्ट पर रखा है। किंतु अब बोट के बारे में पुख्ता जानकारी हमारे पास आ गई।
All right, let's go back to Alisha. That was Devendra Fadnavis giving the details. Alisha, what has happened to the second boat? What are the agencies doing about it? Anything found from that boat? We just wanted to understand the status of the second boat also. Alisha, if you are getting me, I can see you in the picture. But if you are getting to hear me, what has happened? What is the status of the second boat? Are the agencies in control of the situation there? Have they found something from the second boat? Even that has been found under suspicious circumstances. What are the details about the second boat, if you could share? Well, there seems to be some issue with the audio. All right, another breaking news development coming in now of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's daughter, Anita Bose Pfaff, and a position that she has taken, she has long held, in fact, at a consulate event in Germany, in Munich. Anita Bose Pfaff has said that she will soon approach India, the government of India and Japan, the government of Japan for a DNA test of ashes at Tokyo's Renkoji temple. Stoking a controversy there, Anita Pfaff. And Renkoji is a Buddhist temple in Tokyo, and it is believed that this is the location of the ashes of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, who had, according to Anita Pfaff, died in a plane crash off the coast of Taiwan, the then Formosa. Netaji Bose, the Indian freedom fighter, the man who set up the Azad Hind Fauj, and it is believed that his remains are preserved since September 18, 1945. Kishalay Bhattacharya is on phone with us from Kolkata. Kishalay, Netaji's daughter Anita Pfaff is stoking a controversy. Of course, she is repeating a position she has held for a while, but now she has made a fresh demand that India and Japan do a DNA test on the ashes that are kept at the Renkoji temple and check whether those belong to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose or not. I believe a big population in Bengal might not like the idea. What is your sense, Kishalay?
Well, exactly. This has been one of the controversial issues in Bengal, where a section of Bengali.
All right, there seems to be some issue with the audio, but the story that is breaking now is of Netaji's daughter Anita Bose Pfaff, who's based out of Germany, was speaking at Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav event at Munich at the consulate, and there she has made this demand or renewed her demand that the ashes kept at the Renkoji temple in Tokyo, which is believed to be the place where Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's ashes were brought, be tested for DNA. And she has said that she would soon be approaching the government of India and the government of Japan to let them and ask them to do the DNA test. I believe Kishla is all right. Mr. Chandrakant Bose is joining us. Chandra Bose is joining us over the phone from Kolkata. Mr. Bose, nothing new in Miss Anita Bose's position that she wants a DNA test of the ashes at the Renkoji temple. But you think this is stoking a fresh controversy which was avoidable? You think this is going to rankle the followers of Netaji, who many of them don't believe that Netaji perished in that plane crash and would not want that to happen? Chandra Bose?
You see, many of us in the Bose family till 2016 did not really accept the plane crash theory. But as you are aware that the NDA government, under the leadership of Narendra Modi ji, declassified files pertaining to Netaji and the Indian National Army in 2016 January. Now, we have been studying all the various documents which have been released by the NDA government. And I appreciate that particularly Narendra Modi ji took extra initiative to ensure that all files are released. Now, after studying all the secret files which were declassified, we have studied around 11 inquiry commission reports. Now, out of these 11 reports, 10 reports confirm the plane crash. So, today, our stand is somewhat different. Based on hard evidence, we have come to the conclusion that Netaji did perish on the 18th of August, 1945. So, we fully support Netaji's only daughter, Anita Bose's suggestion and request that we must bring back Netaji's remains to India because he was the liberator of India. He should bring it back, and in order to, the certain people who question his demise on the 18th of August, for their benefit, we could conduct a DNA test if scientifically possible. But I feel we are convinced that those are Netaji's remains, and all these theories which have been promoted by various people are absolutely false and bogus.
That's a big statement you are making, Mr. Chandra Bose. You are essentially, with a sense of finality, bunking those claims that Netaji might have survived that crash and that he's alive and that something should be done about it. You are actually saying that those might be Netaji's ashes, and post a DNA test, they should be brought back to India and rehabilitated in the befitting manner.
Exactly. They should be brought back because Netaji is the liberator of India. Japan has been keeping those ashes in safe custody for 77 years. I think we must owe that to Japan and the Japanese authorities that the high priest of Renkoji temple had kept these ashes, but they were expecting that Indian government and Indian authorities would take the initiative and bring it back to the country, to his motherland, which he liberated. And I think what Anita Puff has requested, she would like to immerse these ashes in the Ganges. And the memorial must be built on the Rajpath in Delhi in memory of the Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, who sacrificed his life for the freedom of our country.
Sir, that's a big one. You are saying that those ashes can be brought back, that some of them can be given to the Ganges. You're saying that there can be a memorial where part of the ashes can be put, possibly at the Red Fort Museum. But sir, you have been part of the process of declassifying of files. You were there when Prime Minister Narendra Modi got all the family members together and those files were declassified. At that time, I think you were not very happy with the manner in which the files were declassified. You thought there is still some more that could be done. But now it seems that you have changed your opinion a bit and you are suggesting, or you are actually agreeing with Anita Bose now.
Absolutely. I am agreeing with Narendra Modi ji. The Prime Minister on the floor of the House has stated that all files have been declassified pertaining to Netaji. I have no reason to question or doubt the Honorable Prime Minister. I fully support the Prime Minister's statement, and I think it is a big step that Narendra Modi ji has taken. He has been able to unravel the mystery and solve this confusion that existed for so many years. And I think the scamsters who have been promoted a false narrative should be now punished and taken to task.
Sir, that's a big one. Also, because you were part of the process when the files were being declassified, if you could just share some information from that with the viewers for the benefit of those who might not understand those details. When you saw the files, that made you come to the conclusion that other theories are fallacies, other theories are mischief, and that Netaji did perish in that plane crash. You came to the conclusion after going through those files?
Exactly. It is the NDA government with the initiative of the Honorable Prime Minister who has solved this created mystery. I would say it was created for certain vested interests by certain unscrupulous individuals and, kind of organizations. And we were also misguided. Members of the Bose family, we were also misguided initially. And of course, our demand for declassification, Narendra Modi ji positively responded. And it is he who has solved this mystery. And it is the NDA government which should be given the credit that they have finally resolved the mystery and the created mystery of unscrupulous individuals and organizations who have made business out of the liberation of India, Netaji, but they have now, their entire bluff has been called. All these 10 reports are very much in the public domain, and it clearly indicates that Netaji did not survive beyond 18th of August 1945, and it is only rightful action on behalf of the government of India to bring back his mortal remains of a deathless hero back to India, the country for which he sacrificed his life for the freedom of our nation.
Sir, my final question to you. If Anita Bose Pfaff, she writes to the Prime Minister, are you and the extended family of Netaji in Kolkata, in Delhi, in Bengal, in Odisha, wherever they are, would all of them come together and make a unanimous request to the government of India that a DNA test be done and the ashes be brought back?
Absolutely, absolutely. All like-minded, logical people who have no vested interest of making business out of Netaji's created mystery would support this move, wholeheartedly support this move, and I would raise this demand with the Honorable Prime Minister and the Government of India. Now that you have, kind of solved this created mystery, I think the final action that needs to be taken on Netaji's angle is to bring back his remains to India, and at least the last wish of his only daughter, Anita Bose Pfaff, should be honored. And I am absolutely sure Narendra Modi ji, as he had declassified the files to solve the mystery, would respond positively and bring back Netaji's remains to India.
Right, sir. Thank you so much for joining and clearing all the doubts and all the controversies around Netaji's perishing in that plane crash. Now, of course, the family believes that that indeed happened and that all other theories are bunkum. Thank you so much for joining us. Chandra Bose, grandnephew of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, joining there, saying that he and the extended family perhaps would also support the demand made by Anita Bose Pfaff, daughter of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, in Germany while taking part in an Independence Day event at the Munich consulate. Dr. Bhuvan Lal, author of Netaji biography, joins us over the phone. Dr. Bhuvan Lal, we have a family of Netaji saying that Government of India and the Government of Japan should come together and carry out a DNA test of the ashes kept at the Renkoji temple, following which, if they are of Netaji, they should be brought to India and rehabilitated in some memorial. Would you agree with the family and the belief now that Netaji did perish in the plane crash, 1945 plane crash off the coast of Taiwan?
Thank you for having me on the show. I have read that certain sections of the family of Netaji have claimed that. Now, I've been on this for 30 years, and I still have many questions unanswered. If those ashes are of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, they must be brought back to India. But it's a big if, because we need to do a scientific study of and a DNA of whose ashes they are. Because at that stage, that flight was a secret flight. There was no passenger manifest. And the name on the ashes was that of a different person. We are just going by evidence that is in public domain. There are a lot of things that are not in public domain. And some of them are still in the bound back in the paper, I believe. So we need to do a conclusive study and make sure that the greatest son of India gets his due, and this country has waited for 77 years for this.
Mr. Bhawanlal, you seem not to be agreeing with the family. Should we listen to the family or to experts who have been going around the files? The family now claims that they have gone through the declassified files that were made available by the government. They are saying that of the 11 inquiry commissions, 10 suggest that Netaji did perish in that plane crash in 1945. So I believe they are also coming round to the view that some sense of finality should be brought into this issue. With the kind of research that you are suggesting about passenger manifest, that of course being one, and there are other about Gumnami Baba in Faizabad, for example, we will never reach the end of this issue, which perhaps concerns a great mass of citizenry in the country who have interest in freedom struggle and who were great supporters of Netaji.
I am with the family. I agree with the certain section of the family that say that
All right, I think we lost the line there with Bhawanlal, biographer of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. I believe he was joining us from outside the country, and there is some issue with the line. What is important is that Netaji's family finally has come round and now decided that a DNA test should be done of the ashes at the Renkoji temple to see, ascertain whether those belong to Netaji, in which case they can be brought to India. Moving on, another big controversy, another big story. Big insult to Sikh community. A Congress leader has flaunted Jagdish Titler on his t-shirt while being at the Golden Temple, and you can see him in the pictures. Karamjit Gill, the Congress leader, is seen with Jagdish Titler on his t-shirt, and there are pictures of him. All right, another one. Congress faces massive backlash for Tipu backing. First, Siddaramaiah welcomed with Savarkar posters, and now posters put up across Karnataka. All those stories on the other side of a short break.
News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she later succumbed to a burn injuries, according to police. The woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेके विवाद था। उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के दो व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ केस दर्ज करवाए थे। आपसी मारपीट और इस तरह के केस दर्ज करवाए थे। उनका अनुसंधान अभी वर्तमान में चल रहा है, और इस दरमियान जो 10 तारीख को इंसिडेंट की जो सूचना मिली, उसमें कार्रवाई करते हुए पुलिस ने बयान लेके तुरंत और मुकदमा दर्ज करके उसका अनुसंधान।
Mega NI crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NI raids underway at multiple locations in Jammu, Katwa and Samba. Srinagar and Doda as well. Lashkar terrorist residence raided. Cash was dropped by drone along with consignment of weapons for use by the terrorists. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, Sukanya Mondal, has left for left home for Kolkata. She's supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Her name has come up in the SSC teachers recruitment scam. Ousted Imran Khan has fired a fresh salvo at Pakistan government after close aide was arrested over sedition charges. Imran Khan stated that the nation is descending into a banana republic. The United States and Taiwan have agreed to hold negotiations on new bilateral trade initiative. The negotiating mandate will set out the broad objectives shared by the two sides for the upcoming trade negotiations. As part of the ongoing strategic dialogue, the NSA Ajit Doval visited Moscow for talks with Secretary of the Russian Security Council. Apart from the bilateral cooperation, they discussed issues of regional and international interest.
Alright, breaking news development coming in this time from Jammu and Kashmir. 2 persons have been detained with rupees 10 lakh cash in their possession by the JK Jammu and Kashmir police from a bus stand in Jammu. Of the two, one hails from Mendhar in Punch and the other from Shopian in the Kashmir Valley. Police is investigating whether there is some terror financing angle to the cash recovered from their possession. 10 lakh rupees in cash is not normal, and more so in the case of Jammu and Kashmir. That note, a short break. And live.
As part of the ongoing strategic dialogue, the NSA Ajit Doval visited Moscow for talks with Secretary of the Russian Security Council. Apart from the bilateral cooperation, they discussed issues of regional and international interest. Ajit Doval also met the Russian Deputy Prime Minister. Two-day regional conference to bring the government and citizens closer through various administrative reforms at the centre, state and district levels will start in Arunachal Pradesh's capital Itanagar today. Union Minister Jitendra Singh, along with Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu and Arunachal Pradesh Deputy CM, will inaugurate the two-day event. In a major crackdown, 2 gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a cross-firing last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the Vadala Jol drain. Furthermore, 2 kgs of heroin and 30 bore pistol were recovered. Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik reviewed the operational preparedness of the Air Force Station Jorhat in Assam. The official Twitter handle of the Indian Air Force informed that the Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal inspected the premier transport aircraft base and the new facilities being created there. UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists word by word. Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Indrapura locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. I'm Niranjan, getting you the big breaking news story from Raigad, Maharashtra, of a ship that some say drifted somehow off the coast of Oman, came all the way up to Raigad, Maharashtra, and nobody spotted it except for the local residents. Telling you all about that and the rifle case that was found inside. Full details coming up. Here are the headlines on Republic TV this evening. Big arms haul in Maharashtra, 3 AK-47 rifles recovered from 2 unattended boats. State of Maharashtra on high alert after arms recovery in Raigad. Searches underway in multiple districts. Maharashtra government does not confirm any terror angle, does not rule out any terror angle. Says all angles are being looked at. NIA team set to visit Raigad. Big insult to the Sikh community. Congress leader flaunts Jagdish Titler, controversial Jagdish Titler t-shirt inside the Golden Temple. Congress faces massive backlash for backing Tipu Sultan posters. Siddaramaiah welcome with Savarkar posters as the story becomes viral across the country.
कि राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए कोई भी खतरा, अवैध घुसपैठिए हैं, रोहिंग्या घुसपैठिए हैं, उनके खिलाफ तुरंत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और दिल्ली सरकार ने ये काम नहीं किया।
The big controversy over Rohingyas, BJP takes on Kejriwal. Government letter citing permanent housing. Aam Aadmi Party says BJP hatching conspiracy, claim they didn't even know about it. Getting in more details on the story that's developing in Raigad, Maharashtra, as a boat was found with 3 AK-47 rifles in them, in a rifle case, in a boat that, according to some of the agencies, drifted since the 26th of June, has been drifting since the 26th of June. And according to the details available right now, we're getting in some details from agencies and giving out the full details as claimed by the agencies, that there were about 8 passengers on board, 3 crew members, 5 passengers, and there was a distress call. There was a distress call around the 26th of June, and on the 27th of June, the vehicle, while being towed, we are told, and these are details of, let's put out some of the details on the screen. We are hearing that on the 26th of June, the sailors were dropped to Oman, and around the 26th or 27th of June, there was a distress call that went out, and we are picking up the full details. And as we get to the details, this was the picture that came in this afternoon. We were told that a Korean ship rescued the sailors on board that vessel, and a part of this vessel was damaged, we are told, as it landed up on the shores of Raigad, Maharashtra. We are hearing that AK-47 serial numbers have been confirmed by the Maritime Security Group, and these are some of the details coming in on Republic TV. The case with the 3 AK-47s and a whole lot of bullets, 10 cases of bullets inside them also being found. It was an unmanned boat, and more and more details coming in. The NIA has rushed there, the ATS has rushed there, and we are picking up more details. Let me go across to Alisha if she's with us. Alisha joining us with the details. Alisha, what's the update?
Well, as of now, a National Investigation Agency is also en route to the same location. They will also look after the matter, because moreover, the local ATS team who has already reached, and they have started recording the statement of the fisherman who has firstly witnessed this suspicious boat, after which they were starting getting all those information. And of course, the statement that has also been released by Deputy Chief Minister and Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who clearly mentioned that the boat named Lady Han on 26th June 2022 in the morning, because of the engine failure, the boat was capsized, and there was an urgent call that was made by the captain itself, and he was rescued by the Korean, and he was sent to the Oman. But the situation, the current situation at the sea, where they could not be able to rescue the boat, they could not take the boat along with them, which is why the boat with the high tide went towards the Konkan coast, and today when it's reached to the Harireshwar beach, where the fisherman has found the suspicious boat, after which they informed the local police there. So local police reached to the same location, and they started searching, where we can see that there are 3 AK-47 rifles that has been recovered. Later in the same box from where the AK-47 was recovered. It was from the Neptune Maritime Security. Right after they getting the information that it is from the Neptune Maritime Security, central agencies, state agency has contacted them, and they had already stated that the weapon is for their security. And of course they have also narrated what exactly has happened. The boat that was capsized on 26 and it was en route from Muscat to Europe, and the boat which belongs to an Australian woman and her husband is a captain. So this has already been contacted. Well, there will be an official statement that will also be recorded by the agencies as well, because right getting information from the local police, from the Raigad police, where not only the crime branch were on the spot, but even the ATS was looking into it. Even while speaking to Republic, where Vinit Agrawal has clearly mentioned that he is en route to the same location. His local team has already reached there. They're assessing the situation. But moreover, even Union Home Ministry is closely monitoring the situation. They already had a word with the district administration, and we heard Devendra Fadnavis clearly even mentioning that a terror angle at this point of time cannot be ruled out.
Stay with me, Alisha. Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, spoke inside the assembly and then once again outside, detailing what the state knows at this point of time about the ship that mysteriously landed up on the shores of Raigad with the rifle case carrying 3 AK-47s in them.
इस बोट का नाम लेडी हान है। इसकी मालिक एक ऑस्ट्रेलियन महिला है। उस महिला के पति इस बोट के कप्तान है और ये बोट मस्कत से यूरोप की ओर जा रही थी और करीब 26/6/2022 को इस बोट का इंजन ये खराब हुआ और बोट पर जो लोग थे उन्होंने एक डिस्ट्रेस कॉल दिया। कोरियन नेवी की बोट आसपास थी। उस कोरियन नेवी के शिप ने इन सभी लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया और रेस्क्यू करने के बाद उनको ओमान को सुपुर्द किया। उस समय हाई टाइड होने के कारण इस बोट को उसका टोइंग नहीं किया जा सका और हाई टाइड के कारण ये बोट ड्रिफ्ट होते हुए श्रीवर्धन की तरफ आई और श्रीवर्धन के किनारे पर आकर लगी। भारतीय कोस्ट गार्ड ने इस सारी चीज़ों की पुष्टि की है। फिर भी हमने अभी तक हाई अलर्ट रखा हुआ है और नाकाबंदी भी शुरू है, क्योंकि फेस्टिवल का सारा सीज़न चल रहा है। ऐसे समय कोई भी रिस्क नहीं ली जा सकती, इसलिए सबको अलर्ट पर रखा है। किंतु अब बोट के बारे में पुख्ता जानकारी हमारे पास आ गई।
Getting in some more breaking news right now from the state of Bihar. Breaking news now coming in of an army jawan who's been murdered in Patna. There have been several incidents of crime in the state of Bihar. The latest incident being reported from Patna, where a jawan who was serving in Arunachal Pradesh has been reported murdered. Getting in details and some of the pictures available at this point. He was shot at in Patna is what we are hearing. For the last few days, incidents of law and order being reported in different parts of Bihar. An army jawan. These are the pictures coming in. Prakash, my colleague, is on the phone line. An army jawan has now been murdered in Patna. 34-year-old Bablu Singh was posted as a constable in the Indian Army in Arunachal Pradesh. Was murdered in Patna. Was on a bike with his relative at about 4 a.m. to board a train. Reportedly was asked for directions and for some reason shot on the spot. He was killed in Patna.
एक आर्मी का जवान कुमरहार में डेरा पे रह रहा था। सुबह पाटलिपुत्रा स्टेशन पे जाना था। अर्ली मॉर्निंग 4 बजे वो अपने चचेरे भाई के साथ बाइक पे जा रहा था, तो दो बाइक पे अज्ञात क्रिमिनल आए। उन्होंने पहले उनसे पटना स्टेशन का रास्ता पूछा। जब पटना स्टेशन का रास्ता बताया, इसी के दौरान ही उसको गोली मार के और वो लोग चले गए। अभी मामले की छानबीन चल रही है कि क्या मामला है।
Story breaking in from the state of Bihar as we pick up more details. Prakash, my colleague, sharing more details of what we have at this minute. We are waiting for more details from Prakash. An army jawan has been murdered in Patna. 34-year-old Bablu Singh, posted as a constable in the Indian Army in Arunachal Pradesh, murdered in Patna, was on a bike along with his cousin 4 a.m. in the morning to board a train. Someone asked him for a way, for some directions, and then he was shot dead, raising some very uncomfortable questions for Nitish Kumar, whose second minister, it appears, faces corruption charges. Not just the law minister, but another minister faces charges. Questions on law and order. The opposition claims Jungle Raj has returned. We'll take a short break right now. We'll take a short break on Republic. When we come back, getting you more on the face-off over the Rohingya shelters. You had the Aam Aadmi Party hold a news conference. Union Minister Anurag Thakur held another news conference. The political fight continues. Stay tuned. And the Savarkar controversy. More on the Savarkar controversy. Those national, telling you about how it's spreading from one state to the other.
UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists word by word. Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Indrapura locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in Bharkanwali of Sangria police station, and a priest was murdered, and the news spread in the village after the body of the priest was recovered. The reason for the murder and the whole situation is to be investigated by the police. News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she succumbed, later succumbed to a burn injuries. According to police, the woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेके विवाद था। उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के 2 व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ केस दर्ज करवाए थे। आपसी मारपीट और इस तरह के केस दर्ज करवाए थे। उनका अनुसंधान अभी वर्तमान में चल रहा है और इस दरमियान जो 10 तारीख को इंसिडेंट की जो सूचना मिली, उसमें कार्रवाई करते हुए पुलिस ने बयान लेके तुरंत और मुकदमा दर्ज करके उसका अनुसंधान।
Mega NI crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NI raids underway at multiple locations.
Political face-off over Savarkar. Congress hits out at Savarkar legacy. What's wrong with tribute to Savarkar? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV. Now, India is waiting for the 5G launch, and the centre has indicated to telecom service providers to be prepared for the rollout of 5G expected sometime in 2022. Here's where we stand this evening in the move to get 5G services soon.
In a recent development, Information and Technology Minister Ashwini Vaishnav announced that the 5G spectrum assignment letter has been issued to telecom companies and requested telecommunication service providers to prepare for the 5G launch. The announcement comes a day after the Department of Telecom received an upfront payment of around rupees 17,876 crore from Bharti Airtel, Reliance Jio, Adani Data Networks and Vodafone Idea for the spectrum they won in a recent auction. Going in tandem with PM Narendra Modi's address to the nation, the development focuses on 5G, semiconductor manufacturing and optical fiber cables, which the Prime Minister termed them as game changers. The country's biggest ever auction of telecom spectrum received a record of rupees 1.5 lakh crore worth of bids, with Mukesh Ambani's Jio cornering nearly half of all the airwaves sold with rupees 87,946 crore bid. Airtel has said that it will launch the 5G service this month. While all telecom operators have opted to make payments in 20 annual installments, richest Indian Gautam Adani's group has placed bids worth rupees 211 crore in a band that is not used for offering public telephony services. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Let's get into the other top stories we're tracking on Republic TV this evening. High alert sounded in Maharashtra's Raigad district after a boat carrying AK-47 rifles was found off the Harihareshwar beach in Raigad. A search operation has been launched.
जो भी इंक्वायरी शुरू है वो लोकल जो पुलिस की टीम है या फिर रायगढ़ की पुलिस टीम है उनकी तरफ से हो रही है। मैंने यहाँ पर सम्माननीय राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री महोदय और उप मुख्यमंत्री महोदय उनसे रिक्वेस्ट की है और उनसे यहाँ पर हमने डिमांड की है कि इसमें ATS की या फिर स्टेट एजेंसी की एक स्पेशल टीम अपॉइंट होनी चाहिए अर्जेंट बेसिस पे।
Earning the sentiments of the Sikh community, a man, reportedly a Congress leader, visited the Golden Temple wearing a T-shirt with a photo of Jagdish Titler, who was reportedly involved in the 1984 anti-Sikh riots as alleged by some of the victims. Continuing the row over accommodation of Rohingyas in the national capital, Delhi BJP trained guns at the Kejriwal government, claiming its officials wrote letter after letter requesting that the infiltrators be provided EWS flats in Delhi.
दिल्ली सरकार इसके लिए उन्हें मीटिंग करने का वक्त है कि रोहिंग्या घुसपैठियों को फ्लैट मिल जाए। उनको वक्त ये नहीं है कि पाकिस्तान के हिंदू शरणार्थी उनको भी कहीं जगह मिले, लेकिन जो देश की सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा है उनके लिए आप इस तरह की वकालत कर रहे हैं और उनको पत्र लिख रहे हैं।
Days after Bihar cabinet expansion, a rift in the Mahagathbandhan government as JDU's Bima Bharti expressed her discontent over the appointment of Leshi Singh in the cabinet, has demanded Nitish government sack her.
Political face-off over Savarkar. Congress hits out at Savarkar legacy. What's wrong with tribute to Savarkar? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
Mega NI crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NI raids underway at multiple locations in Jammu, Katwa and Samba. Srinagar and Doda as well. Lashkar terrorist residence raided. Cash was dropped by drone along with consignment of weapons for use by the terrorists. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, Sukanya Mondal has left home for Kolkata. She is supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Her name has come up in the SSC teachers recruitment scam. Ousted Imran Khan has fired a fresh salvo at Pakistan government after close aide was arrested over sedition charges. Imran Khan stated that the nation is descending into a banana republic. The United States and Taiwan have agreed to hold negotiations on new bilateral trade initiative. The negotiating mandate will set out the broad objectives shared by the two sides for the upcoming trade negotiations. As part of the ongoing strategic dialogue, the NSA Ajit Doval visited Moscow for talks with Secretary of the Russian Security Council Apart from the bilateral cooperation, they discussed issues of regional and international interest. Ajit Doval also met the Russian Deputy Prime Minister. Two-day regional conference to bring the government and citizens closer through various administrative reforms at the centre, state and district levels will start in Arunachal Pradesh's capital Itanagar today. Union Minister Jitendra Singh, along with Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu and Arunachal Pradesh Deputy CM, will inaugurate the two-day event. In a major crackdown, two gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a cross-firing last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the Vadala Jol drain. Furthermore, 2 kgs of heroin and 30-bore pistol were recovered. Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik reviewed the operational preparedness of the Air Force Station Jorhat in Assam. The official Twitter handle of the Indian Air Force informed that the Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal inspected the premier transport aircraft base and the new facilities being created there. UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists word by word. Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Indrapura locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in Bharkanwali of Sangria police station, and a priest was murdered, and the news spread in the village after the body of the priest was recovered. The reason for the murder and the whole situation is to be investigated by the police. News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she later succumbed to a burn injuries. According to police, the woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेके विवाद था। उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के 2 व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ केस दर्ज करवाए थे। आपसी मारपीट और इस तरह के केस दर्ज करवाए थे। उनका अनुसंधान अभी वर्तमान में चल रहा है और इस दरमियान जो 10 तारीख को इंसिडेंट की जो सूचना मिली, उसमें कार्रवाई करते हुए पुलिस ने बयान लेके तुरंत और मुकदमा दर्ज करके उसका अनुसंधान।
Mega NI crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NI raids underway at multiple locations in Jammu, Katwa and Samba, Srinagar and Doda as well. Lashkar terrorists' residence raided. Cash was dropped by drone along with consignment of weapons for use by the terrorists. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, Sukanya Mondal, has left home for Kolkata. She is supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Her name has come up in the SSC teachers recruitment scam. Ousted Imran Khan has fired a fresh salvo at Pakistan government after close aide was arrested over sedition charges. Imran Khan stated that the nation is descending into a banana republic. The United States and Taiwan have agreed to hold negotiations on new bilateral trade initiative. The negotiating mandate will set out the broad objectives shared by the 2 sides for the upcoming trade negotiations. As part of the ongoing strategic dialogue, the NSA Ajit Doval visited Moscow for talks with Secretary of the Russian Security Council. Apart from
Getting in some more breaking news now from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has today asked the centre to file its response within 10 days on a PIL seeking directions to make pharmaceutical companies liable for giving freebies to doctors as an incentive to prescribe their drugs. A bench of Justice D.Y. Chandrachud and Justice Bopanna was informed that the makers of the commonly used Dolo 650 tablet had invested 1,000 crore rupees in freebies to have its anti-fever drug prescribed to patients, which means this Dolo 650 maker invested in 1,000 crore rupees as freebies for doctors so that they would prescribe that medicine. Can you imagine? The Dolo Gate has now broken out. Central Board for Direct Taxes has accused makers of the Dolo 650 tablet of distributing freebies worth 1,000 crore rupees to doctors as consideration for prescribing the tablet. Senior advocate Sanjay Parekh has appeared for the Federation of Medical and Sales Representative Association of India. There's a story breaking. Justice Chandrachud has remarked it's a serious issue and said that even he had been prescribed the same tablet. Even Justice Chandrachud says he was prescribed the same tablet. Some very, very serious disclosure in the Supreme Court. Very serious disclosure.
Here the Federation for Medical Sales Representative Association of India's advocate Sanjay Parekh has made a remark in the Supreme Court bench comprising of, as you said, bench comprising of Justice D.Y. Chandrachud and A.S. Bopanna, that although the market price of Dolo up to 500 mg dosage beyond 500 mg can be priced at the will of the manufacturer. And in order to ensure higher profits, the freebies were distributed among doctors. This is said by advocate Sanjay Parekh in the court, that the freebies are distributed among doctors to prescribe a dosage of 650 mg, which is a rational dose combination, and to which Justice T.Y. Chandrachud has also said that we are also aware of this, that this is a serious issue, and this is exactly what I had when I had COVID. So the Supreme Court has accepted this as a serious issue, and it's a very serious concern also, the Supreme Court said in this matter.
Well, it's a big disclosure, very big disclosure. And Dolo 650, manufactured by Micro Labs, and this is a big disclosure being made in the courtroom. Right now, I'm going across the Shavan. That was a story that came in from the national capital, and we're taking a short break now. The Supreme Court is calling it a very serious issue. Can you imagine 1,000 crore rupees in freebies given to the Dolo 650 maker, so that you and I could be prescribed that medicine by doctors? Shawan, how many times have you been prescribed Dolo 650, Shawan? I can't remember the number of times that I have not just been prescribed, but we bought that off the shelf. Shawan, maybe we'll pull out something on that story as well. Shawan, over to you.
Well, Niranjan, on a lighter note, I'm quite fit. I didn't have to really depend on Dolo 650. But on a serious note, there is also the Central Bureau of Investigation that has been looking into it, because that's on a larger scale, there is a problem. The fact of the matter is that there have been searches that have been carried out even by the agencies. Perhaps this is a story that we'll be tracking very closely and get our viewers the full details of this another scam that is brewing right now. But on This Is Exclusive, we'll get you the story that hasn't been touched by the other media. The radicalization program and the fact that the terror module that was operating in Uttar Pradesh, which has now been busted by the anti-terrorist squad. As the UP ATS intensifies its crackdown, massive revelations emerge in the Uttar Pradesh terror case. Republic accesses the shocking 70-page incriminating document recovered from the arrested. Big arms haul in Maharashtra, 3 AK-47 rifles recovered from 2 unattended boats. State of Maharashtra on high alert after arms recovery in Raigad, searches underway in multiple districts. Congress faces massive backlash for Tipu backing first Siddaramaiah welcomed with Savarkar posters. Now posters put up across Karnataka. A massive terror module was busted a few days ago by the Uttar Pradesh police. It started with one arrest, followed up with multiple arrests that were taking place. What turns out in the investigation that has been carried out by the UP ATS was that incriminating evidence. We're given to understand that they were in touch with their handlers in Pakistan as well as Afghanistan. There was literature that was provided by their handlers from Pakistan. And not just that, there are more names that have basically emerged. In this edition of This Is Exclusive, we'll get you full details of the investigation that has been carried out. And also, we've accessed the very documents that have been seized or recovered by the UP ATS when the arrests were made. First, here is a report, and then we come back with some breaking news coming on this story.
On August 12, the Uttar Pradesh police had arrested a JEM terrorist identified as Nadeem from Saharanpur. And just 2 days later, an alleged associate named by Nadeem, Saifullah, was arrested in the same case. Uttar Pradesh ADG Law and Order confirmed shortly after the arrest that Saifullah was involved in forging IDs reportedly to be used for terror activities. After his interrogation, it was also learned that the JEM associate was involved in such activities for over 5 years, including youth radicalization and making fake IDs. Saifullah named 8 more people who are now under the ATS radar. Both Saifullah and Nadeem are currently in 14-day custody of the UP ATS. And now the police have made the third arrest in the case. Sabauddin was arrested from Azamgarh and has been taken under a 12-day ATS remand. Not only this, a 70-page document was found with Nadeem and Saifullah, which has been accessed by Republic according to sources. This document pertains to suspicious courses sent by Jaish-e-Mohammed and involves Fidain attack, how to make and use explosives, and lone wolf attack, etc. And as the terror case unfolds further, shocking details are yet to come to the fore. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, in fact, we have accessed a 70-page Jaish-e-Mohammed course that has been accessed. It was recovered from Nadeem and Saifullah. The shocking details of the 70-page document, the PDF document. In fact, on your screens right now, there are details of what exactly entails in this particular so-called terror course book, if we may put it across, because Saifullah as well as Nadeem, they were basically all part of this module, and they were basically given training to prepare, or rather make bombs in Uttar Pradesh. In fact, they had plans of carrying out a massive recruitment drive. In fact, there are 8 people who have basically come under the scanner. In a short while from now, we'll also bring in my colleague Vivek, who's been getting us full details of the investigation that's been carried out. In fact, we have been told that more arrests have been made. This is the third day of the questioning that is taking place of Saifullah as well as Nadeem. Whether there are more people as part of this entire terror module is something that we'll have to wait and watch, because what turns out is that they were actually in touch with their handlers starting from 2018. They were in touch with their handlers based in Pakistan as well as in Afghanistan. They were associated with the terror group Jaish-e-Mohammed. In fact, what we are given to understand is that there was specific access, or there was specific instructions that were given. In fact, let's go across to some of our colleagues to put out those documents, the PDF document that has been recovered. So what you see right now on your screen is that very PDF document that has been accessed, recovered. We have accessed it, recovered by the UP ATS when the searches were basically carried out. In fact, if you take a look at some more details that are basically coming across to us at this point in time, is that this in the 70-page document, these are the details that we have. It's a 70-page course sent by the Jaish-e-Mohammed. It's a Fidain attack maintained in terror. This is a PDF file. How to make and use explosives that have been mentioned. There is also a mention of a lone wolf attack description in one of the PDF files. Rahe-Hidayat ideology, one can basically witness from going through some of the documents that we have accessed right now. Let me bring in my colleague Vivek, who's got us full details of this entire investigation. Vivek, सबसे पहले आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि जो जितने भी डॉक्यूमेंट्स आपने एक्सेस की उसमें से कई सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स से ये जानकारी मिल रही है कि किस तरह से एक तरह से ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल बनाया गया था। ये ट्रेनिंग कहीं ना कहीं वो कोशिश ये कर रहे थे कि बाकी जितने लोग हैं उन्हें रिक्रूट किया जाए, उन्हें यही ट्रेनिंग दिया जाए। पहले आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि ये डॉक्यूमेंट्स में क्या सबसे बड़ी बात क्या निकल कर आ रही है?
देखिए, कुल 2 डॉक्यूमेंट्स इनके पास से मिले हैं, एक राहे हिदायत और दूसरा जो फिदाई फोर्स। और जो फिदाई फोर्स की बात की जाए तो फिदाई फोर्स में कैसे फिदाइन अटैक किए जाएं, इसको लेकर के उसमें डॉक्यूमेंट्स में चीज़ें थीं और उसमें एक्सप्लोजिव्स कैसे बनाए जाएं, किस मात्रा में बनाए जाएं, केमिकल रिएक्शंस क्या होनी चाहिए, इस बाबत उसमें जानकारियां दी गई थी। और राहे हिदायत की बात की जाए तो राहे हिदायत एक टेलीग्राम का ग्रुप भी था जिसमें ये सभी लोग अपने अकाउंट से जुड़े हुए थे और इसी को लेकर के राहे हिदायत की एक 70 पन्ने की PDF जो रिपब्लिक ने एक्सेस की है वो उनके पास से मिली है। और राहे हिदायत में जो तमाम इसको लेकर के ये पूरा एक संदिग्ध कोर्स है कि कैसे फिदाइन हमले किए जाएं, इसके बाद कैसे लोगों को कहीं ना कहीं बरगलाया जाए, जो इनका गजवाए हिंद का जो सपना है उसको कैसे पूरा किया जाए। तो ये तमाम ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो राहे हिदायत से निकल के सामने आई हैं। हालांकि आपको बताऊं कि आज दूसरा दिन है पूछताछ का, अभी भी पूछताछ इनसे चल रही है। कल जब पहले दिन जब पूछताछ हुई थी तो कल इन तीनों लोगों को अकेले बैठा करके पूछताछ हुई थी। हालांकि आपको बताऊं कि नदीम और सैफुल्ला तो जैश मोहम्मद के आतंकी हैं, लेकिन वहीं सुबाउद्दीन की भी गिरफ्तारी एक हुई आजमगढ़ से हुई थी, वो ISIS का आतंकी। और सब पिछले एक हफ्ते 10 दिन के अंदर ही इन तीनों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है। और कल तीनों को अलग अलग पहले तो बैठा करके पूछताछ की गई और तमाम जो क्वेश्चनर उनसे पूछे गए, तकरीबन 20 से ज़्यादा ऐसे क्वेश्चनर जो उनकी पर्सनल लाइफ से जुड़े हुए क्वेश्चनर थे वो उनसे पूछताछ की गई। और इसके साथ साथ टेक्निकल जानकारी भी ली गई कि क्या वो कितने टेक्निकली कितने साउंड हैं, फ़ोन से इस्तेमाल करते हैं, कौन से फ़ोन से इस्तेमाल करते हैं, लैपटॉप कौन से इस्तेमाल करते हैं, साथ साथ सिम कार्ड्स उन्होंने कितनी बार चेंज किए हैं, कब से कौन कौन से सिम कार्ड्स उन्होंने इस्तेमाल किए हैं। एक बड़ी चीज़ और पता चली वर्चुअल IDs को लेकर के। वर्चुअल IDs इन लोगों, क्योंकि ये अपने जो अकाउंट से जो ये पाकिस्तान में बातचीत करते थे, वर्चुअल IDs बना करके उससे बातचीत करते थे। और उसमें उन्होंने ये भी बताया नदीम ने कि उसको ये कहा गया था कि वर्चुअल IDs कभी भी अपने फ़ोन से नहीं बनानी है, हमेशा अपने दोस्तों के फ़ोन या अपने किसी जानने वाले के फ़ोन का इस्तेमाल करना है। और उन्होंने ये बताया कि वो नदीम अपने दोस्तों के फ़ोन लेकर के वर्चुअल IDs बनाता था और उनके फ़ोन को तब तक रखा रहता था जब तक उस पर OTP या तमाम जो उससे जुड़ी हुई चीज़ें वो ना आ पाए, और उसके बाद ही जब वर्चुअल IDs बन जाती थी तो लोगों को उनका फ़ोन लौटा देता था। कल की जो पूछताछ हुई है, कल की पूछताछ में फिदाई फोर्स से लेकर के राहे हिदायत और ये जो ग्रुप्स की बात तो निकल के सामने आई है, इसमें कुछ और चीज़ें भी निकल के सामने आई हैं। उसमें लोन वुल्फ अटैक की बात निकल के सामने आई है, क्योंकि नुपुर शर्मा की हत्या करने को लेकर के इनकी जो मंसूबे थे उसको लेकर के ये काम कर रहे थे। इनके पास से जो चाकू भी बरामद हुई थी, ऑटोमेटिक चाकू, उसको लेकर के लोन वुल्फ अटैक करने की कोशिश में थे। लोन वुल्फ अटैक का मंसूबा कहीं ना कहीं ये होता है कि एक छोटे हथियार से किसी बड़े आदमी की हत्या करने का जो एक मंसूबा होता है वो कहीं ना कहीं इनको उस साजिश को अंजाम देना था। इसके अलावा पूछताछ में कुछ और चीज़ें निकल के सामने आई, जिसमें ये बताया गया कि नदीम ने जब सैफुल्ला का नाम लिया तो उसके बाद सैफुल्ला की गिरफ्तारी हुई थी और सैफुल्ला ने ये बताया कि तकरीबन 7 से 8 और लोगों के नाम इन लोगों ने लिए हैं, जो कि उत्तर प्रदेश के अलग अलग ज़िलों के अलावा उत्तर प्रदेश के बाहर भी 4 ऐसे राज्य हैं जहाँ के ये लोग हैं। और इसमें कश्मीर का भी नाम निकल के सामने आया जहाँ के लोगों के ये संपर्क में थे और उनको भी कहीं ना कहीं बरगलाने की इनकी कोशिश थी। इसके अलावा एक जो बड़ी चीज़ ये है कि ये अभी तक तो ये यूपी में रह करके अपना जो मॉड्यूल है उसको चला रहे थे और अपनी चीज़ों को सीख रहे थे, लेकिन एक और चीज़ निकल के ये सामने आई है कि अगले महीने सितंबर के महीने में इन लोगों को पाकिस्तान जाना था। पुलिस इस बात की भी ATS इस बात की भी जांच कर रही थी कि इन्होंने वीज़ा के लिए कैसे अप्लाई किया था, क्या चीज़ें हुई थी और किन लोगों ने इनकी मदद की थी। ये तमाम भी ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जिसको लेकर के ATS उस पर जाँच कर रही है। इसके अलावा आज की बात करूँ तो आज भी जो पूछताछ है वो जारी है और आज की पूछताछ में कल तो इन तीनों को अलग अलग बैठा करके पूछताछ की गई, पर आज इन तीनों को एक साथ बैठा करके ATS ने पूछताछ की है और वो पूछताछ फिलहाल चल रही है। अब देखना होगा क्योंकि तकरीबन 10 दिन की इनकी जो रिमांड है वो है। इसके अलावा अगर मैं बात करूं तो जो सबसे पहली गिरफ्तारी सुबाउद्दीन की हुई थी, सुबाउद्दीन ने जो जी
विवेक दो स्पेसिफिक चीज़ें के बारे में मैं जानना चाहूँगा। सबसे पहली बात जो है फिदाइन हमलों की बातें की जा रही है इस कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स में, और दूसरी बात यह है कि 8 कुछ लोगों के नाम निकल कर आ रहे हैं ये पूरे इंटरोगेशन के बाद में। सबसे पहले तो ये फिदाइन की जो बात हो रही है, क्या यूपी एटीएस इस बात की पुष्टि कर रही है कि किस तरह से रेकी किया गया हो, या कुछ ऐसे लोकेशन जहां पे रेकी किया गया हो जहां पे वो फिदाइन हमले करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे?
देखिए, एग्जैक्ट स्पेसिफिक लोकेशन फिलहाल अभी इन्होंने नहीं खुलासा किया है, लेकिन जो फिदाइन फोर्स की जो इनके पास से जो कोर्सेज मिले हैं उसमें जो तमाम डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं उसमें लिखा गया है कि एक्सप्लोजिव कैसे बन सकता है, स्लो एक्सप्लोजिव कैसे बनेगा, सेंसिटिव एक्सप्लोजिव कैसे बनेगा, इसके अलावा मेन एक्सप्लोजिव, लॉन्चिंग एक्सप्लोजिव। तो ये तमाम ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जिसको लेकर के ये इनके पास से जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिले हैं उसमें ये जानकारी ले रहे थे। और उसके बाद जिन लोगों के कॉन्टैक्ट में थे ये लोग, उनको कहीं ना कहीं कैसे ट्रेनिंग करना है उसकी जानकारी भी दी जा रही थी। इसके अलावा जो फिदाइन फोर्स की बात की, जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं उसमें आरडीएक्स कैसे बनता है, उसमें किन मात्रा में क्या चीज़ें इंक्लूड की जाती हैं, उसमें डीएनटी कुछ चीज़ होती है वो इन्वॉल्व कैसे होती है, मोबाइल ऑयल कैसे इन्वॉल्व होता है, टेट्रिल कैसे इन्वॉल्व होता है, ग्रीस कैसे इन्वॉल्व होती है, तो नाइट्रोसेल्यूलोज कितनी उसकी मात्रा होती है, कैसे इस्तेमाल होता है। और ये जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिले हैं ये सभी डॉक्यूमेंट्स, कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स इसमें से इंग्लिश में हैं, बाकी सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स इसमें उर्दू में हैं। और ये सभी डॉक्यूमेंट्स को भी एटीएस उर्दू के जो ज्ञानी हैं उनसे उस बाबत जानकारी लेकर के उसको डिकोड करने की कोशिश कर रही है। तो एक तो ये फिदाइन फोर्स की बात होगी, जो फिदाइन फोर्स की जो डॉक्यूमेंट मिले हैं उससे कैसे एक तरीके से एक्सप्लोजिव्स कैसे बनाने हैं उसको लेकर के ये जानकारी इकट्ठा कर रहे थे। इसके अलावा कुछ ना कुछ इनके दिमाग में कहीं ना कहीं जो गजवाए हिंद का जो सपना साकार करने की कोशिश थी, क्योंकि इनको लगता था कि जो तालिबानी हुकूमत है वो ज़्यादा अच्छा करती है, और ये ऐसा ही गजवाए हिंद का सपना लेकर के यूपी में कहीं ना कहीं गजवाए हिंद को लागू करवाने की कोशिश करना चाहते थे। ये भी उन्होंने बताया कि वो हिंदुस्तानियों को काफिर मानते थे, जो भी लोग इस धर्म को मानने वाले उसको काफिर भी मानते। तो ये तमाम ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो उन्होंने अपनी पूछताछ में बताई हैं। एटीएस के सूत्रों ने हमें ये सारी जानकारियाँ दी हैं। फिलहाल एक जो जी
Thank you very much, Vivek, for getting us that big exclusive on the arrests that have been made by the UP ATS. Moving on to the other big story that we are tracking very closely, an exclusive on that very boat that was found off the Raigad coast. AK-47s have been recovered, 3 AK-47s. Along with it, bullet casings have also been recovered, sparking a major fear, a rerun of what many feared, because remember, Raigad coast has essentially been notorious when it comes to arms dropping of the D company, what essentially happened back during 1993. Now let's take a look at what do we know as far as this particular boat that drifted off and finally came closer to Raigad coast. The Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister has already made it very clear that there's preliminary investigation that has essentially been done, which indicates that this boat belonging to a company was moving from Muscat on its way en route to Europe when there was an engine malfunction, and thereafter the crew had basically hit the distress button. They were evacuated by a Korean naval ship. But finally, what happens is that this particular boat in which most of these weapons were kept was not evacuated or was not taken into consideration, and finally, because of the high tide, has finally landed near the Raigad coast, sparking a major fear. In fact, we have our reporters on the ground getting us more details of the ship itself. It started back in 26th of June when it started sailing. The boat engine basically failed. The Korean ship had rescued the sailors on 26th June around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. On 26th of June, soon after the sailors dropped to Oman, and 18th of August is when unmanned boat with AK-47s were found in Raigad. Let me bring in my colleague Alisha for a quick response. Alisha, what more details are you picking up? Because the central agencies are also looking into this entire matter. I'm given to understand the National Investigation Agency is looking into whether at all there is any terror link that has been that surfaces at this point in time. So far, the Maharashtra government saying that no such terror link that has surfaced.
Well, Chavan, if we read out the statement that was given in from Deputy Chief Minister and Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who clearly mentioned that at this point of time the terror angle cannot be ruled out, which is why there is a high alert in the entire district in Raigad right after a boat with a weapon that was recovered. So, if I talk about the incident, so let me put things into perspective, because it was the fisherman who gave the information to the local police about this suspicious boat that was found near Yediyurappa beach, and the time police officials they have reached to the location, it was an high tide. At first it was very difficult for them to get into the boat and to do a search operation, but the time they got a hold on it, they searched and they found a box. In that box it was a 3 AK-47 rifles and some cartridge, and the name that was mentioned on the box, the sticker that was Neptune Maritime Security, and since the time they have the information about it, they directly contacted them and they procured all those information about it. And the statement that was even released from the state Home Minister clearly mentioning that the boat that was belonging to a woman who is an Australian citizen, and her husband is itself a captain, and it's on 26th of June where the boat engine was not really working, and he called for a distress, called for an help, and there was a Korean team who helped the captain and the other crew who was present. But that point of time it was a high tide, and the current situation in the sea, the boat cannot be towed, which came towards the Konkan coast. So while talking about the investigation, yes, the police is still recording the statement of the fishermen. There are National Investigation Agency who is en route to Raigad, and also anti-terrorist squad who is looking into the matter.
Thank you very much, Alisha, for getting us the latest details. We'll be closely tracking this story. Whether at all there is any terror link or not, that is something that we'll have to wait and watch, as the central agencies are now taking over this entire case.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
In a major crackdown, 2 gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a cross-firing last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the Vadala Jol drain. Furthermore, 2 kgs of heroin and 30 bore pistol were recovered. Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik reviewed the operational preparedness of the Air Force Station Jorhat in Assam. The official Twitter handle of the Indian Air Force informed that the Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal inspected the premier transport aircraft base, and the new facility is being created there. UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated, and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists. Word by word, Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Indrapura locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl, who was shot at in the neck, is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in Bharkanwali of Sangria police station, and a priest was murdered, and the news spread in the village after the body of the priest was recovered. The reason for the murder and the whole situation is to be investigated by the police. News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she later succumbed to a burn injuries, according to police. The woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेके विवाद था। उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के 2 व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ केस दर्ज करवाए थे, आपसी मारपीट और इस तरह के केस दर्ज करवाए थे। उनका अनुसंधान अभी वर्तमान में चल रहा है और इस दरमियान जो 10 तारीख को इंसिडेंट की जो सूचना मिली उसमें कार्रवाई करते हुए पुलिस ने बयान लेके तुरंत और मुकदमा दर्ज करके उसका अनुसंधान।
Mega NIA crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NIA raids underway at multiple locations in Jammu, Katwa and Samba, Srinagar and Doda as well. Lashkar terrorist residence raided. Cash was dropped by drone along with consignment of weapons for use by the terrorists. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, Sukanya Mondal has left home for Kolkata. She's supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Her name has come up in the SSC teachers recruitment scam. Ousted Imran Khan has fired a fresh salvo at Pakistan government after close aide was arrested over sedition charges. Imran Khan stated that the nation is descending into a banana republic. The United States
Getting some breaking news right now. Republic TV has now accessed details of a charge sheet that has been filed by the National Investigation Agency in which 4 people were arrested in an ISIS case. 4 accused: Sadiq Bacha, R. Ashik, Mohammad Irfan and Rabatullah. The charge sheet has been filed in Chennai. In fact, this is what we are learning before I go across to my reporters. Details that we have. The accused here, the 4 accused tried to kill a police personnel on 21st of February during a police check. Second breaking news that's coming in, we're also getting in pictures, first pictures that have been accessed by Republic TV. The 4 accused are associated with the Khilafah Front of India, Khilafah Party of India, Intellectual Students of India. The accused had links with ISIS, Al-Qaeda and the National Tawheed Jamaat of Sri Lanka. The accused were making efforts to recruit people in Trivandrum and Chennai. There are incriminating chats, videos and photographs from sources such as ISIS and the National Tawheed Jamaat of Sri Lanka from the digital devices. The NIA had taken over this case back in April. Details of the charge sheet only now with Republic TV. Let me bring in my colleague Piyush Ore for the latest details. Piyush, 4 accused that were arrested. Charge sheet has now been filed. Clear links emerging with ISIS, Al-Qaeda and the NTJ of Sri Lanka. What more details do you have?
So yes, Shravan, these are some damning allegations that have been, come forward after the NIA took over this case in April. Now, this case came way back in February when, these 4 persons who were arrested then were accused of killing a police official. However, when NIA took this case in April, it was found that, these officials, these people were not only involved with, radical outfits, but, they were also trying to radicalize several people in, other southern Indian states like Kerala and Tamil Nadu. So yes, now the charge sheet has been filed by NIA and investigations, of how many people more besides these 4 people are involved are being carried out by NIA. Back to you in the studio.
Well, thank you very much, Piyush, for getting us the latest details. The charge sheet has now been filed by the National Investigation Agency. Clear links emerging with ISIS, Al-Qaeda and the National Tawheed Jamaat of Sri Lanka. Getting at some more breaking news right now. This is once again with regards to the National Investigation Agency, but this is coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where searches were basically carried out. 8 places where the searches were carried out. 1 in Srinagar, 1 in Jammu, 4 in Kathua, 1 in Samba, 1 in Doda. TRF module has been busted. Links with Pakistan that's emerging. They basically received consignment of arms, ammunition and explosives from Pakistan via drones from the Samba sector. These consignments were used to carry out attacks on minorities, migrants, as well as security forces. Now, these are the latest details that are coming in with regards to the searches that were basically carried out by the National Investigation Agency. Interesting to point out here is that drones that were basically used to ensure that the consignment that was moving in from Pakistan was dropped across the border. It turns out that this was essentially being done. Arms and ammunitions were being sent to the terror outfit here across the border. With this, we slip into a short break. On the other side, live and breaking with my colleague Abhishek.
News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she later succumbed to a burn injuries. According to police, the woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेके विवाद था। उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के दो व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ केस दर्ज करवाए थे। आपसी मारपीट और इस तरह के केस दर्ज करवाए थे। उनका अनुसंधान अभी वर्तमान में चल रहा है और इस दरमियान जो 10 तारीख को इंसिडेंट की जो सूचना मिली, उसमें कार्रवाई करते हुए पुलिस ने बयान लेके तुरंत और मुकदमा दर्ज करके उसका अनुसंधान।
Mega NI crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NI raids underway at multiple locations in Jammu, Katwa and Samba, Srinagar and Doda as well. Lashkar terrorist residence raided. Cash was dropped by drone along with consignment of weapons for use by the terrorists. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, Sukanya Mondal, has left home for Kolkata. She is supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Her name has come up in the SSC teachers recruitment scam. Ousted Imran Khan has fired a fresh salvo at Pakistan government after close aide was arrested over sedition charges. Imran Khan stated that the nation is descending into a banana republic. The United States and Taiwan have agreed to hold negotiations on new bilateral trade initiative. The negotiating mandate will set out the broad objectives shared by the two sides for the upcoming trade negotiations. As part of the ongoing strategic dialogue, the NSA Ajit Doval visited Moscow for talks with Secretary of the Russian Security Council. Apart from the bilateral cooperation, they discussed issues of regional and international interest. Ajit Doval also met the Russian Deputy Prime Minister. Two-day regional conference to bring the government and citizens closer through various administrative reforms at the centre, state and district levels will start in Arunachal Pradesh's capital Itanagar today. Union Minister Jitendra Singh, along with Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu and Arunachal Pradesh Deputy CM, will inaugurate the two-day event. In a major crackdown, 2 gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a cross-firing last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the...
Big trouble for bakers of Dolo 650. Supreme Court issues notice to center on pharma plea. Massive allegation against the makers of Dolo 650. Did the makers offer 1,000 crore rupees freebies for prescription to doctors? Big arms haul in Maharashtra. 3 AK-47 rifles recovered from 2 unattended boats along the Raigad coast. Maharashtra government does not rule out terror angle. NIA team set to visit the district. Congress faces massive backlash for Tipu backing. First, Siddaramaiah welcomed with Savarkar posters. Now posters put up across Karnataka. A massive row over Rohingyas. BJP takes on Kejriwal government led as citing permanent housing. AAP says BJP hatching conspiracy. Well, this is the biggest story in pictures. A boat drifting from the Arabian Sea and hitting the Maharashtra coast, but with 3 AK-47 rifles. We have access the full details of the mystery of the Raigad boat. A yacht sailed from Dubai in June with 8 passengers. They raised a distress call on June 26th off the Oman coast. A Korean Navy vessel rescued crew on June 27. The yacht was towed but broke midway and had to be left. It had arms consignment and it went adrift. Security agency confirms the AK-47 serial numbers and ultimately the boat hit the coast along the Raigad district in Maharashtra. And that's when some fishermen noted it, observed it, and brought to the notice of security agencies. Let's listen to what Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister and Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis said on the incident.
इस बोट का नाम लेडीहान है। इसकी मालिक एक ऑस्ट्रेलियन महिला है। उस महिला के पति इस बोट के कप्तान है और ये बोट मस्कत से यूरोप की ओर जा रही थी और करीब 26/6/2022 को इस बोट का इंजन ये खराब हुआ और बोट पर जो लोग थे उन्होंने एक डिस्ट्रेस कॉल दिया। कोरियन नेवी की बोट आसपास थी। उस कोरियन नेवी के शिप ने इन सभी लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया और रेस्क्यू करने के बाद उनको ओमान को सुपुर्द किया। उस समय हाई टाइड होने के कारण इस बोट को उसका टोइंग नहीं किया जा सका और हाई टाइड के कारण ये बोट ड्रिफ्ट होते हुए श्रीवर्धन की तरफ आई और श्रीवर्धन के किनारे पर आकर लगी। भारतीय कोस्ट गार्ड ने इस सारी चीज़ों की पुष्टि की है। फिर भी हमने अभी तक हाई अलर्ट रखा हुआ है और नाकाबंदी भी शुरू है क्योंकि फेस्टिवल का सारा सीज़न चल रहा है। ऐसे समय कोई भी रिस्क नहीं ली जा सकती, इसलिए सबको अलर्ट पर रखा है, किंतु अब बोट के बारे में पुख्ता जानकारी हमारे पास आ गई।
All right, Devendra Fadnavis, they're saying they have control over the information, they know everything about it. Let's go to Alisha on that note. Alisha, you are there, I believe, going towards Raigarh, on the ground there. Please tell us what is the latest view of the security agencies? Have they accounted for all the weapons and the ammunition that was there in the boat, and any other information which makes them suspect anything untoward or connected with terror?
Well, as of now, and as per the statement that was given by Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, the terror angle at this point of time cannot be ruled out, which is where the ATS and National Investigation Agency are looking into the matter. Well, of course, AK-47 serial number has been accounted by the security company which they belongs to, and even the statement has been taken from the company owner, is what have been said by Devendra Fadnavis. So, the investigation at this point of time is still ongoing, and Raigarh district is on high alert. The police deployment has been placed across the district, and even additional forces will be deployed as per the Home Ministry statement that was released. While talking about this matter, because it's something early morning where the fishermen from the Harihareshwar beach, they found out there is some suspicious boat which is going around, and after which they gave an information to the local police. Local police who reached to the spot, they started their investigation. They started doing the searches in the boat, where they found the box, a huge box with 3 AK-47 rifles and some cartridges is would be been said, but the time they found out a sticker on the box which belongs to Neptune Maritime Security. The state agency directly contacted to the company. They recorded the statement, which got to know that it was on 26th of June 2022 when the boat who already left, the same boat named Lady Han, who left from Muscat for Europe, and on the midway, because of the the engine that was got damaged, after which the boat could not be able to move ahead, and there was a capsize that happened, after which the captain of the boat has already contacted, and they were nearby the Korean team who helped them and took them to the Oman. But due to the situation, it was a rough sea, so that they cannot tow the boat, so the boat came along to the Konkan coast, and today it has been recognized by the local as well. Well, as I earlier mentioned, and as per Devendra Fadnavis' statement, who clearly mentioned that the terror angle at this point of time cannot be ruled out, whether The information, the detailed information of the ship has already been gathered. They have all those information about it. But still, there are crime branch who are present at the spot. They are recording the statement of all the fishermen and all the people who were around. Even the ATS chief, Vinit Agrawal, is going to assess the situation. He is on his way to the Raigad, and also National Investigation Agency is also en route to the Raigad district.
Right, Alicia, the agency is still reaching Raigad, and of course you are on the way. Let's keep tab of the developments there and bring us up to date whenever you have some more information. Thank you so much for joining. Moving on. The Supreme Court on Thursday asked the centre to file its response within 10 days on a PIL seeking directions to make pharmaceutical companies liable for giving freebies to doctors as an incentive to prescribe their drugs. Alright, there is an allegation made on this company which manufactures Dolo 650 that they distributed almost 1,000 crore rupees to doctors for prescriptions. So almost turning into a veritable scam where money was offered for these paracetamol tablets to be prescribed by doctors. Let's go to Sambhav. He's reporting live on the Supreme Court proceedings today. Sambhav, if you can tell us what happened in the court and in which direction the case is moving. Are we going to see some action insofar as punishing the pharma major is concerned for almost bribing doctors for prescriptions for the paracetamol tablets?
So 1,000 crore freebies to doctors is a big question. Here the senior advocate Sanjay Parikh, who appeared on the behalf of Sales Representative Association of India, informed the Supreme Court, informed the Apex Court that the Central Board of Direct Tax accused the pharmaceutical company which manufactured Dolo of 1,000 crore of freebies, wherein the 1,000 crore of freebies has been given as per the accusation by the Central Board of Direct Taxes. 1,000 crore freebies are given to the doctors to prescribe 650 mgs of Dolo, wherein the Supreme Court directly said that it is a very serious, it's a serious issue, and they are aware of this so-called tablet Dolo. The bench of Justice D.Y. Chandrachud said, Justice Chandrachud himself said that during the COVID times when he faced COVID-19, when he was suffering from COVID-19, he also got the prescription of a Dolo tablet. So it is a very serious issue, and 1,000 crores of freebies to doctors. Now when the freebies, all the freebies issue is very much in the limelight, it's another issue wherein the Supreme Court has raised the serious concerns on the issue.
Of course, the serious issue, Sambhav, but is the court going to act beyond those notices? Are we expecting that some action would happen, some punishment would happen in this case?
Well, it's a matter of time when the Apex Court is gonna hear the issue next. But for the time being, it's a kind of trouble mounting for the pharmaceutical company who is manufacturing this Dolo tablet. Although 500 milligram mg of dose, it is okay, but post that it is accused by Central Board of Direct Taxes in the Supreme Court that a pharmaceutical company is issuing kind of freebies to doctors which is worth 1,000 crores.
Right, freebies being issued to doctors worth almost 1,000 crore rupees for prescriptions by them to their patients. This is being investigated by agencies including the Income Tax Department, and hopefully there would be some action in the court as well. Thank you so much, Sambhav, for joining us. We have to move on. Thank you so much for joining.
A 15-year-old girl was shot in the neck by a person in broad daylight in Patna. CCTV footage of the two showed them moving towards a spot on the street with the man shooting the girl from behind. The incident took place in the area of Indrapuri in the city. By the time the girl arrived at the hospital, she was reported to have been in critical condition. The CCTV footage shows the man running away from the scene after shooting the victim. The police are reported to have arrived at the spot after at least 1.5 hours after the incident took place. The minor is now being treated at a hospital for her gunshot wound at the moment. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
All right, and some stories from across the country in a top wrap. Chief Electoral Officer in Jammu and Kashmir, Hridesh Kumar, recently announced that any citizens from outside J&K living in the Union Territory for the purposes of employment, education or business could register as a voter and cast their vote in the upcoming polls. The move translates to the Union Territory gaining at least 25 lakh voters in the upcoming elections. New voting rights brings about concerns of local residents of the Union Territory being undermined, with leaders of political parties claiming the move would lead to leaders being disenfranchised.
तो इसमें इतना ज्यादा इन्हें तजाद डाला है कि लोगों को कंफ्यूजन के ऊपर कंफ्यूजन डाला जा रहा है। इसीलिए हमारा मकसद ये है कि अगर आप लोगों की पार्टिसिपेशन चाहते हैं, जमहूरियत में भरोसा करते हैं, जमहूरी इक़्तिदारों में भरोसा करते हैं, तो आप लोगों को पहले ये क्लैरिफाई करना चाहिए कि डू यू वांट डेमोक्रेसी इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर? Because if you want democracy in Jammu and Kashmir, then you need to respect the sentiments of the people. And right now, I believe the sentiments of people are heard by what the Election Commission has said.
PDP's Mehbooba Mufti condemned the announcement, stating that the move was the last nail in the coffin of electoral democracy and had called for an all-party meeting to discuss the future course to resolve the issue of Kashmir.
बीजेपी के 25 लाख जो नॉन लोकल्स हैं वोटर्स, उनको यहाँ इंक्लूड किया जाएगा. एंड आई थिंक दिस इज द लास्ट नेल इन द कॉफन ऑफ इलेक्टोरल डेमोक्रेसी हियर.
The Congress faced a demonstration of black flags as the party's leader Siddaramaiah passed through a crowd of protesters against the party's alleged support for Tipu Sultan in the Poster Row. The demonstration was witnessed in Kodagu in Karnataka. A leader of the Congress had a picture of his circulated wherein he was seen wearing a t-shirt of Jagdish Titler at the Golden Temple. The t-shirt raises concerns owing to the Congress leader being linked to the atrocities against the Sikhs in 1984. Jagdish Titler had last served as a minister in the government of the Congress party that he resigned following the Nanavati Commission being constituted. Following the posters claiming a new TMC within the next 6 months, leader of opposition in West Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari, said that the TMC would not even last for 6 months in the state. AIADMK chief E. Palaniswamy filed a plea at the Madras High Court following the verdict announced by the court to have a dual leadership in the party. The leader, known as EPS, alleged that OPS was only interested in power and had not worked in the party. The BJP at a press conference hit out at an alleged policy of the Delhi government accommodating Rohingyas and providing facilities to the same. The party went on to name the other underprivileged sections living in the national capital and the BJP claims the Delhi government had prioritized Rohingyas over.
और जब उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार की इरिगेशन जमीन से उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने उनको हटाया तो दिल्ली सरकार ने पीडब्ल्यूडी की जमीन पर उनको बसाया भी उनको 700-800 परिवारों को बसाने के साथ साथ उनको फ्री राशन, फ्री बिजली और फ्री पानी देने का ये रोहिंग्याओं को बसाने का काम किया है।
BJP spokesperson went on to allege that the community of refugees is engaging in several anti-social activities, stating that the community was being given preference over other sections of society they were residing with.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
As part of the ongoing strategic dialogue, the NSA Ajit Doval visited Moscow for talks with Secretary of the Russian Security Council. Apart from the bilateral cooperation, they discussed issues of regional and international interest. Ajit Doval also met the Russian Deputy Prime Minister. Two-day regional conference to bring the government and citizens closer through various administrative reforms at the centre, state and district levels will start in Arunachal Pradesh's capital Itanagar today. Union Minister Jitendra Singh, along with Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu and Arunachal Pradesh Deputy CM, will inaugurate the two-day event. In a major crackdown, 2 gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a cross-firing last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the Vadala Jol drain. Furthermore, 2 kgs of heroin and 30-bore pistol were recovered. Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik reviewed the operational preparedness of the Air Force Station Jorhat in Assam. The official Twitter handle of the Indian Air Force informed that the Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal inspected the premier transport aircraft base and the new facilities being created there. UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists. Word by word, Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Indrapura locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in Bharkanwali of Sangria police station, and a priest was murdered, and the news spread in the village after the body of the priest was recovered. The reason for the murder and the whole situation is to be investigated by the police. News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she later succumbed to a burn injuries. According to police, the woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेके विवाद था। उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के 2 व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने
Political face-off over Savarkar. Congress hits out at Savarkar legacy. What's wrong with tribute to Savarkar? Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
Police pursuit was reported between the police and 2 gangsters from Amritsar in Punjab. The gangsters had encountered the police at a checkpost in the night region of Jandalia in Amritsar. Both residents of Taran Taran, the gangsters initiated a chase from the police for at least 11 kilometers with reports that the police was also fired at through the chase. Upon eventually being caught up with and arrested, at least 2 kilograms of heroin and 30 handguns were recovered from the gangsters. One of the gangsters was reported to have 3 prior murder cases against him. Several shots were reported to have been fired between the two parties amid the high-stakes chase. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Big trouble for makers of Dolo 650. Supreme Court issues notice to center on pharma plea. Maharashtra government does not rule out terror angle, even as NIA team set to visit the district of Raigad. Congress faces massive backlash for Tipu backing. First, Siddaramaiah welcomed with Savarkar posters and now posters put up across Karnataka. On the side of a short break.
UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists word by word. Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Indrapura locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in Bharkanwali of Sangria police station, and a priest was murdered, and the news spread in the village after the body of the priest was recovered. The reason for the murder and the whole situation is to be investigated by the police. News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she later succumbed to a burn injuries. According to police, the woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेके विवाद था। उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के 2 व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ केस दर्ज करवाए थे। आपसी मारपीट और इस तरह के केस दर्ज करवाए थे। उनका अनुसंधान अभी वर्तमान में चल रहा है और इस दरमियान जो 10 तारीख को इंसिडेंट की जो सूचना मिली, उसमें कार्रवाई करते हुए पुलिस ने बयान लेके तुरंत और मुकदमा दर्ज करके उसका अनुसंधान।
Mega NIA crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NIA raids underway at multiple locations in Jammu, Katwa and Samba, Srinagar and Doda as well. Lashkar terrorists residence raided. Cash was dropped by drone along with consignment of weapons for use by the terrorists. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, Sukanya Mondal, has left home for Kolkata. She is supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Her name has come up in the SSC teachers recruitment scam. Ousted Imran Khan has fired a fresh salvo at Pakistan government after close aide was arrested over sedition charges. Imran Khan stated that the nation is descending into a banana republic. The United States and Taiwan have agreed to hold negotiations on new bilateral trade initiative. The negotiating mandate will set out the broad objectives shared by the two sides for the upcoming trade negotiations. As part of the ongoing strategic dialogue, the NSA Ajit Doval visited Moscow for talks with Secretary of the Russian Security Council. Apart from the bilateral cooperation, they discussed issues of regional and international interest. Ajit Doval also met the Russian Deputy Prime Minister. Two-day regional conference to bring the government and citizens closer.
Participation of a child dressed as V.D. Savarkar in a Kerala school during Independence Day celebrations in Mallapuram. Ashwin joins us live on this story. Ashwin, why should they be objecting to a child play acting a freedom fighter like Veer Savarkar? What were their objections? Please tell us. All right, I think we'll connect with Ashwin. Essentially, these are pictures coming in from Mallapuram where after a child portrayed or play acted the role of Veer Savarkar during the Independence Day festivities, now SDPI and Muslim Youth Organization is objecting to the same and protesting. Can be seen in the pictures outside the school. Let's go to Ashwin reporting live. In fact, over the phone actually. Ashwin, please tell us, why were they objecting to Veer Savarkar being play acted by a child? After all, he is a freedom fighter. He was a freedom fighter. Indira Gandhi praised him. And we have memorials for him. We have his portrait in the Parliament of India. Why should these people be objecting to Veer Savarkar being played by a child?
Abhishek, that's exactly what many nationalists would ask. In Kerala, we often see that anything to do with Savarkar is often chided, insulted, and even not allowed, in the way that even children are forced not to even get inspired by the legacy of people like Savarkar, somebody who has been in jail for India for over 3,000 days. Now what we see, what has happened in a government school in Malappuram, which was commemorating the 75 years of India's independence, they had selected 75 freedom fighters, and all of these children were dressed as different freedom fighters. You can see Subhash Chandra Bose, you can see many leaders, including the top leaders of the freedom fighters, and in that, one child had dressed himself as Veer Savarkar. This was all done by the school authorities themselves, but that has now landed the school into a huge trouble, as the Muslim Youth League, which is the youth wing of the Muslim League, the Congress party, as well as the Youth Congress workers and the SDPI have all come together against this once the videos and the footages came out of this celebration, stating that Veer Savarkar, who has allegedly, as per them, has worked for the British. In fact, that is the kind of line these protesters are taking, saying that his name should not have come in the list of freedom fighters. Not only that, the school authorities were also founded. The activists went into it, and also now the current demand is the teacher who was held, who was in charge of this entire spectacle, has now been put in a dock, and they are demanding that this teacher action must be taken against this particular teacher. Something unusual but not surprising from the state of Kerala.
All right. Thank you so much, Ashwin, for joining us. That's all we had in 6:30 p.m. live in Breaking. For the biggest story of the day, biggest story tonight with Niranjan Narayan Swamy from our Mumbai studios. Over to you, Niranjan.
Thank you for that, Abhishek. On the biggest story tonight, the big scare off the coast of Raigad as a yacht with AK-47s, 3 of them inside a rifle case was found. There was a scramble. Seems like the situation is under control, but there are many questions that continue to arise. Thank you for that, Abhishek. Let's get started with the biggest story tonight. The AK-47 boat mystery in Raigad, Maharashtra. Telling you more about the unmanned yacht that caused a panic for several hours. Situation is under control. Abandoned in June reaches Raigad, Maharashtra with 3 AK-47s today. Maritime security firm confirms that they have secured the yacht. Some in the Indian agencies say that they've matched the numbers of the AK-47. Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, does not confirm or rule out a terror angle for now. A Savarkar storm from Karnataka to Kerala is a planned campaign by some, including the SDPI. The SDPI, which sparked it in Karnataka, has raised it even in Kerala now. shocking declaration in the Supreme Court. It emerges that the maker of Dolo 650 spent nearly 1,000 crore rupees in freebies to doctors so that they could prescribe Dolo 650 to patients. Thank you for joining us on the biggest story tonight, starting with the pictures from Raigad in Maharashtra of a 16-meter long yacht. In fact, let's show you the map of where this yacht came from, how it landed up on the shores of Raigad, and what are the questions that remain in our minds as we look at this entire incident. A 16-meter long yacht, it was owned by an Australian woman, drifts to Raigad coast near Mumbai. But the government, some of the agencies are ruling out a terror angle. In fact, they say we are not ruling out, but we are neither confirming it. Neither confirming nor ruling out a terror angle. 3 AK-47 rifles were found aboard in a rifle case. The Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who also holds the home portfolio, has informed the State Assembly that the naval vessel owner was an Australian woman whose husband was its captain, saying that as of now there is no terror angle, but investigation is on, saying that they can't rule out any terror angle as of now. He said, that is Fadnavis said, he's only sharing the primary information. The police in Raigad and the anti-terror squad in Maharashtra are investigating the case. They're already in Raigad. Now this yacht, which is 4 meters wide, was on its way to Europe from Muscat in Oman in June. So in June, it drifts to inclement weather, and the Australian couple abandoned it after engine trouble, we are told. The yacht had last sailed from Dubai in June 2022. Now in June, with 3 crew and 5 passengers on board, so total 8. On the 26th of June, we are told the yacht had raised a distress call on account of bad weather in Oman. And on the 27th of June, a Korean naval vessel called ROKS Daejeong of Combined Task Force 151 had rescued all personnel, and the yacht was under tow. En route passage, the tow breaks, following which the yacht with arms consignment on board was adrift. Security agency Neptune Maritime Security has now confirmed the serial numbers of the missing AK weapons as same as discerned in the yacht. According to agencies, we are hearing that the details are available, or rather were available, with the MRCC or the Coast Guard in Mumbai. Let's go across to Alisha, joining us with the details. Let's show you the map once again, Alisha, as I come across to you. Let's go across and get our viewers what happened. There are many questions. How is it, Alisha, that if the boat or this yacht went adrift in June, how is it that nobody discovered, raised an alarm, raised any question? It just lands up on the shores of Raigad with AK-47s on board.
Well, Narendran, that is the only question that has been ongoing and been everyone asking about it, because it's very important to know at this point of time, because if the boat was capsized on 26th of June and now it comes toward the Konkan coast, it's the only question that has been raised. How come there were no alert that was given to any of the guards, Coast Guard, or the information has not been received to the concerned authorities? So that is the part of investigation now, where the agency has been looking into it, and we have also had a word with our sources in agency who clearly mentioned that this is the main part now. They have been investigating how come it's been 2 months now, but there were no information about this same boat, that is Lady Anne, over that has been capsized, that was capsized in month of June, but now there were no information over the seas, and now it has came to the coast, to the Konkan coast with the AK-47 in it. That was not only one, but there were 3 AK-47. So, which is why the local ATS, which has already reached to the spot, and they have been now recording the statements of the locals there. The fisherman who has spotted the boat first at Hariyareshwar beach. So, well, that is where the case will be registered, is what we have been told. Local police is also investigating into the matter. Maharashtra Police Crime Branch, ATS, and also National Investigation Agency is also en route to Raigad, where the boat has been seized, and the AK-47, the 3 rifles, has been recovered by the police.
Thank you for that. Here's what the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis said on this incident.
इस बोट का नाम लेडी हान है। इसकी मालिक एक ऑस्ट्रेलियन महिला है। उस महिला के पति इस बोट के कप्तान है और ये बोट मस्कत से यूरोप की ओर जा रही थी और करीब 26/6/2022 को इस बोट का इंजन ये खराब हुआ और बोट पर जो लोग थे उन्होंने एक डिस्ट्रेस कॉल दिया। कोरियन नेवी की बोट आसपास थी। उस कोरियन नेवी के शिप ने इन सभी लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया और रेस्क्यू करने के बाद उनको ओमान को सुपुर्द किया। उस समय हाई टाइड होने के कारण इस बोट को उसका टोइंग नहीं किया जा सका और हाई टाइड के कारण ये बोट ड्रिफ्ट होते हुए श्रीवर्धन की तरफ आई और श्रीवर्धन के किनारे पर आकर लगी। भारतीय कोस्ट गार्ड ने इस सारी चीज़ों की पुष्टि की है। फिर भी हमने अभी तक हाई अलर्ट रखा हुआ है और नाकाबंदी भी शुरू है क्योंकि फेस्टिवल का सारा सीज़न चल रहा है। ऐसे समय कोई भी रिस्क नहीं ली जा सकती, इसलिए सबको अलर्ट पर रखा है, किंतु अब बोट के बारे में पुख्ता जानकारी हमारे पास आ गई।
आज जो हमें प्राइमरी इंफॉर्मेशन जो मिली है उस मुताबिक रायगढ़ जिले के श्रीवर्धन तालुका में हरिहरेश्वर और भरड़खोल गांव के उस परिसर में कुछ बोट्स, ये जो रायगढ़ पुलिस यंत्रणा है या कोस्टल की यंत्रणा है, उन्हें वहां पर मिले। उसमें कुछ हथियार है, कुछ कागज़ है, लेकिन ये पूरी इंफॉर्मेशन जो है वो कॉन्क्रीट नहीं है, प्राइमरी है। अभी वहां पर जो भी इंक्वायरी शुरू है वो लोकल जो पुलिस की टीम है या फिर रायगढ़ की पुलिस टीम है उनकी तरफ से हो रही है। मैंने यहाँ पर सम्मानीय राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री महोदय और उप मुख्यमंत्री महोदय उनसे रिक्वेस्ट की है और उनसे यहाँ पर हमने डिमांड की है कि इसमें ATS की या फिर स्टेट एजेंसी की एक स्पेशल टीम अपॉइंट होनी चाहिए अर्जेंट बेसिस पे। इस पूरे मामले की इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए। और दूसरी बात जो है वो नागरिकों की सुरक्षा है। कल एक बड़ा उत्सव जन्माष्टमी और गोपालकाला का उत्सव है, 8-10 दिन में ही गणेश उत्सव है और नागरिक बड़ी तादाद में इस परिसर में आने की जो संख्या होती है वो जो बाकी दिन होते हैं उससे ज़्यादा होती है। तो सिक्योरिटी इज़ द मेन इशू। जो सुरक्षा है वो अभी फ़िलहाल एक महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा है और उस हिसाब से जो एडिशनल पुलिस टीम्स है वो भी वहाँ पर अपॉइंटमेंट उनकी भी होनी चाहिए। अगर रायगढ़ जिले में इन टर्म्स ऑफ सिक्योरिटी अगर वहाँ पर टीम्स एडिशनल स्टेट एजेंसी से या फिर हमारी जो स्टेट की पुलिस एजेंसी उनसे अगर दी जाए तो वहाँ पर जो है लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन मेंटेन होगी, नागरिक सुरक्षित रहेंगे। और इस वक्त राज्य शासन की तरफ से लोगों को यह हमी देनी चाहिए कि वो सुरक्षित है, कोई भी अनफॉर्चुनेट इंसिडेंट्स होगा नहीं। इस बात की जो अभी दुर्घटना या फिर जो भी ये सब प्रकरण हुआ है या फिर जो भी ये इंसिडेंट्स हुआ है उससे किसी भी नागरिक को किसी भी तरह की प्रॉब्लम्स या फिर सिक्योरिटी इश्यूज आएंगे नहीं। ये हामी आज ये अश्योरेंस स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से जाना ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। सो ये 2 डिमांड्स हमने स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की तरफ अभी फिलहाल रखी।
Story of Bilkis Bano, horrific details, especially the rapists who are now free and were felicitated in Gujarat after being freed after 14 years of their sentence. The husband of Bilkis Bano spoke to Republic TV. Yaqub Rasool spoke to Priyanka from an undisclosed location. And I'm playing that out. Let's listen in.
The news has made rounds where Bilkis Bano, the girl who had in fact been brutally raped, and her family members, her children, had been murdered in front of her, and the rapists, in fact, who had been convicted, are now being felicitated after they had been let go in the remission policy of government of Gujarat. And in the backdrop of that, we are being joined by her husband, Yaqub Rasool, and we'll speak to him about what's really happening with respect to these convicts. How is he seeing this entire matter, and how is he dealing with this entire ordeal? Also with Bilkis Bano, in fact, we are not even disclosing the location where we are at right now, because both Bilkis Bano and her husband, fearing for their own safety, are not saying where they are as of now. याकूब जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। हम इस समय पे कहाँ खड़े हैं वो सारी चीज़ें हम बात नहीं करेंगे। मैं समझ सकती हूँ आपका सिक्योरिटी की जो बात कर रहे हैं आप, पर आपसे पहले मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूँगी कि जब इशू हुआ, जब ये रेमिशन पॉलिसी की बात हुई, उसको साइड में रखे अगर हमने जो ये तस्वीरें देखी कि जो रेप कॉन्विक्ट्स हैं उनको बाहर निकाल के कई सारे जो बीवीपी के लोग हैं, ये लोग उनको फेलिसिटेट कर रहे थे, उनको हार पहनाए जा रहे थे, आपको क्या आपके दिल में बीतती है जब आप ये सारी तस्वीरें देखते हैं?
देखो, हमने जब ये लोग 11-15 अगस्त को जो छूटने की बात थी, तो हमने ये लोकल मीडिया से, सोशल मीडिया से, हमने लोकल मीडिया से पता चला कि आपके केस में कुछ आरोपी को छोड़ने की बात चल रही है। फिर हमने देखा कि सब बात तो सही है, इनको छूट ही गए हैं। तो फिर हमने जाके हम घर गए, घर से भी बिल्किस से बात हुई, तो बिल्किस एकदम शॉर्ट और मायूस हो कि आज मेरी 18 साल की लड़ाई को एक ही झटके में ख़त्म कर दिया। तो हम इतने अभी मायूस है कि हम किसी से बात करने की भी हमारी उम्मीद नहीं हो रही है, लेकिन फिर भी हमको आपके साथ बात करने का एक आपको ज़रूरी था, तो हम आपके सामने बात कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हम हमारे बच्चों के लिए, जो हमारे बिल्किस के साथ जो हादसा हुआ था, उनका परिवार, हमारा परिवार जो खो चुके हम, और मेरी इसमें 3 साल की बेटी खो चुके, उसमें दुख में, और उनको उसको शांति मिले, इनके लिए हम रोज़ दुआएं करते थे। और अब हमने जब लास्ट सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट आया, उसके बाद हम जिंदगी शुरू करने की शुरुआत की थी, इसमें ये बहुत बड़ा हमारे लिए एक झटका हो गया।
जो रेमिशन पॉलिसी की अगर हम बात करें, पर जो वीएचपी के लोग थे, जो बजरंग दल के लोग थे, जो आरएसएस के लोग थे, बीवीपी के लोग थे, ये सारे लोग उनको फेलिसिटेट भी कर रहे हैं, तो आप उस चीज को भी किसी तरह से आप देख रहे हैं कि ये लोगों को इतना सम्मान के साथ ट्रीट किया जाए?
वही तो कह रहे हैं हम कि आज इस देश की महिलाओं के साथ इतना बड़ा अत्याचार होने के बाद भी ऐसे लोग जब ऐसे दरिंदों को ऐसे स्वागत करते हैं, तो हमारा देश को भी देखना चाहिए। और ये जो इनके जो पॉलिसी बनाई थी, इसके बारे में हमको बिल्कुल मालूम नहीं था, और हमको गवर्नमेंट ने कुछ भी बताया नहीं था कि ये पॉलिसी के अंदर ये लोग छूटने वाले हैं कि क्या करने वाले हैं, बिल्कुल मालूम नहीं था। जब वो पूरी तरह छूट के बाहर आ गए, उसका स्वागत हुआ, उसका वीडियो आया, तभी हमको पता चला कि ये चीज़ हो गई है।
तो अभी हमने बिल्किस बानो का भी स्टेटमेंट पढ़ा, उन्होंने वापस से कहा है कि वो अपने सिक्योरिटी को लेके परेशान है, क्योंकि जो उनके जो कॉन्विक्ट्स हैं, जो उनके गुनहगार हैं, वो अब बाहर वापस आ चुके हैं। तो क्या एक सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट आप भी एक परसेप्शन देख रहे हैं कि है एक इशू इसको?
बहुत बड़ा इश्यू है, सिक्योरिटी का बहुत बड़ा इश्यू है, क्योंकि वो लोग जब पैरल पे आते थे, जो पैरल पे आके घर पे आते थे, तब भी हमको डर था, वो थोड़ा था, अब ज़्यादा बढ़ गया है कि आप हम आगे का भविष्य कैसे तय करेंगे बच्चों के साथ।
क्या बिल्किस जी उनकी लोकेशन अभी डिस्क्लोज नहीं कर रही हैं, पर क्या एक लीगल एक्शन ज़रूर लिया जाएगा इसको लेके? क्या आप अपने लॉयर्स के साथ में बात कर रहे हैं कि इसके ऊपर क्या रेमेडी ले सकते हैं?
हम अभी बात हमारी चल रही है, क्योंकि जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने जो ऑर्डर फॉलो किया है, जो उनके लीगली पे उनके जो भी कार्रवाई की है, उसका वन पेपर हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं है। जब तक वो पूरा हम ले नहीं पाएंगे, उनको देख नहीं पाएंगे, तब तक हम आपको बता नहीं पा रहे हैं कि हम क्या करेंगे।
और इस समय बिल्किस जी का क्या कहना है? उनका स्टेटमेंट हमने पढ़ा है, पर उनका क्या कहना है इन सारी चीज़
के कहने का मतलब ये है कि उनका स्टेटमेंट में उन्होंने बोला है कि मैं बहुत मायूस हूँ, और जो मेरे देश का संविधान पे मुझे न्याय मिला था और मेरे देश के संविधान और न्याय तंत्र पे मुझे पूरा भरोसा था, वो आज डगमगा रहा है।
All right, so you can see Bilkis Banu's husband, in fact, not disclosing where we are, not disclosing where Bilkis is right now, but also claiming that there might be some kind of legal remedy that will be taken by them. They are consulting with the lawyers, but also right now claiming that they have lost their faith in the system when they see these convicts being felicitated by people who have in fact been giving them so much respect. With video journalist Bipin Moria and Priyanka Sharma for Republic.
And I'm going across to Priyanka. A horrible case of how these rape convicts. Let me go across to Priyanka actually. She just spoke to Bilkis Banu's husband. It's pathetic, Priyanka, that these rape convicts, after serving their sentence, were felicitated with garlands, etc. And of course, the family is afraid. Their daughter was killed. Bilkis was raped. The rape convicts are out. They're being celebrated.
Absolutely deplorable what we see even here now, Niranjan. Then, you know, the way we are seeing the response of the people, in fact, who had been there felicitating the people of BVP. In fact, there is one person in particular who is still adamant, claiming that he did absolutely nothing wrong. He was saying that so what if these people had been convicted rapists? This was just an event that was for the family, friends and people who had been close to the convicts, and that's why they were felicitating him, and that there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. And perhaps we would be able to play out that conversation as well. But these are the office bearers of Godhra, of the BVP, who had in fact been there on the ground at this hall where they had felicitated these rape convicts and in fact had also been adamant in claiming that they have done absolutely nothing wrong. Now we are seeing that Bilkis Banu, who had also released a statement just yesterday and also claiming that she has lost faith in the system, and those words are being echoed by her husband in this conversation that we have been able to have with him, and he has also said the same thing, that they are consulting with the lawyers. In fact, right now as well, we had been able to speak to him at a very undisclosed location, at a very remote place. He's not willing to stay in one place as well because he's claiming that there's fear. They're fearing for their lives. In fact, he also said in that interview with me just a few minutes back, he also said that even when the time that these convicts had been out on parole, they had also been scared. But now that they're out for good, they are also scared about the kind of security threat that both Bilkis Banu and her husband are facing because of the kind of crimes that they had committed against them, where in fact 14 members of the family, in fact, of Bilkis Banu had been murdered right in front of her. They had been 2 children, in fact, whose heads in fact been smashed. These were infants whose heads in fact had been smashed in front of her. So she's saying that they are recalling all of these images, and also they're also losing their faith by the minute when more and more these people are being felicitated by organizations like BVP, at least in Godhra, where in fact not just felicitating them, but also after which, when they're asked questions about they're remaining adamant and claiming that they've done absolutely nothing wrong. Niranjan.
Yeah. It's a sad story. In fact, her husband, who just spoke to Priyanka from an undisclosed location, says he fears for what could happen. Let's see if we can try and play that out once again. That is Yaqub Rasool, who spoke to Priyanka a few minutes back, the husband of Bilkis Banu. Once again, listen in.
बात चल रही, हमने जब ये लोग 11-15 अगस्त को जो छूटने की बात थी, तो हमने ये लोकल मीडिया से, सोशल मीडिया से, हमने लोकल मीडिया से पता चला कि आपके केस में कुछ आरोपी को छोड़ने की बात चल रही है। फिर हमने देखा कि सब बात तो सही है, इनको छूट ही गए हैं। तो फिर हमने जाके हम घर गए, घर से भी बिल्किस से बात हुई, तो बिल्किस एकदम शॉर्ट और मायूस हो कि आज मेरी 18 साल की लड़ाई को एक ही झटके में ख़त्म कर दिया। तो हम इतने अभी मायूस हैं कि हम किसी से बात करने की भी हमारी उम्मीद नहीं हो रही है, लेकिन फिर भी हमको आपके साथ बात करने का एक आपको ज़रूरी था, तो हम आपके सामने बात कर रहे हैं।
Also the debate at 10 p.m. with Arnab Goswami, the case of Bilkis Bano and the convicts, the rape convicts who were freed, not just freed, felicitated. That's a big debate tonight. Coming up on the biggest story tonight, big trouble for the makers of Dolo 650. The drug, Supreme Court issues notice to the centre on a petition. Even a judge, Justice Chandrachud, said if 1,000 crore rupees was spent on doctors as freebies to prescribe Dolo 650, it's a serious issue. The judge says even he was prescribed Dolo 650 at some point when he was undergoing treatment for COVID-19. I mean, who hasn't had Dolo 650? If 1,000 crore was spent, that's a serious issue. Also coming up on Republic TV, Congress party facing massive backlash for backing Tipu and questioning Savarkar posters. Siddaramaiah welcome with Savarkar posters, shown black flags. And now Savarkar posters are across Karnataka. So it's backfired for them. And also the big debate on Rohingyas, BJP taking on Arvind Kejriwal, government citing a letter where the government in Delhi asked for permanent housing. The Aam Aadmi Party held a news conference countering that claim, saying they didn't know about a request like that. Coming up, stay tuned.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Mega NIA crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NIA raids underway at multiple locations in Jammu, Katwa and Samba, Srinagar and Doda as well. Lashkar terrorist residence raided. Cash was dropped by drone along with consignment of weapons for use by the terrorists. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, Sukanya Mondal, has left home for Kolkata. She is supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Her name has come up in the SSC teachers recruitment scam. Ousted Imran Khan has fired a fresh salvo at Pakistan government after close aide was arrested over sedition charges. Imran Khan stated that the nation is descending into a banana republic. The United States and Taiwan have agreed to hold negotiations on new bilateral trade initiative. The negotiating mandate will set out the broad objectives shared by the two sides for the upcoming trade negotiations. As part of the ongoing strategic dialogue, the NSA Ajit Doval visited Moscow for talks with Secretary of the Russian Security Council. Apart from the bilateral cooperation, they discussed issues of regional and international interest. Ajit Doval also met the Russian Deputy Prime Minister. Two-day regional conference to bring the government and citizens closer through various administrative reforms at the centre, state and district levels will start in Arunachal Pradesh's capital Itanagar today. Union Minister Jitendra Singh, along with Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu and Arunachal Pradesh Deputy CM, will inaugurate the two-day event. In a major crackdown, two gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a cross-firing last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the Vadala Jewel drain. Furthermore, 2 kgs of heroin and 30-bore pistol were recovered. Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik reviewed the operational preparedness of the Air Force Station Jorhat in Assam. The official Twitter handle of the Indian Air Force informed that the Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal inspected the premier transport aircraft base and the new facilities being created there. UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists word by word. Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Yediyurappa locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in Bharkanwali of Sangria police station,
well, a bizarre incident at the Golden Temple in Amritsar. Congress party, one of its leaders, hurting the sentiments of the Sikh community. A man who's reportedly a Congress worker seen with Jagdish Chaitla visiting the Golden Temple wearing a t-shirt with the photo of Jagdish Chaitla. Very controversial. Named as someone who was accused in the 1984 riots as being involved by witnesses. Continuing the row over accommodation of Rohingyas in the national capital, the BJP trained guns of the Kejriwal government claiming its officials wrote a letter and another letter after that requesting that the infiltrators be provided flats. Days after the Bihar cabinet expansion, a rift in the Mahagathbandhan with one of the leaders in the JDU expressing discontent over the appointment of another leader in the cabinet.
in a major crackdown, 2 gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a crossfiring last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the Vadala Jewel drain. Furthermore, 2 kgs of heroin and 30-bore pistol were recovered. Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik reviewed the operational preparedness of the Air Force Station Jorhat in Assam. The official Twitter handle of the Indian Air Force informed that the Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal inspected the premier transport aircraft base and the new facilities being created there. UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists word by word. Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Yediyurappa locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in Bharkanwali of Sangria police station, and a priest was murdered and the news spread in the village after the body of the priest was recovered. The reason for the murder and the whole situation is to be investigated by the police. News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she later succumbed to a burn injuries. According to police, the woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेके विवाद था। उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के 2 व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ केस दर्ज करवाए थे। आपसी मारपीट और इस तरह के केस दर्ज करवाए थे। उनका अनुसंधान अभी वर्तमान में चल रहा है और इस दरमियान जो 10 तारीख को इंसिडेंट की जो सूचना मिली उसमें कार्रवाई करते हुए पुलिस ने बयान लेके तुरंत और मुकदमा दर्ज करके उसका अनुसंधान।
Mega NI crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NI raids underway at multiple locations in Jammu, Katwa and Samba, Srinagar and Doda as well. Lashkar terrorists residence raided. Cash was dropped by drone along with consignment of weapons for use by the terrorists. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, Sukanya Mondal, has left home for Kolkata. She is supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Her name has come up in the SSC teachers recruitment scam. Ousted Imran Khan has fired a fresh salvo at Pakistan government after close aide was arrested over sedition charges. Imran Khan stated that the nation is descending into a banana republic.
The The makers of Dolo 650 seem to be in big trouble. The Federation of Medical and Sales Representatives Association of India has informed the Supreme Court that the Central Board for Direct Access has accused makers of Dolo 650 tablet of distributing freebies worth 1,000 crore rupees to doctors as consideration for prescribing the tablet. Following the hearing, Supreme Court has asked the centre to file its response within 10 days. A suspicious boat with weapons was found off the coast of Raigad in Maharashtra, propelling officials to sound a high alert. According to the police, and a photo that was accessed by Republic, 3 AK-47 rifles were found, along with a case filled with ammo and a custom-made box on the boat. During investigation, the police contacted Neptune Maritime Security, whose sticker also was found on the rifle case.
जो भी इंक्वायरी शुरू है वो लोकल जो पुलिस की टीम है या फिर रायगढ़ की पुलिस टीम है उनकी तरफ से हो रही है। मैंने यहाँ पर सम्मानीय राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री महोदय और उप मुख्यमंत्री महोदय उनसे रिक्वेस्ट की है और उनसे यहाँ पर हमने डिमांड की है कि इसमें एटीएस की या फिर स्टेट एजेंसी की एक स्पेशल टीम अपॉइंट होनी चाहिए अर्जेंट बेसिस पे।
Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis briefed the Assembly in the state amid the AK-47 laden boat being found at the Raigad beach. He informed the Assembly that the boat belonged to an Australian woman. It was sailing from Muscat to Europe. He assured that all angles would be probed, while the central government has also been informed.
इस बोट का नाम लेडी हान है। इसकी मालिक एक ऑस्ट्रेलियन महिला है। उस महिला के पति इस बोट के कप्तान है और ये बोट मस्कत से यूरोप की ओर जा रही थी और करीब 26/6/2022 को इस बोट का इंजन ये खराब हुआ।
Following the Raigad suspicion boat updates, another suspicious boat was found in Raigad. A boat which was found near the Bharankol Kinara in the district. However, there was nothing except a few documents and a vest that was found there. Amid a high alert issued in Maharashtra's Raigad district over the spotting of this unidentified boat, which was later, of course, identified, the Union Ministry of Home Affairs has also said it's monitoring the case very closely to gather details. RCP Singh, former Union Minister, broke silence on the change of guard in Bihar. He claimed that the JDU would eventually end up merging with the RJD. He targeted Nitish Kumar for betraying the mandate.
ये उसी दिन मैंने बोल दिया था कि वो डूबता हुआ जहाज है। अब जहाज पर जितने लोग रहते हैं, जब जहाज डूबने लगता है तो अपने अपने हिसाब से लोग चले जाते हैं।
RJD leader and newly appointed Agriculture Minister Sudhakar Singh has been accused of embezzlement in the Bihar State Food and Civil Supplies scam that allegedly took place in 2013-2014. Sudhakar Singh, who is also the son of RJD State President Jagdanand Singh, has termed these allegations baseless.
यह मामला गंभीर नहीं था, यह मामला बहुत साधारण था। यह ब्रीच ऑफ एग्रीमेंट था। दो पार्टी, मैं सरकार दो पार्टी थी, उसमें एग्रीमेंट में उल्लंघन हुआ। यह ब्रीच ऑफ ट्रस्ट का मामला नहीं था। उल्लंघन ये था कि हमको बिहार सरकार धान मुहैया, पैडी मुहैया कराएगी, हम उसको चावल बनाकर दे देंगे, ले जाना उनका काम था। बनाकर रख दिया, लेकिन बिहार सरकार नहीं ले गई।
Picture of a leader of the Congress circulating on social media, wherein he was seen wearing a t-shirt of Jagdish Titler at the Golden Temple. The insensitive act basically sees the image of a person linked with the 1984 anti-Sikh riots as named by witnesses, being touted as the most famous famous shrine of the Sikhs. Even groups are questioning the Congress. Issuing a strong objection against this Congress leader wearing a t-shirt of Jagdish Titler at the Golden Temple in Amritsar, the Shiromani Gurudwara Prabandhak Committee, or the SGPC, lodged a police complaint against Karamjit Singh Gill. A sessions court in Kolkata sent former West Bengal minister and sacked Trinamool Congress leader Partha Chatterjee and his close associate Arpita Mukherjee to judicial custody till the 31st of August in connection with the Bengal cash scam. Getting in more stories from across the country now. And the debate over providing economic weaker section flats or the EWS flats to Rohingya refugees in Delhi rages on as Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia wrote a letter to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking an explanation and an investigation. However, the Union Home Ministry has also clarified that no such action had been taken by the government.
केंद्र सरकार के ऑफिसर्स भी मीटिंग्स में डिसीजन ले रहे हैं तो करा कौन रहा है? तो इसीलिए मैंने गृह मंत्री जी को, केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री जी को चिट्ठी लिखी है अभी, और उसमें मैंने उनसे ये रिक्वेस्ट किया है कि पहली बात तो ये कि आप केंद्र सरकार का स्पष्ट रुख देश के सामने रखें, दिल्ली के सामने रखें.
Though after the Aam Aadmi Party claimed that the BJP was using Rohingya refugees for political gains, BJP MP Gautam Gambhir slammed the Aam Aadmi Party, accusing it of diversifying the issue, rather diverting from the issue, I stand corrected, diverting from the issue and playing dirty politics.
So this is only trying to diversify from the main issue. And when it comes to writing this letter about giving better accommodation to Rohingyas, who had written this letter? It is the Delhi government who's written that letter. So rather than you asking us this question, you should ask the CM of Delhi this question, that what made him write this letter? As simple as it gets. And our Honorable HM on the floor of the House had made it very clear that all the Rohingyas will be deported from India. What bigger statement do you want from BJP's side?
Congress leader and former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah faced massive backlash over his statement against Veer Savarkar when BJP youth workers protested against him by raising "Go Back Siddaramaiah" slogans. The BJP workers not just waved black flags to Siddaramaiah and his convoy, but they also waved Savarkar photos and posters in front of his car. These protests have now escalated. SDPI also protested against Veer Savarkar in Kerala. So the whole Savarkar issue has blown up across different states. The Chief Electoral Officer in Jammu and Kashmir recently announced that any citizen from outside of Jammu and Kashmir living in the Union Territory for purposes of employment, education and business could register as a voter and cast their vote in the upcoming polls. Now the move translates to the Union Territory gaining at least 25 lakh voters in the upcoming elections. A 35-year-old Dalit woman teacher succumbed to injuries at her hospital a week after she was set on fire. The woman was allegedly first abused and then set ablaze. Further investigation is underway. Days after the Jalore incident where a Dalit boy was beaten to death, another shocking incident coming to light. A Dalit woman teacher succumbed to injuries a week after she was set ablaze.
राजस्थान का दुर्भाग्य इसलिए और ज़्यादा है कि राज्य का मुख्यमंत्री जिस राज्य का गृह मंत्री हो और वहाँ कानून की इस तरह से दुर्गति हो और जंगल राज जैसा दिखाई देता है। केवल मेरे को नहीं, मैं प्रतिपक्ष में इसलिए नहीं, राजस्थान की सारी जनता को भी दिखाई देता है और देश की जनता भी जो राजस्थान को देख रहे हैं वो भी ऐसे महसूस करते हैं कि ये राजस्थान का लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की इतनी दुर्गति क्यों है।
What comes as a big success, the West Bengal Special Task Force arrested two suspected Al-Qaeda terrorists from the Sasan area in West Bengal's North 24 Parganas. The two arrested terror suspects having links with Al-Qaeda have been identified as Abdur Rakib Sarka and Qazi Ehsanullah. Both are residents of West Bengal. There's a controversy over the poster of the documentary Kali, directed by Leena Manimekkalai, depicting the Hindu goddess smoking, continues to create an uproar on social media. Vishwa Hindu Parishad spokesman informing that they've requested the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to take note of the issue and not encourage anti-India forces in Canada. Jailed Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut appeared before a magistrate in Mumbai through video conferencing in a defamation case filed by BJP leader Kirit Somaiya's wife Medha Somaiya and pleaded not guilty. Raut is currently lodged at the Atta Road jail following the arrest by the Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case. After a nepotism charge, the Kerala government saw the Kerala Governor Arif Muhammad Khan wielding his power to freeze the appointment of CPM leader KK Ragesh's wife. Now Union Minister V. Muralidharan attacked the Kerala government and questioned the CPM to act on this open nepotism.
The person who came first as per the merit in the due process was made number 2 and the wife of a leader of CPM. She was...
A 34-year-old constable in the Indian Army, Bablu Kumar, was shot dead in Patna. While en route to board a train, a group of people surrounded the constable to rob him. facing resistance from the constable. These robbers shot the Jawan dead. The police has registered a case and further investigation is on. Another incident of crime in Bihar, in its capital Patna, raising questions on the law and order. The rift within the Karnataka BJP showed no signs of abating as an MLA, Basangada Patil, publicly expressed his desire to be the next chief minister. He asserted that BJP would easily win about 150 seats in the 224-member Karnataka Assembly if the party goes to the polls under his leadership. Odisha government braces for a fresh spell of heavy rains as forecast by the Met Department. Even as over 4.6 lakh people in 12 districts have already been affected by the floods in the Mahanadi river system. Chief Minister of Odisha, Naveen Patnaik, is set to take an aerial survey. In a plea challenging the union government's decision to allow Sikhs to carry kirpans on domestic flights, the Delhi High Court issued notices, gave 8 weeks to file a response from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Ministry of Home Affairs, DGCA and DG Bureau of Civil Aviation Security. This comes after DGCA gave exception of a regulatory sanction to people belonging to the Sikh community to carry kirpans on civilian flights. In a big crackdown, 2 gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a cross-firing incident last night. The arrest came after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala and the police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were nabbed. Furthermore, 2 kilograms of heroin, 30-bore pistol was also recovered. Amid speculation of a change of guard, Arun Singh, the BJP National General Secretary in charge of Karnataka, met Yediyurappa at his residence in Bengaluru. The BJP leader said Yediyurappa was the tallest political leader in Karnataka and the polls would be fought under his guidance. Enforcement Directorate is conducting searches at multiple places in Delhi, Lucknow, UP's Ghazipur district and Mao at premises linked to Mafia Don Mukhtar Ansari and his close associates. Mukhtar's residence was also being searched by the ED. Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik reviewed the operational preparedness of the Air Force Station Jorhat in Assam. The official Twitter handle of the Indian Air Force informed that he inspected the transport aircraft base and the new facilities being created there. In Tamil Nadu, the EPS faction of the AIADMK has filed an appeal against the Madras High Court verdict that was pronounced in favour of OPS. The appeal has been filed against the single-judge order that has scrapped the political victory EPS had won just weeks earlier that had enabled him to take control of the party. A fresh AIADMK General Council meeting must now be held. A vegetable seller's daughter was shot in the open by criminals in Patna. The girl was shot in the neck and is currently undergoing treatment at a private hospital. A police investigation into the matter is underway. Getting in some more stories from across the country now, Telecom Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has informed that the 5G spectrum assignment letter has been issued and has urged telecom companies to prepare for the launch. With this, India will be ready to roll out high-speed 5G telecom services soon. Ministry of Information and Broadcasting blocked 8 YouTube channels, including one based in Pakistan, for spreading disinformation related to India's national security, foreign relations and public order. The ministry has blocked 7 Indian, 1 Pakistan-based YouTube news channel under the IT rules of 2021. An angry mob in Lakhimpur area of Assam thrashed a criminal to death after he fled from the Judicial Magistrate's Court. The accused had fled from the custody twice in a year and has been accused of multiple crimes, including rape and murder. 6 minors drowned in 3 incidents in Madhya Pradesh's Damo district. 3 minor boys in the Nargovan village entered a pond to take a bath, dip, and drowned instead. As the family rushed them to the hospital, the doctors declared them dead. In another incident, 2 boys in Kishan Talia area and 1 in Bhat Kamaria village died by drowning. The police is carrying out investigations.
जैसे ही सूचना मिली है तो तुरंत जो है पुलिस की टीम अलर्ट हुई है। होमगार्ड को भी सूचना दे दी गई थी। तैयारियों के साथ साथ उन्हें पहुंचने में थोड़ा समय लगा। तब तक जो है कुछ लोकल लोगों ने जो है तालाब में कूदकर दोनों बच्चों को शव को निकाल कर और जो है अस्पताल तक ले आए हैं। कुछ व्यवस्थाओं से नाखुश होकर उन्होंने अभी अपना विरोध प्रदर्शन किया है।
An explosion at a mosque in the north of Afghan capital of Kabul killed 20 people, injured 40 more. The blast reportedly took place in a mosque in the Khair Khana area during evening prayers. As part of the ongoing strategic dialogue, NSA Ajit Doval visited Moscow for talks with the Secretary of Russian Security Council Nikolai Patrushev. Apart from bilateral cooperation, they discussed issues of regional and international interest. The NSA also met the Russian Deputy Prime Minister. Portuguese firefighters were battling multiple wildfires while the country is bracing for yet another heat wave in the coming days. A violent blaze continued to roar in the area of Caldas da Rainha, a city about 90 kilometers north from the capital of Lisbon. The US and Taiwan have started formal negotiations under a trade initiative to deepen their trade and investment relationship in another move to support the island country. Now, the US-Taiwan treaty will deepen their trade investment ties, advance mutual trade priorities based on shared values, and promote innovation and inclusive economic growth. Sri Lanka's former President Gotabaya Rajapaksa is all set to return next week to the island nation that he was forced to flee in July after massive protests against him. Now, the former Sri Lankan ambassador Udayanga Veeratunga hinted that Rajapaksa will return on the 24th of August. A Russian strike on a dormitory in Kharkiv killed at least 7 people, injured 16. The head of the Kharkiv region said that the Russian forces hit a residential neighborhood in Ukraine's second largest city with an Iskander short-range ballistic missile. Getting in more details and stories from across the world, a fire consumed a building at the site of the long-closed Grossinger's Resort in New York, once among the most storied and glamorous hotels in the Catskills. Now, a resort had a 27-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor pools, a nightclub, 2 kitchens and a 1,500-seat dining room. It's now up in flames. The US State Department has called on Syria to release American journalist Austin Tice, who is believed to have been abducted 10 years ago in Damascus while reporting on the Syrian conflict. Syria has denied accusations of the US government of detaining the journalist. The head of the World Health Organization described the persistent humanitarian crisis in Ethiopia's Tigray region as the worst disaster on earth. In a statement at a press briefing, a WHO Director General Tedros said that the situation caused by the ongoing conflict in his home country is worse than any other humanitarian crisis in the world. The last of the 3 men convicted of hijacking a school bus full of Californian children for an attempt at $5 million ransom in 1976 in what's been called the largest mass kidnapping in US history is being released by the state's parole board. Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan said that Pakistan is descending into a banana republic amid the controversy surrounding the arrest of a Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf leader Shehbaz Gill, which the PTI chief claims was a conspiracy to target him and his party, once the closest aide of Imran Khan. Argentina's trade union federation mobilized in Buenos Aires to demonstrate against big corporations amid the rising cost of living. This was the first protest led by the General Confederation of Labour in 3 years of Alberto Fernandez's presidency. The 4th-seeded Stefanos ended his 2-match losing run after outplaying Serbian Filip Krajinovic with straight sets to reach the last 16 in the Cincinnati Masters. World number 1, Iga Swiatek chalked up her 50th win of the season after a victory over American Stephens. It was the first meeting between the pair, and Swiatek broke Stephens' serve 6 times on her way to the win. The Pole now faces either Madison Keys or Yelena Ostapenko for the next round. Mbappe is one of the 30 players nominated for the 2022 Ballon d'Or, but there is no doubt who he believes should win this year's award. He is reported to have said that Karim Benzema just had the season of his life at 34 years of age and that he must get it. Paralympic medalist Avani Lakhera has bagged a silver medal in the R2 women's 10-meter air rifle SH1 event in South Korea. The 20-year-old topped the qualifying round with a score of 626.1 before registering 247.8 in the finals to win the silver medal.
MIT has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to MIT's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she later succumbed to a burn injuries. According to police, the woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेके विवाद था। उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के 2 व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ केस दर्ज करवाए थे। आपसी मारपीट और इस तरह के केस दर्ज करवाए थे। उनका अनुसंधान अभी वर्तमान में चल रहा है और इस दरमियान जो 10 तारीख को इंसिडेंट की जो सूचना मिली, उसमें कार्रवाई करते हुए पुलिस ने बयान लेके तुरंत और मुकदमा दर्ज करके उसका अनुसंधान।
Mega NI crackdown underway in Jammu and Kashmir. NI raids underway at multiple locations in Jammu, Katwa and Samba. Srinagar and Doda as well. Lashkar terrorist residence raided. Cash was dropped by drone along with consignment of weapons for use by the terrorists. Daughter of Anubrata Mondal, Sukanya Mondal, has left home for Kolkata. She is supposed to appear before the High Court today by 3 p.m. Her name has come up in the SSC teachers recruitment scam. Ousted Imran Khan has fired a fresh salvo at Pakistan government after close aide was arrested over sedition charges. Imran Khan stated that the nation is descending into a banana republic. The United States and Taiwan have agreed to hold negotiations on new bilateral trade initiative. The negotiating mandate will set out the broad objectives shared by the two sides for the upcoming trade negotiations. As part of the ongoing strategic dialogue, the NSA Ajit Doval visited Moscow for talks with Secretary of the Russian Security Council. Apart from the bilateral cooperation, they discussed issues of regional and international interest. Ajit Doval also met the Russian Deputy Prime Minister. Two-day regional conference to bring the government and citizens closer through various administrative reforms at the centre, state and district levels will start in Arunachal Pradesh's capital Itanagar today. Union Minister Jitendra Singh, along with Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu and Arunachal Pradesh Deputy CM, will inaugurate the two-day event. In a major crackdown, 2 gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's
Getting a quick news update from Mumbai now, where 1,201 new COVID cases have been reported in 24 hours, which is the highest since the end of June. Mumbai has reported 1,201 new cases as per the BMC, which is a civic body here. The city has also reported 2 pandemic-related deaths. On Wednesday, the Mumbai city had recorded 971. That's gone up to 975, and that's gone up to 1,201, which is a big spike. New cases crossing the 1,000 mark for the first time since June. All right, taking a short break now. Coming back with the burning question with Aishwarya Kapoor. And at 9 p.m, the big debate with Arnab Goswami as the Savarkar tribute causes protests led by mostly the Congress party in different parts of the country, including Karnataka and Kerala. SDPI is joining them. Getting in that big debate at 9 p.m. At 10 p.m, the injustice to Bilkis Bano. Why were her rapists, the rape convicts, freed and then felicitated?
As part of the ongoing strategic dialogue, the NSA Ajit Doval visited Moscow for talks with Secretary of the Russian Security Council. Apart from the bilateral cooperation, they discussed issues of regional and international interest. Ajit Doval also met the Russian Deputy Prime Minister. two-day regional conference to bring the government and citizens closer through various administrative reforms at the centre, state and district levels will start in Arunachal Pradesh's capital Itanagar today. Union Minister Jitendra Singh, along with Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister Pema Khandu and Arunachal Pradesh Deputy CM, will inaugurate the two-day event. In a major crackdown, 2 gangsters were arrested in Amritsar's Jandiala in a cross-firing last night. The arrests come after they broke a checkpoint in Jandiala area. The police chased them for 11 kilometers. They fired at the police party all along and were later nabbed near the Vadala Jol drain. Furthermore, 2 kgs of heroin and 30-bore pistol were recovered. Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal D.K. Patnaik reviewed the operational preparedness of the Air Force Station Jorhat in Assam. The official Twitter handle of the Indian Air Force informed that the Eastern Air Commander Air Marshal inspected the premier transport aircraft base and the new facilities being created there. UP ATS arrested 2 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. The terrorists were interrogated and the investigators of the ATS also recorded the answers of the terrorists. Word by word, Nadeem and Saifullah told the UP ATS how they made fake IDs and how they were taught to make fake IDs by the people of the terrorist organization. A vegetable vendor's daughter was shot at in Indrapura locality of near a police station in Patna. The injured girl who was shot at in the neck is undergoing treatment in a private hospital. According to the Patna police, the matter is being said to be a personal affair, animosity. In Rajasthan, in a village in Bharkanwali of Sangria police station, and a priest was murdered and the news spread in the village after the body of the priest was recovered. The reason for the murder and the whole situation is to be investigated by the police. News from Rajasthan, Jaipur, where a school teacher was set ablaze in Jambara Mangar area of Jammu, where she later succumbed to a burn injuries, according to police. The woman was set ablaze over some monetary issues.
बाद इन दोनों पक्षों में इस चीज़ को लेके विवाद था। उसमें एक दूसरे पक्ष के 2 व्यक्तियों को 151 की कार्रवाई भी पुलिस द्वारा की गई थी। उसके बाद में घटना से 2 दिन पहले दोनों ही पक्षों ने एक दूसरे के खिलाफ केस दर्ज करवाए थे। आपसी मारपीट और इस तरह के केस दर्ज करवाए थे। उनका अनुसंधान अभी वर्तमान में चल रहा है और इस दरमियान जो 10 तारीख
Getting some breaking news right now. Disproportionate assets case, there's an update on that. Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court has issued a production warrant against Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain in the disproportionate assets case. More trouble for him. The Rouse Avenue Court will now hear the case against Satyendra Jain in the disproportionate assets case on the 6th of September. And we're hearing that Ankush Jain, Vaibhav Jain, Poonam Jain, Ajit Jain, Sunil Kumar Jain appeared in the court. So that's more trouble for the Delhi Minister. As we get you that breaking news update, I'm handing it over to